Help me, little star. Han Sen saw Little Silver and Bower sitting on the back of Little Star, and nothing seemed to be happening to them. As for Little Star, it didn't seem to be affected by that pulling force at all. It was floating in the sky, relaxed. Han Sen called for Little Star's attention, and at the same time, he pulled back his power and stopped fighting that pulling force. Instead, he dived. Splash! Han Sen fell into the lake. Unexpectedly, the fluorescent lake water wasn't cold at all, but warm like a hot spring, which was very comfortable. However, that powerful pulling force didn't give Han Sen a chance to actually enjoy the sensation. Re-engaging his power, Han Sen fought that terrific gravity-like power and grabbed a hold of Sumi. He then threw Sumi into the sky. Little Star turned its body in the sky and caught Sumi with its tail, putting him on its back. Han Sen then dived into the water like a dragon, and he swam toward Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu who were still sinking. He then threw them out of the water one by one. Little Star then flew toward them, putting both of them on its back. He then found Dragon Chef, and after throwing her out of the water, Han Sen was about to rush out himself. However, he felt that something was binding his feet, and a horrifying force was dragging him down deeper into the water. Han Sen used his God's Geno Core and Bloodthirsty Ant King power at the same time, yet they couldn't resist that powerful pulling force, and he was being dragged into the lake. G*DD*MN, there's definitely something down there. Han Sen was shocked. The God's Geno Core, together with Bloodthirsty Ant King and Han Sen's own body, made Han Sen as powerful as ordinary super creatures, or perhaps even stronger. But those forces combined weren't a match for the force in the water. It kept dragging Han Sen down. Han Sen tried to fight it, but that didn't work very well. He wanted to see what was dragging him down, but he could only see spots of light beneath him. Other than those, nothing was visible. Han Sen felt that something had bound his feet, so he focused on that. He summoned his split knife and slashed toward whatever was trapping his feet. After slashing several times, he couldn't find anything to cut. The force trapping him didn't show any sign of relieving. Han Sen was completely shocked. Split knife was able to easily kill super creatures, so if something was actually binding his feet, he should have cut it already. However, he didn't slash anything, yet he still felt that his feet were trapped, which kind of confused him. Han Sen didn't have time to think about it now. The force was getting stronger and stronger, and it was pulling him down relentlessly. Han Sen was already over 1,000 feet deep in the lake. Han Sen didn't know what was down there. Perhaps there was a giant bloody mouth waiting for him at the bottom, waiting to eat and swallow him. Han Sen entered Super King Spirit mode immediately. Before Han Sen could take further action, he felt the force at his feet relax, and the power binding his ankles disappeared. He couldn't feel that pulling force anymore. Han Sen didn't have the mental capacity to wonder why that force suddenly disappeared. He summoned all his courage and rushed forward, and without the pulling force, Han Sen successfully flew out of the lake. As he breached the surface, Han Sen deactivated the Super King Spirit mode, already as he didn't want Sumi and the others to see it. Seeing Han Sen appear from the lake, Little Star chuffed in joy and rushed toward Han Sen, putting him on its back. What happened? Why did it take you so long to come out? Did you see anything down there? The Dragon Lady Chef asked Han Sen curiously. Han Sen had saved all of them, so naturally, he had the power to get out himself, which was why they didn't think of anything else. They thought that Han Sen found something down there. Han Sen smiled. I didn't find anything. After I pushed you guys out, something trapped my feet, and my strength couldn't resist the power of that thing. I kept sinking, and thank God, I got rid of it and got away. Everyone heard what Han Sen said, and they all looked at Han Sen's feet. Everyone was dazed by what they had just seen, and they all looked at Han Sen in a weird way. Han-sen, I can't believe you have such a weird habit. Jing Jiwoo looked at Han-sen, seeming confused. What are you talking about? Han-sen was dazed. He then looked down at his feet and found himself equally surprised. Out of nowhere, Han-sen had a shoe on one of his feet. Han-sen was sure that it was definitely not his shoe. When Han-sen came to Winsong Desert, he had been wearing a beast soul armor, but he hadn't worn any shoes. Besides, he was still wearing the armor, and the fighting boots were attached to the armor. How was it possible that he was wearing a shoe? However, there was indeed a shoe on his left foot, and it was a high-heeled shoe that belonged to a woman. The shoe looked fabulous, and it was comparable with the shoes of luxury brands, if not better. With Han-sen wearing the shoe, it made Han-sen's big foot look a bit delicate. Even weirder, the shoe was made of crystal, and so was the heel. Please trust me, this is not my shoe. I'm not Cinderella. Why I am even wearing this? Han-sen asked while lifting his foot, trying to get the shoe off. However, the shoe seemed to be attached to his foot, and it was impervious to Han-sen's attempts to pull it off. Are you still trying to deny that this is your shoe? If it's not your shoe, why does it fit your foot so well? Don't deny it anymore, Cinderella. Go back and marry your prince, said Jing Jiwoo. *CK Cinderella. Even if I am a character in the fairy tale, I'm the prince. Han-sen took out his split knife and stabbed the crystal shoe. Followed by a sharp sound, the split knife bounced up, and there wasn't even a white scar on the crystal heel. Everyone was shocked after seeing that. Lin Feng and Jing Jiwoo had both seen Han-sen kill Blood-Bone Demon with his split knife, and it was a blade that could easily cut a super creature in half. However, it didn't leave even a mark on the shoe. It was shocking, and Lin Feng and the others were now worried. How is your foot? Does anything feel wrong? Lin Feng asked, staring at the crystal heel. I feel wrong everywhere now, said Han-sen, bummed. He wasn't actually hurt, but he was indeed deeply upset. The crystal heel was on his left foot, but the foot felt fine. He didn't even feel like he was wearing a shoe, otherwise, he would have noticed the shoe before. Han-sen thought of it, and he missed a heartbeat. He then said, was this crystal shoe the thing that was dragging me down while I was in the water? Han-sen tried a lot of things, but he still couldn't get the crystal shoe off his foot. That shoe seemed to have been permanently attached to him, and he couldn't even get the thing to wiggle. After a short while, a sand mouse managed to cross the entire fluorescent lake and reached the island. The island was very small, around 2,000 square feet in total area, and there was a fruit tree growing in the middle of the island. The fruit tree wasn't very tall, and it looked like an ordinary pear tree. Despite the fact that it was around 10 feet tall, there were only 3 pieces of fruit hanging on it. Perhaps some of the fruit had already been taken. One of the pears was green, one was red, and the third one was yellow. It was strange how different all the pieces of fruit looked from each other. If the green pear hadn't matured yet, then what about the red pear and the yellow pear? Which one had matured? Let's get onto the island first. Han-sen saw that he couldn't get the crystal heel off at the moment, so he let Little Star fly to the island anyway. He wasn't anxious at all. Since entering Super King Spirit mode had some impact on the crystal heel, he would probably try to deal with the problem that way. Even if everything else he tried failed, he could just cut off his foot. With Han-sen's physical strength and the curing power of Little Silver, his foot would regrow again. When Little Star flew to the island, it was already late. The sand mouse, which had somehow made it to the island, had climbed up the fruit tree, and taken a bite out of the yellow pear. The pear wasn't large, about the size of a man's fist. When the sand mouse bit into it, almost half of the pear disappeared down the mouse's throat. The fluids of the pear were rich, and a delicious smell permeated the air. The sand mouse wanted more, but before it could take another bite, its body got stiffened as if it were petrified, and it fell down from the tree. Han Sen and the others were all shocked, and they didn't dare to move forward after seeing the mouse's reaction. The sand mouse fell on the ground, and there was yellow light coming out of its body. The original dark fur had seemed to have been dyed, and it became golden yellow. It looked like a lively golden sculpture. The light coming from the mouse's body got denser and denser, and the golden light became purer and purer. The mouse's life force, however, became weaker and weaker. After a short while, the sand mouse became completely lifeless, and the light vanished. The mouse became a motionless golden sculpture. Han Sen and the others looked at each other, and none of them moved. Even Sumi, who had been craving the fruit, didn't dare to touch it now. It seems that it isn't entirely beneficial to eat that fruit. The king of mice might have eaten a fruit that is beneficial to its body, and that's how it got so powerful. As for that sand mouse, it wasn't so lucky. It seems that it made a bad choice, said Sumi, looking at the 2.5 pears on the tree. Can anyone tell which fruit is good and which is bad? Lin Feng looked at everyone. Dragon Chef, you know the most about this stuff. Can you tell? Han Sen looked at the female cook. He couldn't tell the differences between the 3 fruit. All the fruit looked good, and there was nothing unusual about them. Han Sen couldn't see anything different about them other than their colors. Dragon Chef shook her head and said, I've never seen fruit like this, and from my perspective, there's nothing wrong with any of the fruit. I just can't figure out why the sand mouse had such a bad reaction after eating it. The Dragon Chef couldn't tell, even though she was an experienced cook, so Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu had no idea how to figure out which of the fruit were safe. The treasure was right in front of them, but none of them dared to take it. Han Sen walked around on the island, trying to find something that might help him. He was wearing a crystal shoe on his left foot. He hadn't felt anything when he was in the water, but now that he was walking on the ground, his feet were unbalanced. Though it didn't affect him much, he still felt weird walking like this. Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu had the same plan as Han Senator. They all walked around the island, and after walking around for a while, they found something. They walked around the fruit tree, and then they found that there was a line of characters on the trunk of the fruit tree, and they belonged to an ancient human language. If there was no parting grief before the eye, I don't believe men on earth would have white hair. Lin Feng read the sentence out loud. Apparently, he had also studied ancient languages. It seems that it's been a long time since the characters were carved here, and the tree has grown deeply around the words. Unfortunately, we don't know about the growth cycle of this tree, so we can't tell when the carving was made, said Jing Jiwu, frowning. Which human demigod did this, and how did he come here so long ago? Did he eat the fruit? Lin Feng wondered out loud. Both Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu assumed that the characters had been left by a human demigod. Though Han Sen also thought it was possible, he wasn't as sure as the others. In the past few years, Han Sen had discovered that humans weren't the only ones who used ancient human languages. It must have been a woman who left these characters, said the Dragon Chef, suddenly. Why? Han Sen and the others looked to the Dragon Chef, but they didn't have any idea how she had come to the conclusion. The growth of the tree had changed the writing a little bit. The handwriting was still visible, and it was even very neat and regular, but it was difficult to tell whether the letters were beautiful or forceful, so it was difficult to tell whether they came from a woman or a man. My natural instinct as a woman, said the Dragon Chef. Han Sen didn't know how to react. Women's intuition wasn't accurate or reliable at all, and besides, the Dragon Chef wasn't a woman but a female spirit. No matter where the handwriting came from, it was completely useless to Han. Senator Han Sen and the others searched the island carefully again, but they couldn't find anything else. The sand mice were still trying to swim toward the island. Most of the 10,000 sand mice had sunk into the lake, and now, there were only a few dozen of them struggling to swim toward the island. The mice were still being dragged into the lake, so it was difficult to tell whether any other sand mice would make it. While everyone was thinking about what to do, Bauer climbed up in the tree and took a bite of the green fruit. Han Sen was completely shocked. He knew that Bauer was exceptional, yet he was still worried. After all, they had almost no information on the fruit, so nobody could say for sure that Bauer would be safe. Bauer finished the green pear in 3 bites. Similar to a pear, the fruit didn't have a stone inside. Bauer swallowed the entire fruit. Bauer licked her lips. It seemed that she still wanted more. However, green light shone from her body, and she fell from the tree, which terrified Han Sen. Han Sen rushed forward and caught Bauer. She felt cold. Bauer's soft body became hard like a piece of wood. Not only did she feel different now, but her body began to actually turn into wood, and she looked like a doll made of wood. Bauer! Han Sen was extremely worried. He yelled twice, but he couldn't get an answer from Bauer. The green light coming from her body was getting stronger and stronger, and her body was becoming harder and harder. Bauer's life force was also plummeting. Han Sen was really flustered. Bao had stayed with him for too long, and he was too used to having her with him. Even his own son Little Flower hadn't been with Han Sen as long as Bauer. She was just like a daughter to Han Sen now. Now, there was something wrong with Bauer. Even someone with a strong will like Han Sen was worried. Little Silver realized what had happened. It hit Bauer with a streak of silver lightning. The lightning flowed into Bauer's body like mercury, which made her livelier. However, she only recovered a little bit, and then her life force started to decline again. "Save her, Little Silver!" Han Sen shouted at Little Silver beside him. Little Silver had already run over to Bauer. It used its lightning with all its power, and it became its true body, the 10-tailed lightning fox. The 10-tailed lightning fox was shaking, and it hit Bauer with powerful blasts of silver lightning. However, the incredible healing power could only slow down the rate at which her life force declined. Han Sen also simulated Little Silver's lightning power and hit Bauer with it as well, but the power he simulated was far weaker than Little Silver's, so it didn't work quite as well. It was still better than not helping. Even so, Bauer's life force was still declining. After only half an hour, Bauer's life force was so feeble that it seemed like it could vanish at any time. Little Silver looked strange. It took a look at the anxious Han Senator. The creature seemed to make up its mind about something. It spewed out a crystal ball that was surrounded by silver lightning. The lightning crystal ball flew toward Bauer after Little Silver spat it out. It fell on Bauer's forehead, and forces of lightning power rushed out like threads, penetrating Bauer's body. After the lightning crystal ball showed up, Little Silver stopped being a 10-tailed lightning fox, and it looked burned out. Lightning power rushed out of the lightning crystal ball, which saved Bauer's life. However, as the lightning left the crystal ball became smaller and smaller. It seemed that the power in the lightning crystal ball was not recyclable. The crystal ball kept shrinking, from the size of a fist to the size of an egg to the size of a table tennis ball, and finally, it was only the size of a fingernail. The green light covering Bauer finally disappeared. Bauer's stiff body started to recover, and after a short while, her body became soft again. It seemed that she had a very nice sleep, and she stretched her body. "Stop eating random things. Otherwise, I won't take you out anymore." Han Sen checked Bauer's body, and after making sure that she had recovered, he scolded her. Bauer had her head lowered and didn't dare to say anything. Han Sen stopped talking to her and walked to Little Silver. He stroked Little Silver's head. It seemed that the lightning crystal ball was very important to Little Silver, and the crystal ball was tiny by the time Little Silver retrieved it. Han Sen felt that Little Silver's life force had plummeted, and it was almost at the same level as one of the sand mice. Han Sen felt horrible as he held the weak Little Silver in his arms. Little Silver had followed him longer than Bauer, so Han Sen valued it just as much as he valued Bauer. Fortunately, both Bauer and Little Silver were safe. Han Sen couldn't deal with losing either of them. Lin Feng and the others were also relieved seeing that Bauer and Little Silver were safe. Jing Jiwu looked at the only remaining fruit on the tree and said, "I understand now. The fruit on the tree might have the power of the 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Sand mice are of the earth element, so that king of mice must have eaten a fruit of the mud element, so it was lucky enough to escape death. Even more luckily, it evolved. As for the sand mouse just now, it ate a metal element fruit, which didn't match its own element, so it turned into metal. As for Bauer, she ate a fruit of the wood element, and as for the remaining fruit, it should be a fire element. If those fruits really correspond to the 5 elements, the other 2 fruit might have been eaten already, perhaps by the person who left the writing on the tree. It does make perfect sense." Lin Feng agreed with what Jing Jiwu said completely. If the remaining one is of the fire element, then it's only useful for those of the fire element. Is there any one of us who meets that qualification? Everyone looked at each other. The dragon chef said, "If no one is going to touch it, then I'll get the last fruit. Are you of the fire element?" Han Sen didn't know which element the dragon chef belonged to, but based on her ability, she definitely used fire, so it was highly likely. The dragon chef nodded her head, then shook her head again. "Not entirely, but I won't eat it myself. If what Jing Jiwu said is true, this fruit is a super ingredient. I'll try to cook it, and if I succeed, perhaps I can achieve super level." Han Sen didn't raise any objections to that. The dragon chef didn't need the food she cooked. The one thing she needed was the process of cooking, and if she could actually succeed, she would give the food to others. Lin Feng and the others didn't raise any objections either. None of them were of the fire element, and besides, they arrived here because of Han Sen's help, so none of them wanted a share of the fruit. The dragon chef saw that nobody raised any objections, so she summoned a knife and a pot. She cut the red fruit and the remaining half of the yellow fruit, putting them in the pot. "I'll share with you guys after I cook it successfully," said the dragon chef, excited. None of the sand mice made it to the island. Han Sen and the others didn't want to stick around, so he picked up Little Silver and mounted Little Star with the others. The way back was too complicated. Little Star rushed straight upwards, going through layers of rocks, and then it landed on the ground. After looking around for a while, Han Sen realized that they were still in the Wind Song Desert. He wanted to ask Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu where they were now, as he wanted to go back to the shelter before they did anything else. Han Sen was still wearing the crystal heel, and it bugged him. Han Sen wanted to go somewhere with no one around and get the crystal shoe off. However, just as he stepped off Little Star's back, his left foot jerked forward. Han Sen rushed forward like an arrow, and he was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already far from Lin Feng and the others. It felt like Han Sen's leg didn't belong to him. His leg was rushing crazily forward, pulling the rest of his body along behind. No matter how hard Han Sen tried to control himself, he wasn't able to stop it. He wasn't even able to change his direction or speed. It seemed that the crystal heel had a mind of its own, and it was dashing forward across the sand. D***MN. It looks like Han Sen is being controlled by the shoe. When Lin Feng realized what was happening, he immediately started to chase Han. Senator Little Star and the others also ran forward. However, Han Sen was running too fast, so Lin Feng and the others couldn't catch up with him, and only Little Star was managing to follow him. Little Star turned its body and ran back to Dragon Chef and the others. It let everyone step onto its back, and then it accelerated toward Han Sen again. "What's happening to you, Han Sen?" Lin Feng yelled. He wanted to see if Han Sen still had his own consciousness. "I can't control my leg anymore." "It's the crystal shoe doing," said Han. Senator Lin Feng felt relieved after hearing Han Sen's answer. It was good that he still had his consciousness, otherwise, it would be much more trouble. D***mn. Jing Jiwu suddenly screamed, and his face suddenly paled. What's happening? Do you know where that crystal shoe came from? Asked Sumi. I don't know where that crystal shoe came from, but if he keeps running forward, he'll enter the flowing sand dune, Jing Jiwu said, pointing in front of them. Lin Feng was terrified after hearing that name. We have to stop Han Sen right now. We can't let him run into flowing sand dune. What's in flowing sand dune? Asked Sumi. He knew that normal flowing sand wouldn't harm Han Sen at all. There must be someone or something in flowing sand dune that had terrified Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu. The black horned dragon, one of the most terrifying beings in Wind Song Desert. Any creature that enters the flowing sand dune without its permission will be killed, and there are no exceptions. We suspect that it's a berserk super creature. Then what are you waiting for? Please stop me now. Han Sen was very anxious. He wasn't invincible yet, so it was too early for him to fight a berserk super creature. However, he didn't have any way to control his leg. I have an idea, Sumi said. He took his sword out and slashed forward. A trace of sword light flashed above Han Sen's head, then slashed a gully into the desert in front of him. Because of Sumi's power, the end of the gully turned into a vertical sandstone wall. Han Sen immediately understood what Sumi was trying to do. He opened his mouth to say something, and then he screamed as he ran face-first into the sandstone wall. Pang! After only a short while, Han Sen emerged from the sandstone, still running. His face was kind of injured, and there was sand all over his body. You idiot! Do you even have a brain? I almost got killed. Sumi looked apologetic. I'm sorry, teacher. I thought that I could stop you. If you've never tried something before, don't practice it on me. Han Sen was very bummed. Lin Feng thought about it and said, I can't think of any way to stop you, but I can use my power to hit your body and change your direction. That way, you can at least get around flowing sand dune. Okay. Just do it now. Quick! Yelled Han Senator, prepare yourself. I'm going to hit your left shoulder from behind to turn you right. The right part of the desert is safer, and there aren't many powerful creatures. Golden light started to gleam around Lin Feng's body. He punched Han Sen, using his power very ingeniously. He hit Han Sen's left shoulder, and Han Sen's body turned right a little bit. I've succeeded. Everyone was relieved for a second. However, Han Sen spun 180 degrees. He originally had his back to Lin Feng and the others, and now he was facing them. Han Sen started to rush backwards, but he was still rushing in the direction of flowing sand dune. He hadn't slowed down at all, instead, he was getting faster and faster. You didn't control your power well, Lin Feng. You turned me too much, said Han Sen, upset. Lin Feng looked solemn. It's not that I used too much power, it's that this method is not working. Otherwise, you wouldn't have turned all the way around. Let's try again, Han Sen said, clenching his teeth. Lin Feng hit Han Sen again, but after Han Sen turned around again, he was still rushing toward flowing sand dune. Lin Feng and the others tried lots of methods, yet no matter what they tried, they couldn't stop Han Senator, they couldn't even divert him. It seemed that there was a giant magnet drawing Han Sen forward in a single direction. As time went by, Han Sen ran faster and faster. As he drew close to flowing sand dune, he was already far ahead of Little Star and the others. It might be better this way. When the force in the lake tried to pull me down, I got rid of it using Super King Spirit mode. I should be able to do the same thing here. Han Sen quickly became a Super King Spirit. A white light filled Han Sen's dark eyes, and his black hair became white as well, growing longer and longer. It fluttered in the wind and sand as Han Sen ran. But after Han Sen entered Super King Spirit mode, the power propelling him forward didn't vanish. This time around, Super King Spirit mode didn't work. Han Sen was shocked and furious. It worked before. D***it. The butterfly wings on his back were trembling, and his bloodthirsty Ant King was also running at full power. He tried everything in his power to stop his body from moving forward. However, nothing worked. Han Sen was still running faster and faster, and after a short while, Han Sen plunged into flowing sand dune. D***it. Considering how fast he was running, Han Sen should be in flowing sand dune by now. Lin Feng was very worried. They were still chasing after him, but they couldn't even see him now. Please, bless him. Perhaps the Black Horn Dragon has some business to do away from home, said Jing Jiwu. They couldn't chase Han Sen, and even if they caught up with him, they couldn't stop him from moving forward. They could only pray to God for help. Flowing Sand Dune was 300 square miles, and it was definitely a forbidden place in Wind Song Desert. Even the storm wouldn't come to this place. Black Horn Dragon was lying on the dune, enjoying the sun and having a nap. Black Horn Dragon had roamed this desert for a very long time, and all the nearby creatures were terrified of it. No creatures ever dared to disturb it from napping in the sun. Though it was sleeping, the Black Horn Dragon still had its senses, so it noticed that someone had come to Flowing Sand Dune. However, the Black Horn Dragon didn't even want to open its eyes. It was still sleeping, and it was thinking in its subconscious, seriously. Some idiot is running through Flowing Sand Dune again. Well, I'll keep enjoying the sun, and I'll eat him as a dessert after I wake up. The lazy Black Horn Dragon continued lying there, but he felt that something was wrong. That creature that had entered Flowing Sand Dune was too fast, and it was approaching very quickly. Black Horn Dragon suddenly opened its eyes. It decided to get up and see who this bold intruder was. Just as Black Horn Dragon opened its eyes, a shining heel fell from the sky and stepped on its face, then ran across its body and continued on across the dunes. You dare to treat me like this? You're dead. Black Horn Dragon jumped up, and its eyes were gleaming with indignation. Its giant body suddenly leaped into the sky, and it unleashed a wave of its dragon breath. The terrifying force lashed toward Han Sen, who was still running forward. Han Sen felt really upset though he wanted to kill a super creature. He hadn't expected to fight a super creature under these circumstances. Fortunately, Han Sen was running very fast with the shoe. Han Sen couldn't stop, but he could accelerate. Using the change in his speed, he dodged the dragon breath from Black Horn Dragon again and again. The dunes were filled with the rumbling noise of the dragon, and the flowing sand tumbled like waves under the shock of its breath. Han Sen dodged the strikes of the Black Horn Dragon again and again, which just infuriated it more. It was still chasing Han Sen with the desire to eat him. Han Sen was running too fast, and he crossed the entire flowing sand dune in a flash. Han Sen had thought that the crystal shoe wanted to infuriate the Black Horn Dragon and get Han Sen killed, but it seemed that this wasn't the case. He had already crossed the flowing sand dune, yet the crystal shoe was still driving him forward. Apparently, its target wasn't the Black Horn Dragon. Han Sen was still some distance in front of the furious Black Horn Dragon, but he couldn't increase that distance. It wasn't a good thing for Han. Senator Han Sen entered an oasis. Pang! Han Sen ran over a bird's nest in the oasis, accidentally knocking a hole in an egg as he went. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Han Sen looked very disappointed. However, two golden birds flew out of the nest, and they rushed toward Han Sen, squawking in anger. Han Sen ran through a large pack of wolves, and he hit a small wolf. He caught the small wolf, while the large pack of terrifying metal wolves roared and rushed toward him. He quickly threw the baby wolf back towards the pack. Sorry, I'll give you back now. However, the wolf pack didn't want to let him go easily. Instead, they continued to chase Han Sen, howling as they ran. I didn't see anything. I swear to God. Han Sen rushed through a spring in the oasis, and he saw a female with snowy skin and snake hair showering in the pond. Han Sen was making disturbances throughout the entirety of Wind Song Desert, and he was getting more and more horrified. He pounded away across the desert, and countless horrifying creatures chased after him. Han Sen was sure that if he stopped now, he would be torn to pieces in a millisecond. Run faster. Please, run faster. Han Sen begged the crystal heel for more speed. Escaping those horrifying creatures had become his first priority. The crystal heel seemed to have reached its limit already, and it wasn't accelerating. It also wasn't managing to shake off the horde of creatures. However, those horrifying creatures couldn't catch up with Han Sen, so they couldn't just kill him. Han Sen didn't know what the crystal heel wanted. It didn't show any sign of stopping, and it was still rushing in one direction without changing at all. Han Sen could now be sure that it wasn't targeting him, otherwise, it could have redirected him toward the enraged creatures. If it did that, Han Sen would be killed instantly. However, it didn't show any sign of stopping. Han Sen noticed something strange now. The crystal shoe seemed to be looking for something, or perhaps it was trying to get somewhere it wanted. Han Sen looked around and realized that the desert around him now had some scattered trees. He was definitely leaving Wind Song Desert. He hadn't expected to cross Wind Song Desert entirely under such circumstances. However, he didn't feel happy at all when he looked at the bloodthirsty creatures chasing him. None of them were giving up the chase, and they all wanted to kill Han Senator in the departed abyss, a creature that looked like a devil was sleeping in the dark. Suddenly, it opened its eyes and stared into the darkness. A small human being walked in front of the demon-like creature, and the creature said coldly, "You dared to come to my departed abyss. Do you think you've been living or too long? Fallen Slaughter, look at this." The small human being wasn't scared at all when he saw the creature that looked like a nightmare. He lifted a small box, then he threw it toward the terrifying creature. The creature in the dark caught that box, and suddenly, it looked happily surprised. It then opened the box, and it looked even more so. "Human, why did he ask you to come here?" Fallen Slaughter walked out of the darkness, holding the box. It had a strong black metal body and a pair of black metal wings that looked like those of a demon. It had horns that looked like blades on its head, and black fire surrounding its skull. The monster's terrifying exploding power was obvious with every move, as if it could destroy hell with a single punch. "He wants you to kill someone," said Chinya mildly. "Kill who?" Fallen Slaughter asked. "A human being called Han Sen," said Chinya. "Where is he now?" "Take me there," said Fallen Slaughter coldly. "As you wish." Chinya moved his body and appeared beside Fallen Slaughter. He put his hands on the creature's shoulder, and then they both vanished from the departed abyss. "Where is the human?" Fallen Slaughter looked around, but there were no humans about. "Over there." Chinya called out, pointing in a specific direction. Fallen Slaughter looked to where Chinya was pointing. He was aiming at a canyon, but it didn't seem as if there would be any humans there. "What is that place?" Fallen Slaughter frowned. He wasn't angry at Chinya, and he didn't think the human would try to trick him like some lowlife creature. The man had teleportation abilities, after all. "I can already sense his presence." "He should be here soon," Chinya said, looking at the canyon. Fallen Slaughter said nothing more. He looked at the canyon, and after a while, he began to feel a life force approaching. Before long, he saw the figure of a human running toward them. "He is Han Senator." Chinya pointed at Han Sen, who had now emerged from the valley. "Good." Fallen Slaughter's eyes fixed themselves on Han Senator. His body rippled with dark fire as a limitless cascade of flames wreathed his hands. He sent a major blast flying towards Han Sen, who was emerging from the valley. The power was carried by black smoke, and it resembled a demonic-looking dragon flying through the air. The attack filled the entire canyon, for Fallen Slaughter wanted Han Sen to be blown to smithereens in a single strike. One hit, no further problems. His target was just a human, so Fallen Slaughter did not think much of him. Truth be told, he cared little for spirits or creatures either. As an elite creature of the dark element, he was practically at the top of the food chain. If that strike landed, even the mightiest of super creatures would end up crippled. Han Sen just kept moving steadily out of the valley, however. He saw the demonic blast headed his way like a demon with its maw gaping open, and he thought to himself, what horrible creature's territory lies up ahead? This is annoying. But Han Sen did not have much time to think, as he was not in Super King Spirit mode anymore. Lately, he'd mostly just been using his Super King Spirit as a disguise. The test Lin Feng did before, although it couldn't save Han Sen, made him realize one thing: power still worked on him, he just couldn't change direction. So, when the demonic blast came, Han Sen flapped his wings and threw a punch at it. That punch was not aimed at going against the blast. He used the yin-yang blast technique to bounce himself into the air and avoid it. Han Sen stepped atop the demonic blast, which then came below him. The blast struck the creatures that were in pursuit of him. Boom! The boom of the explosion as the power unleashed flattened the valley on both sides. Fallen Slaughter bounced back a few hundred meters through the air. Blood dripped from his mouth, and he looked shocked. He did not know of anyone who could go up against his power and not wind up damaged. He looked to the valley and his face changed. The group of horrible creatures now looked like a horde of zombies swarming toward him. They all seemed to be disturbingly powerful. Although the creatures would be unable to deal damage to Fallen Slaughter individually, there were too many of the fiends to ignore. Fallen Slaughter could definitely take on 3 of them. It'd be a struggle if there were 5. And it'd be flat out impossible if there were 10. But there was more than that, there were a few dozen of them. And the sight of that mass actually made him frightened. The scary creatures had managed to block Fallen Slaughter's strike. They were enraged, believing he was helping Han's senator, and all the horrible powers and Geno cores were now descending upon him. Han Sen ran before Fallen Slaughter and swung the split blade towards him. Fallen Slaughter believed the creatures were actually there to back Han Sen up. He was scared, and he didn't dare fight the human. Instead, he dodged Han Sen's attack and took off running. His speed was much slower than Han Sen's, however, because he was a creature that focused on strength. He was still able to dodge, though, and he kept doing so as he tried to escape. He just couldn't gain a lead due to the differences in speed, and Han Sen always winded up behind him. The attacks from the creatures behind also ended up falling on Fallen Slaughter. Fallen Slaughter roared madly as the demonic aura of his body fired on all cylinders. His body changed into black metal like some ancient demon. Boom! 2 horrible forces collided, and Fallen Slaughter found himself flying away. The more powerful creatures were merely stunned. Blood was drawn from the weaker ones, however. Fallen Slaughter had already proven himself a good fighter, almost countering all those creatures by himself. After all the wretched creatures there were being reinforced by the Black Horn Dragon. Fallen Slaughter had proven himself incredibly powerful by not being killed by their long-distance strike. Han Sen continued running forward. He saw Fallen Slaughter falling towards him, though, as his body cracked and streaming with blood. He looked heavily injured. Then Han Sen had a greedy thought. Next he swung his blade at the falling Fallen Slaughter and struck his back. Split Blade was powerful, and it had a high rank for a Super Geno core. But when the blade hit Fallen Slaughter, it was only able to make an incision that was 3 inches deep. Fallen Slaughter flew away again after the second hit, though. Han Sen felt depressed that the blade hadn't killed the creature. He thought he might be able to at least earn a beast's soul. But when the Fallen Slaughter flew away, he was flying towards the creatures. The horrible creatures had already hit him twice, and now they were very angry. They went to attack him again without any hesitation. Boom! Fallen Slaughter was stunned. He tried to block, but the attack was stronger than ever. His body almost shattered under the impact, and he ended up soaring across the sky like a meteor. While Han Sen was still depressed, he saw Fallen Slaughter flying his way. It made him a very happy guy. He stabbed Fallen Slaughter with all the strength he was able to muster. Catcha! Poor Fallen Slaughter was unable to figure out what had happened and what was going on. He was being tossed between two parties like a beach ball. Before he could wrap his mind around what was happening, Han Sen lopped his head off. Berserk Super Creature Fallen Slaughter killed. Beast Soul gained. Geno Core destroyed. Flesh cannot be eaten. Collect the Life Geno Essence to gain 1 to 10 Super Geno Points randomly. By the time the announcement came to an end, Han Sen had already grabbed Fallen Slaughter's Life Geno Essence. Without slowing down, he kept running forward. Why are there so many stupid people? Qingya sighed. In his hands, he held a box. It was the one he had given to Fallen Slaughter. Then, he disappeared from atop the peak. Although Han Sen had managed to get a Berserk Super Beast Soul and a Life Geno Essence, he was still in danger. The scary creatures were still in hot pursuit, and because of Fallen Slaughter's sudden appearance, their ire and rage had only been increased. Luckily, Han Sen was staying ahead of them with the crystal shoe. He wasn't wasting his own strength, so he wasn't going to get winded by simply running. Without the shoe, outrunning his pursuers would have been impossible. Since there was nothing else to do while he ran, Han Sen decided to take a look inside his Sea of Soul. He wanted to see the specifics of his Berserk Super Beast Soul. Fallen Slaughter was like a demon inside his Sea of Soul, one with a body wholly wrought of metal. When he glanced over the Beast Soul's information, Han Sen came away delighted. Berserk Super Beast Soul Fallen Slaughter, transformation type. It was a shape-shifting beast soul with a humanoid shape. It meant Han Sen could alter his body into something that would allow him to go toe-to-toe with Berserk Super creatures. He could really show the breadth of his strength with that. With that beast soul, Han Sen had gotten much stronger, and he wagered he could now fight any rival in the Fourth God Sanctuary. Even so, Han Sen did not dare to stop right now. What happened to Fallen Slaughter was a warning to Han Sen, and it showed him how frightening the horde behind him really was. Even if he used his new gear and exerted all his might, he couldn't take them on. There were reasons why no faction was able to construct anything in Wind Song Desert or occupy the area. It was strange, given how the individual creatures there were all stronger than what you would come across in any other shelter. Han Sen was unable to take off the crystal shoe, but he thought he could try cutting his leg off when he found someplace safe. Someplace safe meaning, not anywhere in Wind Song Desert. There were too many creatures chasing him now. If he stopped for a moment, he'd be killed. By the time Han Sen calmed down, though, he realized he was now out of the desert. The environment was a lot more familiar, and he realized it was actually a place that he knew. But when he saw what he was running toward, his face changed. He was on a collision course with Outer Sky Shelter. If the crystal shoe kept him going that way, he would practically be feeding himself to Yu Miao. Oh no! Even though I have Fallen Slaughter's beast soul, it would still be very hard. Outer Sky Shelter is home to many elites. It doesn't matter how strong I am, I'll probably end up dead. Thinking of all the creatures in Outer Sky, Han Sen started to think, speaking of incredible power, I have a lot of creatures behind me. Han Sen thought of what happened to Fallen Slaughter again, and at that moment, another thought crossed his mind. This might be the opportunity I've been looking for. If I transform into fallen slaughter before I get to Outer Sky Shelter, Outer Sky will most likely just see the many wretched creatures behind me. They will think I am purposely bringing them to attack the shelter. They'll end up being forced to fight the creatures from Wind Song Desert, providing me an opportunity to escape, Han Sen thought. But he didn't transform just yet. Transforming into fallen slaughter would cost a lot of energy. He would only be able to use it for a limited time, so he couldn't waste a single moment of it. The crystal shoe was still driving him forward without reprieve, and Outer Sky Shelter lay directly in front of him. When Han Sen got close to it, he immediately summoned Fallen Slaughter Beast's soul. Ridiculous strength surged through Han Sen's body, and his mass expanded. He became a 4-meter tall, black metal demon. On his back were demonic metal wings. He looked very scary. The crystal shoe on his foot looked a little strange, but compared to his Fallen Slaughter body, it was of little distinguishing importance. Outer Sky Shelter was just like its usual self that day. It stood stoic, with an air of mysticism. Countless creatures and spirits were there, all resting at the shelter. Suddenly, they all turned to look in one direction beyond its walls. There was a tremor-like shock wave coming for them. Then, they felt an immeasurable life force rush toward them like the tide. The watchers on the shelter's towers and ramparts saw a black body approaching quickly. Behind him was an army of hellborn devils, all racing forward in madness and rage. Attack! Many creatures have come to attack the shelter. A watcher cried out the warning, right before ringing the alarm bell. The bells were positioned all across Outer Sky Shelter, and the occupants inside were all hastily frightened. They knew what that siren meant. Shelters like Outer Sky were not something many would dare to challenge. And those who did decide to fight had to be very powerful themselves. Whenever a siege was underway, a horrific battle would soon follow. Many creatures and spirits were swiftly summoned to defensive positions. Who is attacking our shelter? I don't know. It seems like a bunch of horrible creatures. Is it sacred? I don't think so. None of them look familiar. All the people began to talk about it. Yu Miao was in the line of defense, and when she looked over the horde, her face went white. She said, "Endless Abyss Master, Fallen Slaughter. And creatures from the Wind Song Desert. Why are they here attacking Outer Sky Shelter in unison?" Yu Miao wasn't the only person in the shelter who was confused. Outer Sky was miles away from the Wind Song Desert, so why would such creatures randomly decide to cooperate against them? They didn't have much time to ponder this conundrum, however, since Han Sen had already reached the perimeter of the shelter. He bellowed, "To all the scum that populates Outer Sky Shelter. Die." After that, Han Sen threw a punch towards a spirit from the Yu family that was standing atop a tower. The Yu family spirits were going to ask the approaching army what was going on. But before Han Sen was even close enough to open a dialogue, a punch was being thrown their way. Seeing the demonic force approaching, the Yu family spirits became enraged. They commanded all their troops to attack the fallen slaughter Han Sen had become. Outer Sky Shelter had existed in the Fourth God's sanctuary for a long time. The occupants there were not afraid of fallen slaughter or the creatures that hailed from Wind Song Desert. Seeing the holy lights come shining forth from the spirits, Han Sen did not dare make contact with them. Outer Sky Shelter was home to many elites, and Han Sen had seen what had happened to fallen slaughter. He wasn't going to allow himself to suffer the same fate. Han Sen gathered his might and flew upwards. He dodged the attacks, letting the crystal shoe carry him into their shelter. The eyes of the Wind Song Desert creature horde were blazing red. Without restraint, they all followed Han Sen inside. This also brought him some relief. He had been worried the creatures would turn tail and flee once he penetrated the shelter. If Han Sen had gone inside all alone, he would probably have been killed. Fortunately, his worries did not manifest. When the creatures poured into the shelter, the outer sky elites were pushed back and forced to split their attention between fighting all the different creatures. The earth trembled as that horrible fight began. Frightening powers coursed through every inch of the atmosphere, and the shelter became a chaotic mess. After Han Sen ran into the shelter, he found a powerful spirit standing in front of him. It was from the Yu family. It was stronger than Yu Miao, indicating it was one of the shelter's elites. Han Sen threw a punch towards it, prompting the spirit to give him a disapproving look. It pulled out an item that looked like a shining ring, and the demonic force Han Sen unleashed was absorbed inside it. After the ring absorbed that force, it continued flying towards Han Sen and arrived just in front of his face. Han Sen's arm then shone black, and he summoned his overbearing shield to deflect it. When the halo came against the shield, a metallic sound rung out. The shield displayed its signature overbearing, making the ring ricochet back at the initial caster. The spirit was quickly given a shock. He used both of his hands to try and catch that halo, and when he did, he was sent flying backward. He crashed into a tower, causing pieces of it to collapse. 2 beasts and 3 spirits blocked Han Sen's way next. They combined arms to go against him. Han Sen could not change his direction, though. The only way he could go was forward. He put all his strength into his shield, making it increase in size. After it grew, he used it to block every incoming attack. With Fallen Slaughter's mighty body, Han Sen was able to hold the overbearing shield effectively, even while it was in its ultimate form. It wasn't difficult at all anymore. Boom! Han Sen's body was sent back dozens of meters. The spirits and creatures that hit the shield were all sent rocketing away, too, coughing up blood as they went. Now Han Sen was really starting to feel the benefit of having such a strong body. With Fallen Slaughter's powerful build, Han Sen could keep going as soon as his feet touched the ground again. There was no need to stop and recover. And while the crystal shoe helped boost his movement, Han Sen knew he had taken quite the impact. It was strange how he only felt a modicum of pain in his chest. He wasn't properly hurt. His body was strong. Han Sen held the shield and his split blade as he went now. He gathered up another demonic force, like an ancient demon. With it, he blasted away the creatures and spirits that tried to stand against him. The weaker creatures and spirits were all killed. Han Sen was unstoppable right now. Because of the constant stream of new creatures coming into the shelter, though, most of the elites were spread thin. Very few were able to go up against Han Sen at a time. Fallen Slaughter was a top-tier creature. Even 2-on-1 did not put Han Sen at a disadvantage. That was doubly so, given Han Sen was able to wield the supreme overbearing shield. It had been so long since Han Sen had a good fight like this. His weapon and shield did not slow down for a minute, as the constant onslaught of creatures and spirits came to do battle with him. Eventually, they were falling back, with Han Sen being the one on their heels. As Han Sen was enjoying how things were going, the crystal shoe suddenly changed direction. It was making him go somewhere particular within Outer Sky Shelter. Han Sen was shocked. He thought the crystal shoe was just taking him forward as it always had, and it had just happened to cross the shelter. This obviously wasn't true, as they were now leading him through the shelter to someplace specific. What is the connection between the crystal shoe and Outer Sky Shelter? Why would it want to be here? Han Sen pondered the mystery, but it was futile. He had no choice but to follow the shoe, anyway. Yu Miao was surprised when she witnessed the fight. She also felt something was amiss. Recently, she had spent a lot of time focusing on Han Sen, and she was aware he was in possession of the overbearing shield and split blade. She wondered why those 2 items would suddenly end up in Fallen Slaughter's hands. She couldn't figure out why, but she just knew there had to be something wrong. After Han Sen committed to a bit more killing, a palace was soon standing before him. It looked weird. The rest of Outer Sky Shelter was composed of stone, wood, and bronze. They were all quite old-fashioned looking. This palace in the shelter, however, did not match the rest. It looked out of place, as if someone had placed it there against its will. The entire palace appeared to have been created out of glass. There was no similar architecture anywhere else in the shelter. It was like a giant glass sculpture. With the crystal shoe still firmly on, Han Sen ended up walking directly in front of the glass palace. It looked as if the shoe was going to smash him right into the locked door. Han Sen then saw the placard above the gate, which read, Eastern King Palace. This surprised Han Sen, because he knew who that was. When Han Sen was on the top floor of Destiny's Tower, he read the message left behind by that spirit. It read, Eastern King was here. That was how he knew Eastern King's name. Now that he saw Eastern King Palace, Han Sen was quite surprised. He thought to himself, is the crystal shoe somehow connected to Eastern King? Or is Eastern King a woman, and the owner of this shoe? Is that why the shoe is coming here? Is it trying to return to its master? As Han Sen pondered this, he was dragged directly in front of the gate. He saw someone outside the gate. The person looked very cold as he came toward Han Senator my king. Shouted the spirits that had been chasing Han Senator. Han Sen was shocked. This man was Outer Sky Shelter's master and the elder of the Yu family. It was the Emperor-class spirit Outer Sky King. Outer Sky King's appearance was rather similar to Yu Miao's. He was a guy, but he was still very pretty. However, when people saw him, they wouldn't notice that beauty right away. They'd sense a scary aura. By merely standing there, it felt as if he was above everyone. It was like everyone and everything had to obey and pledge allegiance. The world followed him, not the other way around. Even Six Paths did not give off the strong feeling Outer Sky King possessed. Han Sen couldn't retreat, though, and the crystal shoe continued bringing him forward. Still, he gathered up power in his split blade and unleashed it towards Outer Sky King's hand. When Outer Sky King swung his fist, it seemed to be done at random. But the whole world seemed to follow his will and focus on that punch. It put pressure on Han Senator Dong. The split blade's powerful cutting power and Han Sen's own strength did not prove enough to turn away that incoming fist. Han Sen felt as if his strike had come down on a very soft and plush ball. He bounced away, as the enemy's fist was still incoming. It is no wonder he is the elder. He is so powerful. Han Sen was shocked. He used his split blade like a sword, wanting to employ his sword skills. The sword skill he used included Ghost Sword and God's Retribution skills. His sword mind broke through the sky. Han Sen was not a sword skill professional, but his sword skills were strong enough to be considered better than Six Paths. The crystal shoe seemed to know it had a strong enemy. And then, it allowed Han Sen to control his body freely so he could fight Outer Sky King effectively. Outer Sky King, seeing Han Sen slash towards him, looked strange. Many spirits in Outer Sky had heard about the Endless Abyss Fallen Slaughter. He was powerful, and he was in the top 10 on the Super Geno Core leaderboards. But he had only just scraped into the top 10. Compared to the top 5 or Outer Sky King, who once managed to achieve first place, he was considerably inferior. Now that Outer Sky King was fighting, Yu Miao and everyone thought he would kill Fallen Slaughter easily. But things quickly didn't seem quite like that. Fallen Slaughter was fighting Outer Sky King, and the fists and sword skills exchanged were complicated. Outer Sky King was incredibly strong, and yet it was difficult to determine which of the two was winning. Han Sen was definitely not falling back. Weird. Fallen Slaughter uses reckless strength to beat enemies. How can he cast sword skills with such grace? Upon seeing Han Sen's skills, the elites from the Yu family thought it was strange. Fallen Slaughter's powers came from his body and the dark power he harnessed. He used physical strength for triumph in a similar way to Outer Sky King. The difference was, he just wasn't as good as the Emperor Spirit. Now Fallen Slaughter was using a sword skill that was as good as Outer Sky King's, and using a sword mind that was as powerful as the one they were witnessing. It was difficult to believe that this was the same Fallen Slaughter they had come to know. That is strange. What is happening today is so strange. The spirits of the Yu family could not understand. Yu Miao was engaged in watching Han Sen fight, and the more she watched, the more her expression changed. The more she saw of the sword skills and the sword mind, the more she thought it wasn't Fallen Slaughter, it was Han Senator, but she did not commit to the belief it was Han Senator. If it was, it'd be truly terrifying. It was difficult to even begin fathoming that it was Han Sen going up against Outer Sky King. Aside from Han Sen and Outer Sky King, the other fights about the shelter came to a stop. The army of the Wind Song Desert was used to their freedom, and with so many creatures all together in one place, they were getting confused about where they were. And they really hated Han Sen, so without thinking, they raced over to him. The super elites of Outer Sky stopped their advance, though. And when the creatures realized the shelter and its occupants were as strong as they were, they calmed down and began stepping away one by one. Not many creatures remained there, then. Han Sen saw what was happening as he battled Outer Sky King. This was not good. Even if he had strong sword skills, he couldn't go against the entire shelter. Plus, the timer for his transformation was limited. He couldn't stay there for too long. Han Sen could not beat Outer Sky King in a short amount of time either. He was fortunate enough to not have been beaten himself yet, but it was too late for him to back out of the fight now. Han Sen couldn't let himself get distracted while fighting such a strong opponent. The first time he let himself get distracted, he took a nasty punch. He was sent flying against the palace behind them. He broke a few pillars before coming to a stop. His body felt as if it was being restrained by a phantom power. It was like his bones were tied up with string. He was now planning on using Destroyer Wolf's charm to aid him in the fight. He couldn't think about much else, and he thought escaping would be the best he could accomplish right now. Han Sen got up and tried to run, but after taking one step, the crystal shoe on his foot began pulling him back toward the glass palace. Crap! Even if your woman is in there, you should hold on. Why are you still going forward in this situation? I will die and you might too. Han Sen felt depressed. The crystal shoe wasn't alive, of course. And it could not hear what Han Sen had told it. It continued taking him back to the glass palace. Seeing Han Sen still approach, Outer Sky King frowned. He was ready to kill him. But he suddenly heard a flurry of catcha noises. The palace that had previously been shut tight was opening wide. The spirits of Outer Sky Shelter were shocked. Even Outer Sky King was, too. His face changed completely. Han Sen continued running forward. He saw the gate open, and when he did, he heard a strange yet familiar sound. Tap! 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 That was a strange noise to hear in such a situation. Han Sen recognized it as the sound of crystal high heels coming down on hard ground, however. It was similar to the shoe Han Sen wore. Han Sen felt the crystal shoe then pull him into the palace at an even faster pace. The noise from the palace was becoming faster, too, eventually kicking up into a run to the outside. Dong! Before Han Sen ran inside the glass palace, the crystal shoe on his foot slipped off and went flying forward of its own volition. From inside the glass palace, another shoe came out. It was the same type. Han Sen had been wearing a left-foot shoe, but the one he saw now was right-footed. They were a pair. The pair of crystal shoes met each other at the gate. Together again, they began to dance. It was like an invisible dancer was wearing them, prancing around. The crystal shoe had departed Han Sen's foot now, though, which meant he was free. Without wasting a moment, he turned around and ran outside the shelter. No more creatures were coming in now, freeing the elites to approach and prohibit his escape. Many elites were coming toward him. Even without Outer Sky King there, Han Sen was in a lot of danger. Seeing all this, he was still able to remain calm. Negative thoughts weren't going to help him out in such a situation. Just like Han Sen's sword mind, the more danger he was in, the more talents and opportunities were available for use. His desire to live would only be stronger. Seeing all the elites approaching, Han Sen's mind was very clear. He used Dongxian aura to watch their every step. Combining his split blade with his movement and body, Han Sen began an incredible show. Fallen Slaughter unleashed tremendous power and used it methodically. It wasn't just Han Sen's own power, either. The elites of Outer Sky contributed to Han Sen's power, as well. The ground was the board and everything else was the chess pieces upon it. That was where something like Heavenly Go could come into its own. He could use his own power and the power of others. Everything was a chess piece, and even the enemies could become his pawns. The Dongxian Sutra's abilities made him a big cheater. He could see through the minds of the enemy and learn their thought process to know how they would move. The strong layout, combined with his ability to predict and the powers he obtained from transforming, in addition to his natural sword skills, put him into a weird mode of operation. Outer Sky Shelter had so many elites surrounding Han Sen, but he noticed they were all fighting individually. It wasn't a cooperative effort on their part. Their companions could not help each other, and sometimes they even got in each other's way. Yu Miao, however, did not participate in the fight. All she did was watch. Han Sen seemed like he was invisible, and she watched him rush amongst the elites who had no chance of stopping him. Han Sen was like a real trickster demon. Everyone was getting played by him. The thoughts and emotions they displayed were just fuel for Han Sen to use. The army was nothing but sand to him. Han Sen swung his sword, utilizing his nightmarish body. To the Outer Sky elites, this was a nightmare. "My king! Please kill the enemy." Someone finally asked Outer Sky King to join the fray and kill Han Senator. There were so many of them, and yet they were unable to stop him themselves. It was only a matter of time before he escaped the shelter. Outer Sky King looked at Han Sen and wanted to fight, but he couldn't find the opportunity to do so. It wasn't as if Han Sen's sword skills were strong, though. All this was because every time he walked, he'd appear beside an elite. Outer Sky King couldn't find the chance to strike. "Fall back," Outer Sky King said with a deep voice. It was an admittance that Fallen Slaughter really was a powerful enemy. He wasn't a reckless foe like he used to be. Outer Sky King could not even strike right now, lest he cut down one of his own people. Outer Sky King had never found himself in a situation such as this before. He had faced many strong opponents in the past, but there had never been anything like this. The elites didn't like falling back, but they respected Outer Sky King. They obeyed his command and retreated, each giving Han Sen an angry look. So many elites had been unable to take down one outsider, and they had all been fighting in a frenzy. It was humiliating. When everyone parted, Outer Sky King was given the chance to throw a fist. It felt like the dimension was concentrated, and the fist soon arrived directly before Han Sen's face. His heart was calm, though, and at that moment, the fist was the whole world. Han Sen brought his split blade up in a simple swing, without anything fancy about the movement. And then, it was like the sky itself had been sundered. The concentration of power was gone. Han Sen jumped into the air and landed outside the gate. Outer Sky King stumbled back half a step before recovering. Everyone in Outer Sky was shocked. They had never seen Outer Sky King be knocked back like that before. It was an unbelievable thing to witness. But then, something even more unbelievable happened outside of the gate. Fallen Slaughter's body disappeared, and all that was left behind was the image of a human standing tall. The man standing there was Han Senator. His body could not remain transformed fallen slaughter forever. If he continued, his entire body would break, so he had to cancel it. The elites of Outer Sky were in shock. It was a human that had been fighting Outer Sky King, and they couldn't accept it. It really is Han Sen. Yu Miao shouted. She thought it might have been, but she hadn't allowed herself to fully believe it. The human she had not cared about could actually fight Outer Sky elites with ease, and he had managed to escape the shelter despite being wholly surrounded. He had made the entirety of Outer Sky look as if it was nothing. Not many people could do something like that. This is the power of Outer Sky Shelter. Han Sen laughed and flew into the sky. Then he disappeared. Only the echo of his laugh remained. Blurg. Han Sen coughed up some blood. The last punch from Outer Sky King had still caused him pain. Of course, he didn't show it while he had his audience, as he had wanted to appear strong. Han Sen hid inside an empty cave to heal. Before the healing process was complete, though, he heard a tapping noise. His face went slack with dread. The tap-tap noise was fast, and when he looked towards the cave's entrance, he saw a pair of crystal shoes. They were the crystal shoes from Eastern Palace. Han Sen was afraid of those shoes, and he didn't want to find himself being controlled by them again. As soon as he saw the shoes he ran, but it was like they remembered who he was. They pursued him, and the tap-tap noise followed. Why are you chasing me? Tell me what it is you like about me, and I'll change that aspect. Han Sen did not have the strength to run far. He placed himself behind a tree and looked back at the shoes in misery. No matter where he went, though, he could not escape the tracking shoes. The crystal shoes walked in front of Han Sen, but they did not attempt to attach themselves to his feet. All they did was follow him. The crystal shoes came before him, but Han Sen realized that they didn't want to control him. It was a big relief, so he was able to just ignore them and rest by the tree for a while. The shoes settled next to Han Senator. Whenever Han Sen chose to rest, the shoes rested. Whenever Han Sen walked, they followed suit. If Han Sen had not been able to confirm that there was nothing in the space above them, he would have believed the shoes had an invisible wearer. Luckily, the crystal shoes did not want to control Han Senator. After he got his bearings, Han Sen was able to travel back to his shelter. He wanted to go back and find a way in which he might deal with the shoes. Han Sen was in a rush to go home now, too. He didn't know he had become famous in the Fourth God's Sanctuary, but regardless, everyone knew about Sky Sword now. Running into Outer Sky Shelter for a fight, and then making it back out, was not something many had ever accomplished. But to top it all off, he was a human. When Lin Feng and his friends heard the news, they could scarcely believe it. They asked around many times for validation, but it was confirmed to be the truth. Han Sen was Sky Sword, the one with crystal shoes. They were chasing after Han Sen to help him, but they left when they got word he had already escaped himself. Little Star and Bauer then brought them safely to Shadow Shelter. Boss, you are so good. The whole Fourth God Sanctuary now knows that you are Sky Sword. Cheap Sheep looked at Han Sen in admiration. Han Sen wasn't in the mood to hear any such bootlicking, though. He headed straight for the Spirit Hall, wishing to return to the Alliance via the teleporter there. Han Sen trusted those he had left with his family. He didn't have to go back, he just wanted to get rid of the shoes. After all, they were in the sanctuary, and after he left, they shouldn't have been able to affect him. Han Sen walked into the teleporter, gave one last look at the shoes, and then left. When Han Sen stepped out into the Alliance, he looked back at the teleporter. He was given an unfortunate shock, though, one that made his face turn green. For some reason, the crystal shoes had followed Han Sen out and made use of the teleporter. No way. Han Sen frowned and walked back. The crystal shoes did the same. I'm warning you. You can go wherever you want, follow anyone you want, except for me. Okay. If this continues, I will bring you harm. Han Sen pointed at the crystal shoes and went on to say angrily, don't think I can't or won't do anything to you. I might not be able to do anything to you in the sanctuary, but the rules are different out here. I can kill you in this place. Do you believe me? The crystal shoes did not move, perhaps indicating that they did not understand him. Han Sen turned around and walked. The shoes followed. You brought this upon yourselves. Han Sen summoned the white crystal armor. Then, he reached toward the crystal shoes. The crystal shoes evaded his lunge, so Han Sen used the armor's power to maximize his speed and strength to try and break the crystal shoes. But the crystal shoes moved too swiftly. Their speed was no slower than the white crystal armor's, and Han Sen was unable to touch them. Han Sen's white crystal armor gave him a lot of strength. It gave him a power that exceeded the capabilities of a demigod. When he was wearing the white crystal armor, not even Outer Sky King could match his strength and speed. Han Sen was shocked to find out the shoes were faster than him in that state. What is this? Such a weird power and strength they have. And they can leave the sanctuary, too. This really is strange. Han Sen stopped and looked at the crystal shoes. Are these really made out of crystal? Are they crystallizer items, perhaps? Han Sen thought to himself, although he knew he couldn't be certain. Han Sen, what are you doing? Han Sen was in his garden, and he had been busy chasing the shoes for a while. Ji Yanran came out of the house with Little Flower in her arms. I got followed by High Heels. Han Sen looked bitter. What does that mean? Ji Yanran did not understand. Han Sen pointed at the shoes on the floor and said, I've been followed by these. Those shoes are crystal art shoes. They aren't implanted with an owl, so how can they follow you? Ji Yanran looked at the transparent crystal shoes. There was no wiring on the inside to see either. They were shoes, plain and simple. But the style of the crystal shoes was something Ji Yanran really liked. She walked near them and pulled out her little white feet. She wanted to try them on. Han Sen quickly stopped her and said, these things are evil. Don't touch them. Han Sen told her about all that had transpired with the crystal shoes, and when he finished, Ji Yanran burst out laughing. She said, well, they didn't do anything bad to you. Why are you so quick to assume they are evil? Han Sen wished to say more, but the crystal shoes then seemed to have heard and understood what Ji Yanran said. They went tap-tapping again, as if in agreement. These are such amazing shoes. Ji Yanran was surprised. The crystal shoes seemed to have been made extra happy by the compliments they received, and they decided to forget about tailing Han Sen and instead go for Ji Yanran. They slipped themselves onto her feet before Han Sen had a chance to react. The moment Ji Yanran put on the crystal shoes, they started to shine. The crystal shoes then began to grow. In a flash, they wrapped up Ji Yanran's body like a magnificent set of crystal armor. Honey, are you okay? Han Sen was shocked, not knowing what was going on. I'm okay. These shoes are weird, though. I feel energized, like I could punch a mountain in two. Ji Yanran moved her body and spoke in a tone of surprise. Seeing that Ji Yanran could control her body just fine, Han Sen felt some relief. He nervously asked, can you take them off? I don't know how to take this off, Ji Yanran said. As Han Sen frowned, Ji Yanran's crystal armor suddenly started to grow smaller. Before long, she was just wearing the crystal shoes as she had been. Shortly after, they slipped themselves off her feet. I think these shoes are pretty good. You might benefit from them following you. They could help you out. After all, they are very powerful, Ji Yanran said. I don't think they can help, but I would be grateful if they didn't hurt me. Han Sen was not as hopeful as Ji Yanran. The shoes were still very bizarre items, and that did not make him feel safe. Han Sen turned around and walked into the house. The crystal shoes followed Han Sen again instead of Ji Yanran. Han Sen could not shake their pursuit no matter what he did. So, he just went about his tasks while trying to ignore their presence. Han Sen refined the new life Geno essences and obtained an extra 16 super Geno points. That brought his point total up to 50. With my power, it shouldn't be difficult to max that out now. I need to level up those Geno cores first, though. If they don't reach super, they won't be very strong, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen's fitness was good enough, and what he needed to do most right then was practice and level up his Geno cores. So, Han Sen didn't go out much for a time. He spent most of his time practicing. He wanted to get his 4 Geno cores up to gemstone class. 4 of his Geno cores had reached gold class, but they didn't reach the top of the leaderboard. Han Sen was going to wait until they were almost ready to become gemstone Geno cores. When they were, he'd level them up. If he didn't, it'd be too obvious. And because of his fear of the crystal shoes, Han Sen was extra adamant about not going anywhere. He just kept practicing tea and leveling up his skills quickly. Over the next few months, Bulwark Umbrella, Crystal Core, Real Blood, and Coin took the first position. Then, they disappeared and caused another surprise across the fourth god's sanctuary. All the beings tried guessing who might have been the owners of those 4 Geno cores. Try as they might, though, none could guess. The Geno cores reached gemstone class next. All Han Sen would need then was a breakthrough. So, Han Sen decided to max out his super Geno points so he could level them up to super Geno cores. But sadly, he couldn't get rid of the crystal shoes. After a long time of being together, nothing had happened with the shoes. And as strange as it was to have them following him around, Han Sen was at least able to pocket the shoes to avoid the prying eyes of others. But before Han Sen took off, he noticed he had received a message from Ji Ruozhen. He said he had uncovered something in his investigation. Do you know where the new community's leader is? Han Sen asked. After a long period of investigation, the results led to Planet Tariq. If the new community leader was hiding out at one of the 3 planets, Planet Tariq was the most likely. Ji Ruozhen provided Han Sen with all the information he was able to. Planet Tariq. Han Sen thought to himself as he perused the information given. What are you planning to do? If you need help, I can provide you with some ships the Ji family owns, Ji Ruozhen said. There is no need. Han Sen didn't plan on bringing in any battleships for an assault, as his beetle would be more than enough. Even if the leader wasn't on the planet, Han Sen still had to go and see if he could confirm the information. If he didn't, the people of the new community would assume he was weak. Inside a room, Qinya was playing with a little box. The box had been opened, and the item it contained was in front of him. He gazed at it in profound interest. That is the item. That means he is the leader of the new community. Qinya was talking to himself as he played with the box. Mr. Qinya, the leader has asked you to visit the meeting room. A woman's voice contacted him through the communicator. Okay, I'll be right there. Qinya put the little box away, pushed the door open, and went to the meeting room as instructed. Many people were already sitting there when he arrived. There were many humans and Shura there, and even Tina was present. The leader himself wasn't. Where is the leader? Qinya asked the others as he went to sit down. A Shura man approached and sat down on the leader's seat. He said icily, the leader is sick, so I will be hosting this meet. Are you qualified? Qinya laughed. What do you think? The Shura placed his hands on the table. He was holding a metallic object, and when they all saw what it was, their faces changed. Okay, if that is what the leader has declared, then we will listen. Chinya shrugged. Good. The Shura man gave Chinya a silent stare, and then went on to say, the leader is not happy with your performance. You have failed twice, and twice embarrassed us. What could I do? Who knew Blood Bone Witch and Fallen Slaughter were that stupid? Chinya rebutted. There are no excuses for your failure. I will be in charge of this operation now. You just need to send our forces to Shadow Shelter, the Shura man said. Okay. But who exactly are we sending? Chinya asked. Me, and our grateful Shura fighters. The Shura man spoke calmly, but it was easy to discern the arrogance permeating his tone of voice. All of them. Chinya looked at him strangely. Yes, all of them. No failure is permitted this time. We have to kill Han Sr. The Shura man then looked at Chinya and asked, do you have a problem with this? No. I know full well your abilities. This is fine, Chinya said. Good. Do your appointed task and we'll do the rest. Do that and we won't fail. The Shura man sounded very confident. After the meeting, Tina went up to Chinya with a request. Uncle Chinya, can you take me with you? I want to see that human die. Last time you snuck out and lost the Geno armor. That upset the leader, so you should stay home. I don't think he'd want you going out this time. Chinya gave her a smile. Uncle Chinya, it's because Han Sen stole it from me that I want to watch him die. Kill him and take the armor back. Oh, please take me with you. Tina swung Chinya's arms as she pleaded. I don't think so. You can ask Sha Linjia, though. If he says it's okay, then I will bring you along, Chinya said. Tina lifted her lips and said, Sha Linjia is nothing. He is only a Shura. I don't need his permission. Uncle Chinya, please take me. I want to go. That Han Sen is going to die, and father is practicing. If something bad happens, you can protect me. Tina begged for a while, until Chinya had no choice but to agree and say, fine, I will take you. But you have to listen to everything I tell you. If you don't, I won't be taking you anywhere. Uncle Chinya, you are the best. I will listen to everything you tell me. Tina was very happy. Go and pack up. Wait for Sha Linjia's command, Chinya told her. Tina was not happy about that, though. Again, she lifted her lips. She said, that Sha Linjia is nothing. He is much worse than you. I don't know why father trusts him so much and lets him do what he wants. If he can earn the leader's trust as he has, then that means only one thing, he is good. Just go and ready up. Han Sen was packing in his house. He decided to fly the beetle to planet Tariq. Even if the leader wasn't there, he was happy to take out a few lackeys and goons in a good raid. He wanted to let them know that Han Sen was not someone you could bully. He wanted to send a message and end their attempts to push him around. Han Sen flew the beetle for 2 days, but he was still in hyperspace. He received a message from an unknown number. There is danger. Leave Shadow Shelter now. Blind Man, Han Sen was shocked to hear this. Blind Man had sent him a concerning alert, and on top of that, he had used an unsafe method of sending it. If Blind Man did not have the time to visit Han Sen personally, then that meant it had to be an emergency. Does the new community wish to attack Shadow Shelter? That should be impossible. Shadow Shelter is not big, but that's where I am. With Gu Qingcheng and Little Pony there, too, not even a super shelter should be able to conquer us. What makes them think they have what it takes to do that? Ga, true or false, I suppose it is best to return and make sure. After a moment of extra thought, Han Sen made his decision. Shadow Shelter was 300 miles away. There were a dozen Shura fighters situated in a canyon. When the Shura were able to enter the sanctuary, many would go there for the simple adventure. But the shelter's genes and beast souls were useless for the Shura, meaning not many took the time to go. Now that there were a dozen there, humans who spotted them would be given a massive fright. They were, after all fourth-rank fighters. The Shura fighters were accompanied by horrible creatures. It was obvious that they were super creatures, too. Sha Lingjia looked at the super creatures and Shura gathered and was pleased. He said, "Good. We have to go, and we have to end Hansen this time, once and for all." "Qinya, stay next to me," Sha Lingjia said, looking at Qinya. Qinya simply nodded and didn't say a word. Sha Lingjia patted the beast he rode upon, and then it released a mist that camouflaged the enclave on their way towards Shadow Shelter. Cheap Sheep was with Green Cow and the others in Shadow Shelter like usual. As he walked, he saw Gu Qingqing venture towards the gate of the shelter. With a forced smile, Cheap Sheep approached and said, "If you need anything, I can go grab it for you. There's no need for you to leave on an errand." "Kick everyone out of here," Gu Qingqing said coldly, eyes peering out beyond the gates. "What?" Cheap Sheep and Green Cow froze, unsure of what was happening. "All the creatures, you two included, need to leave. You need to get out if you want to live, and go as far as you can." "Don't make me tell you this again," Gu Qingqing said, then went beyond the gate of the shelter. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow froze in place. They did not know what they should do. They didn't dare ask her again, and they'd feel terrible if they simply left without telling Han. Senator Cheap Sheep couldn't act on this command. "Just do what she said," said a soft voice. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow were frozen until that voice greeted them. It was Little Silver approaching, and the voice came from him. It wasn't just Little Silver either. Starsea Beast, Ice Seahorse, and the Lazy Red Pony appeared, coming out from the garden, as well. Every important member of the shelter came forward, which told Cheap Sheep and Green Cow something important was about to happen. "What's going on? Should we inform the boss?" They knew Little Silver was Han Sen's favorite pet. Her words wouldn't be wrong, but they asked, just to make sure. "It's okay. Just go before it is too late." Little Silver then ran outside the shelter. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow realized things were bad. They followed Little Silver's advice and got on wily evacuating all the other creatures from the premises. They had no clue what was going on, and it led to much discussion. Many refused to leave. Cheap Sheep then ran out of the gate to speak with Little Silver and Gu Qingqing. He said, "This is a little difficult, as I cannot convince them all to leave. It doesn't matter now, anyway." "It is too late," Gu Qingqing said, looking forward. There was a mist approaching in the distance, and scary creatures soon emerged from it. Atop the backs of the creatures were humanoid-like creatures, all with horns upon their heads. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow, when they saw that horde, almost wet themselves. The life forces of the creatures were incredibly frightening. Now they knew why Gu Qingqing had suggested everyone should leave. The shelter was in big trouble. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow were terrified, and they bolted back into the shelter. They almost hugged each other out of fear. "What do we do without the boss? Can they deal with the threat?" Green Cow said as she ran back. "We have to get word to the boss, but he is currently in the Alliance. I have no idea when he'll be back. I hope those out there can put an end to this. If they don't, we are surely done for." Cheap Sheep wore a bitter look. "What do you mean by done for?" a voice asked from behind, startling them. They turned around and saw Han's senator. They happily exclaimed, "Boss, you have returned. What's happening?" Han Sen checked the perimeter outside the shelter. "A host of enemies have come, wishing to attack us. There aren't many of them, but they each look very strong. Even Lady Gu looks quite dim," Cheap Sheep said. Let's take a look." Han Sen wasn't rushing proceedings. He took cheap sheep and green cow to a tower so they could observe from up high. Blind man wouldn't suddenly alert Han Sen for no reason. The enemy had to be strong, and they had to have come explicitly for him. Acknowledging this, he wanted to get a better look at those who were coming. Han Sen looked out of the window and saw 14 Shura. Each one was mounted atop a creature. He couldn't discern how strong the Shura were, but the creatures were definitely super creatures. Weird. The Shura might be able to enter the shelter, but their abilities here are limited. They can't even absorb Geno points. The treasures here have no effect on them. It should be very difficult for them to tame creatures, so how have they been able to bring so many super creatures to heal? Han Sen saw Qinya leading the Shura, and then thought, it is the new community, then. As Han Sen watched them come, Shaolingjia brought the Shura and super creatures before Shadow Shelter. Shadow Shelter was a small place, and it had little in the way of defenses. Any super creature ought to have been able to destroy the shelter. Who are you people, and why have you come? Gu Qingcheng asked Shaolingjia. Shaolingjia coldly answered, do I need a reason to kill? After that, he gestured with his hand. Then, 13 of the Shura behind started charging forward. They were going to try to destroy the shelter without any mercy. Want me to save you one? Shaolingjia asked Qinya, who was floating midair. No thanks. You know I don't take pleasure in killing, and the leader approves of that, Qinya said reservedly. Shaolingjia grunted, and then rode his beast towards Gu Qingcheng. The new community had done a lot of research on Han Sen. They knew all about Shadow Shelter, and so they wished to destroy it. Shaolingjia did not care about any of the other beings there, but he did know Gu Qingcheng was the only one who could compromise the attack. So, he wanted to deal with her personally. Gu Qingcheng. I have heard you were the master of Elysium Shelter. You must be strong, so show me what you've got. Shaolingjia jumped off of his beast and threw a punch her way. The beast continued on its own, running towards Shadow Shelter. Shura could only make use of physical powers. Although they could ride proficiently, doing so in combat wasn't particularly useful. The other Shuras were like that, as well. When they neared a target, they leaped off the backs of their mounts. The creatures then went off towards Shadow Shelter. That being said, their purpose was not the mindless destruction of the shelter. They wanted to kill and consume the creatures within. They didn't think Han Sen was in the shelter at the time. They thought they could conquer and claim the shelter for themselves, and whenever Han Sen returned, take him out then and there. If the shelter and teleporter were destroyed, though, Han Sen would spawn somewhere else whenever he returned. They would lose Han Sen, and so they did not want to completely destroy the shelter. F***CKU. Gu Qingcheng's face looked cold as she drew her bronze sword. The bronze sword she wielded was strange. It wasn't a beast's soul, and neither was it a Geno weapon. She always carried it around her waist, but never seemed to make use of it. That day was the first time they all saw it. It was 4 feet long, and it was different from the styling of modern swords. It did not have a hand guard, and the whole blade was one creation. While it looked very cheap, it also looked very overbearing. The blade had many strange symbols engraved into the metal. They did not look like something that had been added after the sword's creation, however. They looked like something that already existed on the metal. When Gu Qingcheng drew that blade, she seemed to change. She usually had a mysterious persona, but now she was like a king on the battlefield. Simply looking at her felt like a grand crime. Gu Qingcheng expressionlessly swung her sword. The sword lights cast were like curved moons, as their destructive properties were unleashed on the incoming Shura and super creatures. Boom! When the power came against a Shura or super creature, it blasted them away. All the while Gu Qingcheng maintained her stance and position, almost unmoving. Han Sen was shocked by what he saw. Now he understood how she had managed to get out of Elysium's shelter on that day. The powers of that sword were quite frightening. Han Sen briefly made some calculations. Even if he was to make use of fallen slaughter, he couldn't do something so great. It is no wonder she was the leader of Elysium. Still, Xiaolingjia was not scared facing such power. He stared at her, and as he did, his muscles suddenly expanded in size. His veins bulged and his eyes turned red. That red spread all across him, until he burst into a living blaze of red fire. It was similar to Han Sen and his god Geno Core, truth be told. Han Sen thought this was weird. He had seen many Shura engage their Shura change, but in the past, it had always only made them stronger. It didn't enable them to unleash special powers. But the red fire was strong enough to unleash powers. It was supposed to be impossible for the Shura to do this. Gu Qingcheng acknowledged this, too, and she frowned as she stared down the red fire. I will deal with her. The rest of you lot can deal with the others. Xiaolingjia started walking towards Gu Qingcheng, wreathed in red fire. Gu Qingcheng fired another sword light, trying to stop the creatures and Shura that were now coming. But Xiaolingjia waved his fist, and when it came into contact with the sword light, he destroyed it. The fist then went right against her sword. Dong! Gu Qingcheng's sword and Xiaolingjia's fist collided. Neither of them reeled back, and they came at each other repeatedly, strike after strike, neither of them appearing to have the upper hand. You are able to do battle with my god blood. You should be proud. Xiaolingjia's body was flashing red like an erupting volcano. He got in a blast that was immeasurably powerful, and it sent Gu Qingcheng stumbling backwards. That is so strong. What is up with that Shura? Han Sen frowned. The other Shura and super creatures were going towards Little Silver as this occurred, all looking very angry. The other Shura also used Shura change, but theirs was the normal one. Their bodies simply became stronger as they were supposed to, and none of their bodies blazed with fire. Even so, 13 fourth-ranked Shura fighters and 14 super creatures was a terrifying amount of power for any host to be subjected to. Little Silver and the others would not be enough. Uncle Qinya, why is Han Sen not here? Tina rode a big bird, something similar to a peacock. She came over to Qinya's side. He should be in the alliance. He is not here just yet, Qinya said. Tina was disappointed by this, and she said, that means I came for nothing. Not really. You can enjoy the spectacle of an amazing fight. Qinya smiled. Tina looked over with disdain and said, what good is there in watching? Father rewarded Xiaolingjia with god blood. Of course he's stronger than that human woman. Sometimes that is hard to tell, Qinya said quietly. Seeing Gu Qingcheng do combat with Xiaolingjia, the Shura and super creatures went for the creatures in the shelter. But then, they saw a red pony emerge. It was tiny when compared to the Shura and creatures that were stampeding forward. Strangely, it also looked fearless, and its head was lifted, as if in massive pride. The Shura ahead came at the red pony, throwing punches. Red pony then roared with its head lifted, and its voice came out like a shockwave. It pushed back the super creatures and Shura that had neared it. The shockwave was so strong, it was even visible. It covered the entirety of Shadow Shelter. When the Shura and super creatures were able to stand up again, they tried breaking the disk of the shockwave. They were unable to. Their powers were breaking like fireworks outside the shelter, as Red Pony watched them with an unmoving expression. It had most certainly halted their attempted penetration of the shelter. Now, Han Sen was really able to confirm Red Pony was the scariest creature there. It was the one to watch out for in that big battle. Red Pony couldn't have been much weaker than the Elder, so Han Sen wasn't sure why he hadn't been willing to stay with him. I thought only Han Sen and the woman were strong. Why is there something else so strong residing in the shelter? Tina looked surprised. Qinya was surprised, too. The reputation Han Sen has now does not stem from simple luck. It is not surprising he has such mighty elites in his employ. Sha Lingjia should most certainly ensure he is prepared. Sha Lingjia was currently engaged in the fight against Gu Qingcheng, though, and an obvious victor had yet to be determined. Gu Qingcheng knew that with Red Pony there, the Shura and super creatures would not be able to make it inside the shelter. So, she wasn't too worried about Elysian Moon's safety. She waved her bronze sword with overbearing sword skills. Sha Lingjia's red flames were no worse than what Gu Qingcheng wielded. The way he fought was entirely Shura, though. His entire body was a weapon, and he could attack with any part of his body. Han Sen was frozen as he watched them fight. They really made him open his eyes. Especially Sha Lingjia's skills, which were different than a human's. There was no focus on feeling, it was all about the raw power dealt through combat. He was a killing machine. Sha Lingjia saw his men stop. He looked at them strangely and shouted. When the Shura heard his shout, they all stopped trying to fight back against the shockwave. Instead, they each brought out a vial of red liquid. They opened it and fed it to the super creatures they had previously ridden. The super creatures seemed to have really wanted the red liquid, too. They all scrambled over each other, fighting to get theirs first, and when they did consume the drink, their life forces suddenly became much stronger. Their powers were given a red hue, and it looked as if they had been made berserk. No way. 14 super creatures have become berserk. What kind of red liquid is that? Han Sen was frozen. The difference in power between super creatures and berserk super creatures was not a whole tier of strength, like sacred to super. It was half at best. But it was also more difficult to achieve than going from gemstone to super. The fourth god sanctuary's super creatures were much stronger than the super creatures populating the 3 prior sanctuaries. Even so, berserk super creatures were always quite rare and difficult to find. Now, 14 super creatures had become berserk super creatures by drinking a vial of liquid. It was quite difficult to fathom the implications. Han Sen did not believe it, but he couldn't deny the fact it was happening right before his eyes. After the super creatures drank the liquid, their bodies and geno cores became stronger. A mountain-looking geno core landed on the shockwave ring and shook. Other geno cores joined in, some like swords that came against the force to try and cut through it. All those geno cores came against the aura with equal power. It started to shake and tremble, and it eventually cracked. Red Pony's face finally changed. He roared and increased the power he had put into that force. Even so, with the 14 creatures attacking, the aura still felt as if it was going to break any second. You are strong, but I will win. That is because I have god blood and you are just a meager human. Sha Lingjia stepped back, gathering a red fire on his fist. It looked like a swirling vortex, and it gradually burned brighter and brighter. God blood. In my time, gods were never that strong. For Qigong masters, our task is to kill them. Gu Qingcheng lowered her bronze sword. Her life force became like water, as it began to gather and twirl around her sword. The name of her sword was Pure. It was a superior blade, one of the 10 most famous weapons from ancient history. Gu Qingcheng carried it whenever she practiced Qigong. When she became a demigod, she did not create a self-geno core, and instead just used that sword as one. With it, she practiced her sword skill talents. Almost at the same time, Sha Lingjia waved his fist that was wreathed in red flame towards Gu Qingcheng's sword. 2 scary forces collided. Boom! When those 2 powers hit, there was an explosion. It had the same devastation of a nuke, and when everything vanished in the blinding light, Gu Qingcheng and Sha Lingjia were left standing in the air. Sha Lingjia's fire had been extinguished, and Gu Qingcheng's swirling sword powers had also disappeared. Powerful sword. Sha Lingjia exclaimed. Some blood leaked from between his lips. A red mark became visible on his forehead, and then his entire body collapsed in two, originating from where that mark had landed. He couldn't be any more dead. How is that possible? Sha Lingjia has father's god blood. How did he end up losing? Tina was in shock. Qingye looked down at Gu Qingqing's sword, lost in thought. Gu Qingqing had one-hit killed Sha Lingjia. She looked back at the super creatures attacking the aura, but it was obvious that she had still been affected. She had been hurt, the color of her face had washed out and blood dribbled from the corner of her lips. Gu Qingqing was still able to go forward and cut down one of the advancing super creatures. The power she exuded through her sword was much weaker, though. It looked like the blast had damaged her a lot more than initially expected. Han Sen could also tell she was pretty injured. He couldn't wait any longer, and so he donned his fallen slaughter and went down to Gu Qingqing. He helped her over to Little Silver and said, "Good job. I'll deal with the rest. Little Silver, heal her." Han Sen then spoke to Little Silver, before drawing his sword and moving toward the super creatures. Han Sen ran out of the shelter, wielding split blade and overbearing shield. He also used his metallic butterfly wings in addition to the Bloodlust Ant King glyph. A strong power had just been unleashed, and that was Han Senator. He swooped in toward one super creature. The super creatures around noticed and tried moving their Geno cores to attack their new aggressor. Han Sen lifted up his gold overbearing shield and bounced back the powers of the striking Geno cores. Then he brought Split Blade down across the neck of the first super creature he came to. Blood squirted through the air as the beast's neck was severed. Super creature Mountain River beast killed. No beast's soul gained. Geno core destroyed. The flesh is edible. Claim the life Geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super Geno points randomly. Even Han Sen was surprised by how easy it was to kill super creatures now. He knew the super creatures weren't really berserk, though, and the liquid only imbued them with the equivalent strength for a time. Han Sen felt calm. With the protection granted by his overbearing shield and the visceral might of Split Blade, he came down on the crowd of super creatures and Shura with a barrage of sword skills. Many people were stronger than Han Sen in the fourth god sanctuary, and his power was no greater than Gu Qingqing's or the Red Pony's. Whenever he faced strong elites, Han Sen could not fight a group like Gu Qingqing or Red Pony could. But that didn't mean Han Sen was afraid of group fights. The gold pattern of his shield shone and his sword mind was unleashed. Like an ancient demon, Han Sen laid into the Shura and super creatures with devastation. Their siege against Han Sen had not worked, and they ended up hurting themselves a lot more. A powerful formation like that hadn't stood a chance against Han Sr. How is that possible? Tina opened her eyes wide, unable to believe what was happening. Sha Lingjia, who had god blood, was murdered by a human woman. So many super creatures and Shura had come to attack Han Sen, but Han Sen was like a tiger amidst a crowd of sheep. You underestimate Han Senator. He was called Sky Sword, and he soloed Outer Sky Shelter. Sha Lingjia was too arrogant. He made a mistake, and the new community has suffered many losses now, as a result. Qingye looked at Han Sen with surprise. It looks like we'll have to wait until father is born before we can kill that asterisk shoal. Tina gritted her teeth and did not look happy. It does seem that way. Let's go. Otherwise, we'll be in danger. Qingye's hand touched Tina's shoulder, and they both disappeared with the bird. Boss is good. Boss is the best. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow waved a towel from the tower, like a couple of strange cheerleaders swinging a flag. The creatures that had not been able to escape were frozen in place by the sight. It looks like old Han has walked further than us. Even with 10 years to catch up, it feels as if we have not closed the gap. If anything, he seems even further away. Lin Feng gave a wry smile to Jing Jiwu. He's practically a monster, at this point. Jing Jiwu slumped his shoulders. It is fortunate we are alive, at least. For as long as I draw breath, I will hold true to the hope that one day, I will do battle with him as an equal, Lin Feng said with passion as he looked at Han Sen, who was currently unleashing his rage like a demon. Me, too. I need to win back the loss I incurred in school. Jing Jiwu smiled and looked very confident in that notion. Han Sen killed 6 super creatures and 7 Shura, then the rest gave up on their attempt to fight and started to run away. But Han Sen wasn't willing to let them go. He chased after them, bringing his kills to 8 super creatures and 11 Shura. He was able to retrieve another 8 life Geno essences from that, and 1 extra super beast soul. He also obtained 1 super Geno core that had not shattered. It looks like the new community is quite generous. I was looking for a place to kill super creatures to get strong, but they delivered all I wanted for free. Now I can max out my super Geno points. The super beast soul and super Geno core are a nice bonus, too, Han Sen thought to himself. People then came out to clean the area. 2 bodies of super creatures had been claimed for eating, and they were fed to Little Silver and the other pets, so they could reach super class, as well. While Han Sen tallied what he had gotten, he heard a strange movement in his sea of soul. Little Angel and Golden Growler's lights were moving, indicating they were ready to emerge. Those 2 orbs of light suddenly cracked and began to peel. Gold and white lights came out from the balls like erupting volcanoes. The entirety of his sea of soul was dyed in the white and gold haze. Boom! The 2 orbs of light broke, and within the light, 2 familiar yet strange bodies were revealed. Little Angel didn't change much. She still had that white cape, and her hair looked tidy. The angel wings on her back and the halo on her head didn't show up under non-fighting mode. Her face was so pure that it seemed she was actually from heaven. However, Han Sen knew that this was only the ordinary status of the angel. Her combat mode was totally different. The golden growler stood on the other side, and it seemed very small. It looked like a golden retriever, and its hair was a bit curly. It didn't look ferocious at all, instead, it looked very cute. Han Sen looked at the 2 pets that didn't seem to have any fighting power at all, and he was very hesitant. He was worried that they might have developed incorrectly. Or were they only at bronze level when they were born? Maybe they needed to upgrade themselves like creatures. Somewhat worried, Han Sen quickly went to check Little Angel's description. Super Beast Soul, Pet Type. Evolve to Fighting Status, Evolve and Merge. Han Sen relieved now. She was still super class, and nothing had changed about her. She still had all her abilities, and she could still evolve. Han Sen took a look at Golden Growler's description, and he wasn't as anxious as before. Super Beast Soul Golden Growler, Mount Type, Evolve and Psychic. Han Sen was dazed, and he didn't know what psychic meant. Golden Growler's description had never contained that information before. Now that Han Sen had summoned Golden Growler and Little Angel, he needed to study them more thoroughly. Han Sen wanted to ascertain the extent of their real power. He first let Little Angel enter combat mode, and he watched as her small form was soaked in holy light. She became a golden beauty in holy armor, and a halo and angel wings also appeared. She emanated a holy light as she held the handle of a large sword, and her entire body was holy and solemn. Now that she was giving off a powerful light, she looked like a goddess. The strong, pure power coming out of her body amazed Han Sr. Little Angel. Combine. Han Sen ordered the Little Angel. Little Angel walked to Han Sen and took Han Sen's face in her hands. After a gentle kiss, her body turned into holy light and rushed into Han Sen. Han Sen felt that his entire body was filled with warm energy. He couldn't help bellowing, and the power coming out of him turned into holy armor, the wings of an angel, and an angel halo. The giant angel's sword also appeared in his hands. The pure energy made Han Sen feel that he was stronger than ever. Even when he was merging with fallen slaughter, he didn't feel such power. Even more incredible, the power flooded into Han Sen's Geno cores and improved all 4 of them to super level. Which immediately concerned Han Senator. He hadn't strengthened his Geno cores 9 times yet, so this evolvement would not be perfect. After he separated himself from Little Angel, his Geno cores dropped back to their normal levels. Han Sen breathed out a sigh of relief. The power of the Little Angel can actually strengthen my Geno cores. Even though the angel power is a little different from the normal strength that the cores possess, it still means that I have 4 super Geno cores now. Han Sen was joyful. He had so many life Geno essences, and he had the Little Angel now. After he refined the life Geno essences, he would be able to roam the 4th God's sanctuary, and he wouldn't need to rely on the fallen slaughter body anymore. When he tested Golden Growler's power, he found that the pet size shifting ability had strengthened. When it was the smallest, it was the size of a cell, and when it was the largest, it was as large as a spaceship at star level. As far as what the description meant by psychic, Han Sen still had no idea. He had intended to go to planet Tariq, but now that he had obtained so much, Han Sen decided to slow down a bit. He wanted to go to Tariq Star after he refined all his life Geno essences. The new community was still an unknown quantity. In addition to the demigods and Shura they controlled in the universe at large, they were also able to summon so many super creatures in the sanctuary. It was disturbing. Is it possible that the chairman of the new community is actually the god that Han Jingji met? Han Sen wondered. Qinya and Tina arrived back in the new community, and they were immediately called to the meeting room. I'm sorry, Chairman. Our task failed again. Han Sen is much more powerful than we expected, and he also has 2 very powerful helpers. Gu Qingcheng killed Sha Langjia, and we also lost most of our super creatures and Shura warriors, said Qinya to the chairman of the new community. As for Tina, she had her head lowered without saying anything. The chairman said mildly, I'm aware. Tell me something I don't know. It seems that we don't have the power to kill Han Sen either in the Alliance or in the sanctuaries, but I have something that might help us deal with this problem, said Qinya. Oh? Do tell. The chairman looked at Qinya, interested. Qinya stopped for a second and continued, It's impossible for us to kill Han Sen, but we can start with his family first. Do you think he's the type of person who will risk his life for his family? Asked the chairman of the new community, looking at Qinya. It's worth a try, said Qinya. You're right. The chairman looked at Tina and said, Tina, go get some rest. Yes, father, answered Tina. She quickly stepped out, and she made a face at Qinya before she left. Qinya was surprised when the chairman told him to stay. There must be something else that the chairman needed, but Qinya had no idea what it would be. Who is the closest to Han Sen? Asked the chairman. He has a mother, a wife, and a son. As for the other relatives, they're not that close to him. His mother is a descendant of Luo Haitang, so it won't be easy to attack her. His wife is from the Ji family, but she isn't living with the Jis now. I think it will be easier to get his wife and son, said Qinya after thinking. You're right, but I think there's someone who's closer and easier to find, the chairman said mildly. I'm sorry, I don't know who you're talking about. Qinya looked confused, but he still spoke calmly. The chairman looked at Qinya and smiled. He then said, he has a father, right? Based on my knowledge, his father died in an accident a long time ago, said Qinya with his head lowered. No, he's still alive, said the chairman of the new community. Where is he? I'll seize him now, said Qinya, surprised. No need, said the chairman of the new community. All of a sudden, the force of his body surged, and the space in the meeting room became tight and claustrophobic. What are you doing, Mr. Chairman? Chinya was horrified. He couldn't move his body anymore, as if he was frozen by a spell. Do you really think I don't know who you are, Chinya? The chairman walked toward Chinya. He reached out his hand, and a box flew out of Chinya's pocket. Mr. Chairman, I was wrong to keep that. I was a bit greedy. Besides, Fallen Slaughter had already died, so that's why I didn't give you back the box. I'm really sorry, said Chinya. The chairman didn't pay any attention to Chinya. He opened the box and took a look, then he put the box on the desk. He looked at Chinya and said, since you've seen what's inside the box, then you should have guessed who I am now. I don't know, said Chinya with his head lowered. The chairman looked at Chinya and said, you know, but you don't know. I don't understand what you're talking about. Chinya shook his head. As a member of God, you should know that I'm a member of Blood Legion after seeing this, but aside from being a member of Blood Legion, I have another identity, said the chairman mildly. What's your other identity? Chinya raised his head and stared at the chairman of the new community. When the chairman identified Chinya as a member of God, the respect and veneration on Chinya's face slipped away like a mask. He no longer looked like a subordinate. My real name is Han Yufei, said the chairman calmly. Chinya was petrified when he heard the name. Han Yufei. Han Sen's father. Now that you know my name, you know why you have to die, said the chairman. Then he lifted his hand toward Chinya's head. Chinya suddenly smiled and said, Chairman, since you know that I'm a member of God, do you really think that you can kill me? Why not? The president was still calm and peaceful, and he gradually pressed his hand against Chinya's head. Since you know about the existence of God, you should know that the genes we have are different from the genes you inferiors have. Your power is indeed impressive, but that's far from enough to kill me, said Chinya calmly. A strange power began to ripple from his body. However, Chinya quickly looked surprised. After he used all his power, he still wasn't able to get rid of the bindings around him. Impossible. How is it possible? Are you also? Chinya stared at the chairman of the new community in horror. You came here for this thing, right? Have you forgotten about it already? The chairman said quietly. His palm was already pressed against Chinya's head. Impossible. If you're a member of Blood Legion, there's no way you're in existence like us. Did you show us those things on purpose? Chinya looked very pale already. You've overestimated yourself. You called yourselves gods, but you're nowhere near that. Humans have the same potential as you do, it's just that few have reached that far yet, said the chairman as he tightened his fingers. If you kill me, God won't let you get away. Pang. Before Chinya could finish talking, his head imploded. God. I'm not very impressed by your power. The chairman flicked his hands to shake off the blood. Then he turned away from Chinya's body. Han Sen had been absorbing the life geno essences, and he had gained more and more super geno points. He was very close to maxing out now. When he arrived home, he prepared to take Little Flower to the garden to relax after dinner, yet his communicator suddenly rang. Han Sen picked up the call, and he found that it was Blind Man. Do you have time? Said Blind Man directly. He wasn't wasting any time. What do you want? Han Sen was very direct as well. He didn't know anything about Blind Man, so there was no reason for pleasantries. Your father wants to meet you. Come to this place if you have time. Blind Man sent Han Sen an address. Han Sen missed a heartbeat. He had always wanted to meet his father to see whether he was still alive or not, but now that the day had finally come, he was anxious. Can I come now? Asked Han Sen, looking at Blind Man. His heart was pounding quickly. Okay, but don't let anyone follow you, said Blind Man. Okay, I understand. I'm going now. Right after Han Sen finished talking, Blind Man shut down the communicator. Han Sen cleared his thoughts for a while, as he couldn't even think straight after receiving such a piece of news. I have to go whether it's true or not. After making up his mind, he packed his things, sent Little Flower to Ji Yanran, and then went out by himself. He set off to the address given by Blind Man, and he didn't even take Bauer this time. If it's really him, is he still the same as before? What should I ask him? Countless thoughts flooded Han Sen's mind, but they were all irrelevant. Han Sen could only calm himself after getting into the spaceship. He arrived at his destination, which was a famous tourist planet. Han Sen could still remember that his father had taken him here when he was a kid. However, it had been a very long time ago, and Han Sen was very young back then. His memories of this place were blurry, and he couldn't remember much of the scenery or what he had done here as a child. Han Sen walked on the planet that looked like a garden, but he wasn't in the mood to appreciate his surroundings. He followed the route on his GPS, and he walked all the way to the designated location. In front of a lake that looked like a piece of jade, Han Sen saw a man sitting on a stone bench. The sunset light fell across the man's body, and he had a long shadow. When he saw the shadow, Han Sen missed a heartbeat. The shadow in his head overlapped with the blurry shadow in front of him, and the shadow in his mind was getting clearer and clearer. Is that really him? Han Sen walked toward that man step by step, and he couldn't keep his legs from shaking. He was more nervous than when he had fought the creature horde in outer sky. The man seemed to have sensed Han Sen coming. He stood up from the stone steps, then he turned around to look at Han Senator. The second that Han Sen saw the man's face, Han Sen was horrified. He had received a photo of the chairman of the new community while he was researching the organization, and that was the only material he had. As for the person who was standing in front of him, he looked exactly like the person in the photo. Han Sen was horrified. He wasn't worried about his own safety. This was the alliance, so even if he ran into the chairman of the new community, Han Sen could defend himself with his unicorn beetle and crystal armor. However, the fact that the chairman of the new community was here meant that something tragic had happened to his father, so naturally, Han Sen was terrified. "Little son, you've really grown up," the chairman exclaimed, looking at Han Senator. Han Sen heard the chairman's voice, and his eyes almost popped out. He couldn't believe his ears. He had heard that voice so many times when he was only a child, and he felt that it had been a very long time, and everything was so blurry. When he heard it again, everything kept flooding in, and it was like he just heard it yesterday. Impossible. Han Sen couldn't believe that he was staring at the chairman of the new community. A strange light emanated from the chairman's body, drifting over his skin. He had a full head of white hair, and his face was stripped away by the light. A new face showed up. The face was that of a gentle, middle-aged man. It overlapped and merged with the face from Han Sen's memories. "You." Han Sen felt like he was suffocating, so he didn't know what to say at the moment. "Sit down first, little senator, let's talk." Han Yufei sat back on the stone bench, and he pointed at the spot beside him. "Are you really him?" Han Sen clenched his jaw and sat down beside Han Yufei. He wasn't sure whether this person was really his father or not. It was so easy for someone with special power to change their face, so Han Sen couldn't believe it. "There's a little red mole at the left side of your penis. When you were 5, you said you liked an older girl in the neighborhood, and you swore that you would be her husband. You were still a bedwetter when you were 6. You were afraid that your mom would find out, so you came to me and begged me to wash your bedsheet for you." Han Yufei said to Han Sen slowly, smiling. "Stop. Stop." Han Sen started to yell. "I believe that you're my father now. Say no more." Han Yufei stopped now, and he looked at Han Sr. "Are you the chairman of the new community?" asked Han Sen, looking at Han Yufei. "Yes." Han Yufei nodded. Han Sen looked at Han Yufei, his expression bizarre. "Since you are the chairman, why would you send someone to kill me, and why did you tell Blind Man to alert me?" Why did you say that you're in grave danger now? Han Sen was very confused. He couldn't figure it all out. It's a very long story. Simply put, I thought that the new community was related to our family, so I joined it. Little did I expect that I would inherit the position of chairman. Eventually I found out that the new community isn't related to our family, but it is closely related to an organization called God. The relationship between these two is very delicate. The new community is kind of a subsidiary of the organization God, but God doesn't have the power to control the new community completely. The old chairman told me that he was also a member of the organization called God. Han Yufei then continued, after I became the chairman, the new community was still under the influence of God. From everything I have seen, I have a sense of how powerful and terrifying the organization God really is. Besides, God has also focused on Han Jingji and our family, and they even told the new community to kill you. Han Sen listened carefully as Han Yufei explained everything. Qinya was also a member of the organization God, and he was a spy, or an inspector in the new community. Aside from him, there are others from the God organization in the new community, but even I don't know how many there are. Han Yufei smiled and said, as for sending people after you, I wanted you to help me get rid of some of the trouble in the new community, and at the same time, I could also send you some aid. However, there were two things that I hadn't expected. The first thing was that Tina stole the Geno armor and sent it to you. I've already figured that out, and I know now that it was Qinya who was messing with the whole thing. Fortunately, Tina couldn't control the Geno armor and you were able to seize it, so nothing major happened. As for telling the blind man to warn you, I wanted you to be fully prepared so that you could develop strategies to deal with Sha Longjia and the others. Little did I expect that you were strong enough to kill them directly, said Han Yufei. He looked at Han Sen and exclaimed, I've been following your progress, but you've grown and improved much faster than I thought. I have to say that you've done a D*MN good job. Is Tina your daughter? Han Sen had lots of other urgent questions to ask, but this was the first question that came out of his mouth. What are you even thinking? Han Yufei hit Han Sen's head gently. Tina is the daughter of the previous president. After I became the president, I've been treating her like my own daughter. Fortunately nothing happened to you too, because otherwise it would be heartbreaking. Han Sen felt relieved. He had been worried that if Han Yufei actually had a daughter outside the family, his mother would never allow the family to return to normal again. After solving that question, Han Sen could think straight again. He looked at Han Yufei and asked, Dad, what kind of organization is God? Han Yufei looked at the lake and said, this is just speculation, but if I'm right, the core members of the God organization are likely to be creatures from the fifth God sanctuary. Han Sen was startled. Creatures from the fifth sanctuary. And they're in the alliance. Although he had known that the ancestors of both the human race and the Shura race were from the shelter, it was startling that all the creatures in the fifth God sanctuary could also travel to the alliance. Even the weakest creatures in the fifth sanctuary were much stronger than demigods. If they were all in the alliance, humans wouldn't stand a chance. However, humans and the Shura race were still the dominating forces of this universe. What do you think the fifth God sanctuary is? Asked Han Yufei. Han Sen was kind of dazed. He didn't expect Han Yufei to ask him such a question out of nowhere. He thought about it and said, I've been thinking that it might be the place the 7th Action Team went to. Han Yufei shook his head. I can tell you with absolute certainty that they weren't in the fifth God sanctuary. Why? Asked Han. Senator Han Yufei smiled and said to Han Sen, because I'm in the fifth sanctuary now, so I certainly know that they weren't. Han Sen opened his mouth wide, and he stared at Han Yufei in awe. Did you go to the alliance automatically after you entered the fifth sanctuary? Han Sen couldn't believe what he had just heard, but he couldn't think of any other possible explanations. Han Yufei nodded his head and then shook it, to be exact, this universe is the fifth sanctuary. Han Sen looked at Han Yufei in horror as it was completely out of his imagination. The universe was the fifth god's sanctuary. It was stunning. Humans always thought of the sanctuaries as independent realities, and they never imagined that the universe they were living in was actually a part of the sanctuaries. Han Sen struggled to believe it, even though Han Yufei had just told him plainly. I know it's kind of unbelievable, but it's the truth. After I rose to the fifth sanctuary, I came to this universe. This universe is the origin of humans. It is the start, and it is also the end, said Han Yufei calmly. If all the creatures who rise to the fifth sanctuary are living in the universe, why have we never seen them? Asked Han Sr. It's kind of different than you're imagining. The creatures who enter the fifth sanctuary experience radical changes when they get promoted, and the process reshapes their entire bodies. It's like incarnation, giving you superior genes and body, and you might also gain the ability to condense a geno armor with your body. Until they can condense a geno armor, and the so-called gods aren't too powerful because of the reorganization of their bodies. Right after they enter the fifth sanctuary, some gods might not even rival demigods. Once they condense geno armors, however, it's a totally different story. When the topic turned to armors, Han Yufei stopped and said, what you've seized from Tina was the geno armor left by the previous chairman. I haven't condensed my geno armor yet, and it will take another year or two. The previous chairman told me that I would understand everything then. Why didn't he tell you the truth directly? Han Sen asked, frowning. I also wanted to know why he didn't just tell me. Han Yufei shrugged his shoulders. He stood up and said, it'll only take a year or two, and soon I'll know everything. Then everything will end. He then tapped Han Sen's shoulders. Take care of your mom and sister. I've seen Little Flower, and he's very cute. Hopefully, I can get to play with Little Flower after everything is done. After finishing, Han Yufei stared at Han Sen for a while, then he turned to leave. Dad! Han Sen yelled at Han Yufei's back, but he didn't know what to say. There seemed to be a million words stuck at his mouth, and he couldn't say anything. Before he left, Han Yufei turned around and said, oh, right. The previous chairman said that it's important to have a solid foundation. That's related to the level of your geno armor, and it determines your fate as well. No matter what, improve your power as much as possible before entering the fifth sanctuary so that your genes will be more complete. If what Han Sen's dad said was true, the human ancestor should have been a god, and humans should be the descendants of God. Why were humans so weak that their inborn genes couldn't even rival the Shura race? The Shura were also descendants, but their inborn genes were only a bit stronger than those of humans. They couldn't rival people like Tina at all. And besides, what kind of organization was God? Why did it value Han Jingji this much? What was the place that the seventh team had gone to? What would happen after someone condensed a geno armor? All the questions were making Han Sen wonder. For what it was worth, Han Sen now knew that his father was still safe and sound, so he felt more relieved. If I can condense a geno armor, I'll be able to know the truth. It won't take a long time. Han Sen was thinking in his heart. After getting back home, Han Sen went back to absorbing the life geno essence, and his super geno points maxed out after more than a month. His geno points were all maxed out now, and all his geno cores had reached gemstone level. Now he just needed to practice until they reached super level. However, it would take much more than that to enter the fifth sanctuary. Han Yufei told Han Sen that he needed to break physical space and go through some special space. He would only be able to enter the universe after withstanding the training of that special space. Han Sen was reaching the limits of what he could achieve with his current methods of training. Apparently, it wasn't that easy to get to super level. Han Sen knew that he needed more battles or a turning point so that he could take another step forward. He didn't have any room to improve his geno points anymore, so Han Sen tested all 4 of his Geno cores, and all of them reached the peak of the ranking system. However, after achieving first rank, Han Sen couldn't immediately move his Geno cores to the super level, so he couldn't get off the ranking either. When he was testing them, all 4 of the Geno cores were in the ranking at the same time. Based on the ranking of the Geno core storage, the crystal core was surpassed by the other 3 Geno cores, which meant that it was the weakest of all 4 Geno cores based on the system's ranking. When the other 3 Geno cores were tested, none of them could surpass each other. He wasn't sure if that was because they were all at the same level or because the gaps between them were negligible. Then he used the crystal core as a jumping board, and all 4 Geno cores reached first place and were reinforced 9 times. Han Sen hadn't been in the sanctuary in a very long time. He could get the practice he needed in the universe, and he got to spend more time with his family. Until one day, the martial halls of the 4th God's sanctuary opened at the same time, and an announcement was made for the start of the divinities bout. Divinities bout in the 4th sanctuary attracted very little attention in the human race. After all, only a few human beings could become demigods. However, for those in the top-tier circle, it was a major event. Whoever achieved first place in the divinities bout would earn the title Son of God, and he would be baptized by God. Han Sen was very interested in that too. He wanted to fight top-tier demigod creatures to accelerate his own development, and he also wanted to know what baptism by God meant. He signed up for divinities bout without hesitation, but he didn't use his own name. Instead, he used the name $. I'll give it my best, and hopefully, I can win first place. Han Sen wasn't sure whether he could get first place or not. After all, his Geno cores hadn't reached super level yet. When Han Sen arrived at the martial hall and was preparing to sign up, he saw both Gu Qingcheng and Red Pony there. Apparently, they were both going to sign up for the divinities bout as well. Han Sen was dazed. If all of them signed up in Shadow Shelter, the 3 would need to fight each other before divinities bout to determine which of them could enter divinities bout. You 2 are also signing up. Han Sen wasn't sure whether he could defeat Gu Qingcheng and Red Pony or not. His Geno core wasn't at super level yet, and with only his physical power and beast souls, he wouldn't be at a good advantage. You're joining too? Gu Qingcheng asked, looking at Han Sr., if you both are going to sign up, I won't. Han Sen raised his hand and exited the martial hall. Han Sen certainly wouldn't give up the battle, but he wouldn't sign up in Shadow Shelter. He needed to find another shelter to sign up with. Han Sen thought about it for a while, and he decided to go to the shelter of Ling Mayer. After all, Ling Mayer had already seen him in his Super King Spirit mode. Even if Han Sen went to the other shelters to compete, Ling Mayer could still recognize him. He might as well just go to her shelter. Fortunately, Ling Mayer was very innocent, and she trusted Han Sen completely. There wouldn't be that much of a problem. Besides, with Han Sen's current power, he wasn't really afraid of having his identity exposed. However, with the existence of the organization God, he didn't want to expose himself if he could avoid it. Fortunately, Ling Mayer didn't have any plans to join the divinities bout, and no other creatures in that shelter intended to join either. Han Sen prepared to get the first place in the shelter right after he signed up. It took more than a month for every shelter to determine their first place and the real divinities bout to begin. Han Sen planned to practice the Dongxian Sutra so that he could improve his bulwark umbrella. However, only a few days later, Han Sen heard from Ling Mayer that a party from Sacred Shelter had come to the underworld, and they went to see the elder of the Dark Spirit race at Dark Spirit Shelter. What are they doing here in the underworld? Han Sen asked, frowning. He still had some unfinished businesses with Goddess. He had originally intended to go find Goddess after his Geno cores reached super level, but he hadn't expected a group from Sacred to come to the underworld. I heard from the elder that they want to ask him to help them control God's ruin, said Ling Mayer. They're asking the elder to attack God's ruin. "I thought you guys from Dark Spirit can't leave the underworld because of the 100-tribe deal?" asked Hans Sr. "You can leave here, of course, but if you die outside, you won't be protected by the 100-tribe deal. Besides, our elder is a great being, so he can go wherever he wants. As long as he doesn't go to the territories of other races to slaughter their creatures, the other races won't say anything," said Ling Mayer. "Where is God's ruin now? Why are they asking the elder of your Dark Spirit race to help them?" asked Hans Sr. "The elder said that God's ruin is always dark, so even the great beings at Emperor level can't see in there. However, those of the Dark Spirit race have an absolute advantage, which is why they're asking our elder to help them. However, the elder has already rejected them," said Ling Mayer. After hearing what Ling Mayer said, Han Sen's interest peaked. After sharing some pleasantries with Ling Mayer, he left the shelter. The elder of Dark Spirit rejected the sacred group's request, and now that those from Sacred had left the underground shelter, Han Sen went to catch up with them. He wasn't sure whether Goddess was amongst them or not. If Goddess was still there, he could revenge himself for what she did to him before. Right after Han Sen left the underground shelter, he entered Super King Spirit mode and started to chase after the molecules left by all the creatures from Sacred. However, he didn't detect any of the molecular remains of Goddess, and after he caught up with them, he didn't see Goddess. Han Sen was a bit hesitant. Goddess was his only foe, he didn't hold any grudges against the other creatures from Sacred, so he didn't want to kill them. Just when he was about to leave, he heard a statue-like creature leading the group say, "The Dark Spirit Elder doesn't want to help us. I think we need to turn to Night Empress." Han Sen stopped when he heard of the name of Night Empress, eavesdropping on what they were saying. Night Empress was the mother of Lotus Empress, and when Han Sen had summoned her in the third god sanctuary, she had helped Han Sen a lot. The thing was, Han Sen always got along with Lotus Empress very well, and when Han Sen was summoned to the fourth sanctuary, Lotus Empress had already become a demigod, so he didn't have a chance to meet her again. He didn't know where Lotus Empress was. Though they were both in the fourth sanctuary, it was an enormous place. It was too difficult to find her. Another creature that looked like a Western dragon said, "Night Empress has already rejected us. It might be useless to go to her again. Humph. If she refuses again, we'll attack her shelter and her spirit stone. That god's ruin is very important to Sacred, and we have to have it," said the statue-like creature coldly. "What if Night Empress would rather destroy her own spirit stone than help us?" asked the giant dragon. "No need to worry. She has a daughter she loves, right? She might be willing to die, but I don't think she'd abandon her daughter," the godlike creature said with a sneer. "Let's hope so. It would be best if she's smart enough to agree to help us, so that we don't need to do anything dirty," said the giant dragon. Han Sen then frowned. He gave up going back, and he kept following the creatures from Sacred Shelter. It was likely that the daughter they were talking about was Lotus Empress. Even if it wasn't, he needed to help Night Empress for the sake of Lotus Empress. Han Sen followed those creatures from Sacred all the way to the west. He had to admit that Sacred was indeed powerful. All the creatures and spirits respected them, and nobody dared to disturb them. They didn't meet any obstacles, and even the masters of super shelters venerated them. No wonder it's one of the top-tier shelters in the fourth sanctuary. Han Sen sneered inside. They had been going straight the whole time without taking any detours. After only 4 days, the group from Sacred arrived at a shelter. Han Sen saw a flag with the word "Night" hanging from the shelter. It was the same as the night flag he had seen before, so it should be the shelter of Night Empress. Han Sen hesitated for a while, but he was still following the creatures from Sacred. He didn't have time to tell Night Empress what was going to happen. Besides, he only knew Night Empress and Lotus Empress, so some random creature in the shelter wouldn't just believe everything he said. It would take him some time to meet Night Empress, and he didn't have enough time now. Before the creatures from Sacred arrived at the shelter, a group was already moving out of the shelter, led by Night Empress. Han Sen also saw Lotus Empress among the spirits and creatures, and he was happy. Sister Lotus is so lucky. She found her mom after she became a demigod, Han Sen thought. Why did you come to my night shelter again? Night Empress frowned and said to the statuesque creature called Godlike. Godlike said to Night Empress calmly, for the same reason we came before. If you're willing to help us search for God's ruin, you can name any terms you want. Anything sacred can give you, we will. Godlike seemed to be making a generous offer, but that was not the case at all. While he was explicitly saying that the price was flexible, he was implying that Night Empress shouldn't ask for too much as they were from sacred shelter. I might let you down. I'm not powerful enough to help you guys, said Night Empress without any facial expression. Empress, please reconsider. If you help us, you'll make yourself a friend of sacred shelter, and when you're in trouble in the future, sacred shelter will definitely come to your aid. Godlike continued. What if I don't help you? Night Empress looked cold. Then you'll make yourself an enemy of sacred, and I don't think that's a good choice. Godlike spoke softly, but his voice was full of threat. These tactics fit sacred's reputation. I'm either a friend or a foe, said Night Empress, her voice hard. What's your decision? Godlike asked. He didn't bother to argue against what Night Empress had said. Night Empress frowned. Though she was already an empress, she didn't have a strong foundation. Compared to sacred shelter, which had existed in the fourth sanctuary for a long time, her shelter was nothing. Night Empress was very angry inside, however, and she had some serious considerations. Even if she wasn't afraid of death, many creatures followed her in the shelter, including her daughter Lotus, who she loved more than everyone in the world. If Sacred really wanted to attack her, she didn't have the power to defend against them. Seeing that Night Empress wasn't speaking, Godlike then said, Empress, it's better to have a friend than to have an enemy, right? If you just help us this time, you'll have the friendship of Sacred Shelter forever. It's mutually beneficial, isn't it? Suddenly, a voice came from the nearby, which dazed both Night Shelter and Sacred Shelter. It's not a good thing to be friends with Sacred. When they turned to where the voice came from, they saw a human being walking out across the grass. And then, Lotus Empress and Godlike almost screamed at the same time. However, one of them shouted out, Han Sen, while the other one shouted, Sky Sword. It's been a long time, Sister Lotus. You're just as beautiful as ever, Han Sen said to Lotus Empress with a smile. He then turned around and said to Night Empress, Greetings, Empress. I can't believe it. You've grown so fast. Night Empress had already recognized Han Sen, and she looked over him. She found that she couldn't even feel his life force, which made his presence feel strange and mysterious. Sky Sword, this has nothing to do with you. I hope that you won't interfere. Godlike looked at Han Sen and frowned. Previously, Godlike wouldn't even have given Han Sen a second look. However, after Han Sen slashed his way out of Outer Sky Shelter all by himself, everyone was amazed by his power. Even Godlike, a berserk super creature who came from Sacred, didn't dare to underestimate Han Senator, a creature who fought the Master of Outer Sky and made it out of Outer Sky Shelter alive should be respected, whether he was a human or a creature. Lotus Empress is my sister, while Night Empress is the mother of my sister, so she's like a mother to me. Tell me, do you really think this has nothing to do with me? Said Han Sen calmly. Sky Sword, are you really going to make yourself an enemy of Sacred? Godlike's face looked blue now. Though Han Sen was very renowned, Godlike was reluctant to give up attacking God's ruin because of Han Sr. I should ask you this. Does Sacred really want you to make an enemy of me? Asked Han Sen calmly. Godlike looked very conflicted. He kept staring at Han Sen without saying anything. Why are you talking so much with him, young master? Just swallow him, said the large dragon, which was also staring at Han. Senator Godlike waved his hand to silence the large dragon. He stared at Han Sen and said, "If you really want to interfere, then you and I can make an agreement. We can fight each other, and if you lose, you'll have to leave immediately, and you have to promise that you'll never interfere with any of the business of Sacred Shelter anymore. And from now on, wherever people from Sacred show up, you have to leave." "What if I win?" Han Sen asked Godlike. "If you win, then we'll leave immediately and never set foot in Night Shelter anymore," said Godlike calmly. "Okay, you've got yourself a deal." Killing them wouldn't be difficult for Han Sen, but doing so would bring trouble to Night and Lotus. Godlike didn't say anything more. He summoned a shield and held it in his hands. He said to Han Sen, "I hear that you have a terrific shield. Let's see who has the better shield. Neither of us is going to dodge each other, and we'll only attack each other with our shields. Whoever crushes the shield of their opponent will be the winner. What do you think of that?" Godlike made such a suggestion because he was kind of intimidated by Han. Senator. After all, Han Sen fought the Master of Outer Sky and survived. Though he didn't know exactly what happened in there, he still didn't want to risk anything. "Okay." Han Sen didn't hesitate at all. He summoned his overbearing shield. When Godlike heard Han Sen agree to his proposal, he looked happy. Godlike was already a berserk super creature, and the shield was his Geno core. When it came to defense, Godlike was certain that his shield Geno core could be ranked in the top 3. His shield was called Eternal Shield, and it was invincible. It had gone through many battles at all levels, and even great beings at Emperor level couldn't break the Eternal Shield. Godlike was exhilarated that Han Sen would agree to his terms that easily. Godlike was confident that he was halfway to winning. As for Night Empress, she was already familiar with Godlike. After hearing what Godlike proposed, she reminded Han Sen, "Han Sen, his shield is called Eternal Shield. He's ranked 28th on the ranking of Super Geno cores, and he's definitely one of the top 3 on defense. You need to be careful. If Sky Sword is regretting that he agreed to the challenge, we don't have to do this." Godlike was smiling, and he sounded scornful. "No need. Let's begin," said Han Sen calmly. "No wonder you're Sky Sword. You're definitely confident," Godlike complimented Han Sen, then grabbed the Eternal Shield and rushed forward. White light flowed across the shield, and it flew toward Han Sen like a comet. The light on the shield was getting brighter and brighter, and the physical space in front of the shield seemed like it was starting to twist. Han Sen looked at Godlike and his Eternal Shield, but he remained very calm. His physical strength was already at the pinnacle level in the 4th sanctuary, and he wasn't weaker than any of the super creatures or spirits. Though Godlike was powerful, not even a berserk super creature was enough to scare Han. Senator. He raised his arm and brought out the overbearing shield. It became as tall as a human being and stood in front of Han. Senator Hong. The Eternal Shield hit the overbearing shield, and the powerful shock waves shook the space around them, forming a twisted black hole. "Mom, do you think Han Sen can win?" Lotus Empress felt kind of anxious. Han Sen had only entered the 4th sanctuary a few years earlier than her, so she wasn't sure if he could defend against such a power. Before Night Empress answered, she heard a sound of clashing metal. The Eternal Shield hit the overbearing shield with terrifying power, but it couldn't damage the overbearing shield. It didn't even force Han Sen to take any steps back. Instead, the Eternal Shield and Godlike bounced back. Godlike took 4 steps back before he could balance himself again, and he was shocked. "You deserve your reputation, Sky Sword." Godlike yelled, and the light on the shield got brighter and brighter. He rushed toward the overbearing shield again. The Eternal Shield kept hitting Han Sen's shield, and it kept bouncing back. It couldn't make Han Sen move even a little bit. "I can't believe Han Sen is already this powerful." Lotus's eyes were gleaming. Night Empress also praised, "I've heard about Sky Sword before, but I can hardly believe that this is him." The rumors about him certainly seem to be true, though. His power is indeed amazing. I would never have imagined that he would already be this powerful after only a decade of being a demigod. Night Empress and the others didn't know that Han Sen had actually been absent from the sanctuary for almost 10 years. Han Sen was just standing there, and his arm shield was hit again and again. Though the overbearing shield wasn't damaged, it couldn't damage the eternal shield of godlike either. It seems that my shield's reflecting power isn't enough to break the eternal shield. Han Sen looked at his opponent, but he didn't feel anything. He'd agreed to the competition because he was already well prepared. Seeing that the strikes from godlike didn't do anything to Han Sen, the creatures from sacred were all dazed. They all knew how sturdy godlike's shield was. Even though the eternal shield had hit the overbearing shield many times, Han Sen's shield still hadn't cracked. That meant Han Sen's shield had to be just as sturdy as the eternal shield. "Are you done?" Han Sen asked, looking at godlike. "I've never stopped you from making attacks. You can do so whenever you want." Godlike was surprised by how solid Han Sen's shield was, but he wasn't that worried. He couldn't break Han Sen's defense, but he was still confident in his own eternal shield. He was confident that Han Sen couldn't damage his shield, and it would end up in a tie. Han Sen smiled, and he summoned an object into his hand. Godlike was suddenly anxious. After all, the reputation of Sky Sword preceded him. Though he had the invincible eternal shield, he still couldn't help being nervous. He looked at Han Sen's hands, and he saw that Han Sen was grabbing an object about the size of an egg instead of something sharp. Even so, godlike didn't dare underestimate it. He summoned all the power in his body and infused it into the eternal shield, and the shield started to shine like a sacred object. Han Sen was holding his crystal core. He took a look at the radiant eternal shield. He grabbed the crystal core, and he pulled his arm back. And then, he threw the crystal core out like a baseball. The crystal core flew between them like lightning, and then it hit the eternal shield. Ho! At the same time, godlike yelled as well, and all his power burst out, condensing in the eternal shield and making it much more solid. Everyone stared at the place where the eternal shield and the crystal core would connect. However, what happened next shocked everyone and made their eyes pop out. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The crystal core hit the eternal shield hard, like a china cup hitting an iron plate, and the crystal core was smashed into pieces. Everyone was startled. They originally thought that the object Han Sen threw out would be a powerful one, but nobody had expected it to be immediately smashed, so all of them found it quite unacceptable. However, after the crystal core got smashed, that wasn't the end of it. A small skeleton climbed out and hit the eternal shield with one punch. Godlike was scared again because he didn't know what the skeleton was. He condensed his power again and used his eternal shield to ward off that punch. What confused godlike was that the punch from the jade skeleton didn't have much power. When its small fist hit the eternal shield, it barely made any sound, and godlike didn't even feel his shield tremble. The jade skeleton then flew back into Han Sen's hands. "I thought that was going to be impressive, but you were just bluffing," said the giant dragon. Everyone else thought the same thing that the giant dragon did. They all thought that Han Sen was just bluffing, since the attack didn't do anything. No wonder. After all, this is the eternal shield of our leader. Even if Skysword's shield is impressive, it won't be able to damage the eternal shield, said another creature, smiling. However, godlike's expression suddenly changed, and he made a small squeaking sound. Everyone looked to him and his eternal shield. A jade color was spreading across the surface of the eternal shield, and after only a short while, it covered the entire eternal shield and turned it into a jade sculpture. It looked completely different from the original eternal shield now. All the mutant creatures from Sacred were stunned because they didn't know whether the change was good or bad. All the creatures from Night's shelter looked at the eternal shield curiously, as they didn't know what was going on. As for Godlike, his face was already deep red, and his eyes were filled with horror. Godlike found that his eternal shield seemed to be sealed out of his control now, and he couldn't infuse it with his power anymore. Han Sen looked at the shield that had turned into jade, the shield that had once been called invincible. He punched it, and the eternal shield was smashed with one strike. The fragments flew into the sky like ice cubes, and everyone stared blankly at the wreckage. Godlike couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Now you can leave." Han Sen lowered his fist. He was satisfied with the performance of his crystal core. Even though it was only at gemstone level, the crystal core could suppress the power of a super Geno core. It was indeed mighty, and it deserved its ability to top the Geno core leaderboard. "Let's go." Godlike took a look at Han Sen, and then he gathered the creatures from Sacred Shelter and left. "Han Sen, thank you so much for helping our shelter," Lotus said gratefully after entering Night's shelter. "It's nothing, don't worry about it. Besides, I don't get along with Sacred Shelter anyway." Han Sen smiled. Night Empress and Lotus Empress gave Han Sen a warm welcome. Han Sen didn't have anything to do, so he stayed in Night's shelter for a couple of days. Night Empress was influential in the local area, and she was already at Emperor level. However, she didn't have a strong foundation, so she didn't have many great beings as subordinates. She only had one king spirit and one super creature under her control. Lotus Empress only had a gemstone Geno core, and she wasn't at Emperor level yet. "I forgot how nice it is to live in such a large shelter," Han Sen said in praise as he walked with Lotus Empress. "You can live here as long as you want. I'm here, so this your home as well." Lotus smiled. "Then I'll come here as often as possible," said Han Sr., "that's what I want." Lotus Empress sat on a rock beside the spring. She put her white feet into the spring water and shook them. She then exclaimed, "I knew that you would accomplish something great, but I didn't expect you to achieve such great things in the fourth sanctuary in such a short period of time. When I heard about Sky Sword, I couldn't even believe it was you. You're being too nice, sister." Han Sen smiled. Lotus Empress shook her head. "I'm not being polite. I'm really amazed, and I'm really grateful as well. Without you, my mother would have to take risks in a place like God's Ruin. Though she's already an empress, and she's a top-tier being in the fourth sanctuary, I can't say for sure whether she'd be safe in a place like God's Ruin. Fortunately, you were there to save her." Han Sen sat down beside Lotus Empress, and he completely agreed with what Lotus Empress said. He had been to God's Ruin before, and he knew how terrifying that place was. The headless rockman and the creature in black armor were both very powerful. Even now, Han Sen couldn't guarantee that he could defeat them. "It's so good to have you here." Lotus Empress reached out her hands and ruffled Han Sen's hair. Han Sen would have resisted if anyone else had done this, but Lotus Empress felt like a sister to Han Sen, so he didn't feel wrong about it. "If you have time, sister, you should come and visit my shelter. Though it is not as large as Night's shelter, I still believe that you will like that place," said Han Sr. "I will definitely come in a while. However, I am still at the crucial moment before becoming an empress, so I cannot leave Night's shelter yet," said Lotus. Han Sen and Lotus talked about things that had happened in the past, and the experience Lotus had after she came to the fourth god sanctuary. Han Sen thought that Lotus was very lucky, but she had still gone through many dangers, and she almost lost her life several times before she found a safe place in the fourth sanctuary. She only ran into Night Empress in the second year after she entered the fourth sanctuary. "I can't believe that you became so powerful without anyone there to help you. How did you do it?" Lotus Empress could not help exclaiming. After living in Night's shelter for several days, Han Sen scheduled a time to meet Lotus Empress again, then he left Night's shelter and went back to the underworld. The time for the real divinities bout was drawing near, so Han Sen needed to prepare for that as well. Unlike battles in the Geno Core storage, the divinities bout used all the skills, including but not limited to Geno Cores, beast souls, and learned abilities could be used. Power was all that mattered there. Han Sen was practicing the Dongxian Sutra, but unfortunately, he still hadn't been able to raise Bulwark Umbrella to super level when the divinities bout actually happened. Let's see who I am going to face in the first fight. Han Sen scanned over the contestant list. Anyone who showed up in divinities bout had to be the number one in their own shelter, so Han Sen would not underestimate any of his competitors. Soon, Han Sen saw the name $, listed among the competitors. When he looked at his scheduled adversary, he was startled. He saw the name, 6 Paths, opposite his own name. His first adversary was the renowned Emperor 6 Paths, the madman who had excellent sword skills. Han Sen felt a bit of a headache. Though there were no weak contestants in divinities bout, running into 6 Paths in the first fight was still incredibly unlucky. There would always be small shelters joining in the contest, so there should be many sacred blood creatures and king spirits in the first round. Running into 6 Paths was like winning the universe's most terrible lottery. I must have stayed with Cheap Sheep and Wang Yuhang for too long. Han Sen could not believe that he had gotten so unlucky. Han Sen wasn't the only person surprised by the matchup. All the great beings in the fourth god's sanctuary were studying the competition list. When they saw the names $, and 6 Paths put together, they all missed a heartbeat. No way. 6 Paths and $, are fighting in the first round. Something great is going to happen. Who do you think will win? Is that even a question? 6 Paths, of course. 6 Paths is a top-tier being, and he won the second place last time he joined divinities bout. Though $, is also very powerful, he's still not as powerful as 6 Paths, that's right. But it's a good thing for us no matter who wins. One of the two will be eliminated, so a powerful competitor will be gone. I'm so looking forward to their competition. I really want to see how powerful that $, is. The fight when he suppressed Destroyer Wolf was so quick that I couldn't even tell his true power. Originally, humans weren't very interested in the divinities bout in the fourth sanctuary. At most, they would watch a divinities bout to see the most powerful creatures and spirits. However, when $, appeared on the list of competitors, lots of human demigods were interested. $, is joining now. I'll have to watch that fight. $. Son of Heaven's eyes were gleaming, but he was very upset. I heard that $, is able to kill terrifying beings like the Destroyer Wolf. Perhaps he will even be able to top the list. I don't think it will be that easy. $, is definitely powerful, but he still can't compare with the beings who've lived in the fourth sanctuary for countless millennia. The gap between their experience levels is too large. What's to worry about? $, is $. I believe he can pull off a miracle. When Han Sen got back to the Alliance, Tang Zhenliu dragged him into a holographic meeting room. Han Sen saw that Tang Zhenliu, Wang Yuhang, Huang Fujing, Lin Feng, and Jing Jiwu were all there. Han Sen, do you think this $, who's joining the match is the $, who killed Destroyer Wolf? Tang Zhenliu asked after Han Sen entered the meeting room. I'd say so. I haven't heard of anyone else using that name. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. If it's really that $, do you think he can actually beat 6 Paths? Asked Tang Zhenliu again. How should I know? Han Sen smiled. I don't think he can win. I've seen 6 Paths fighting before, and he's really powerful. In the divinities bout 100 years ago, 6 Paths almost took first place, but he lost to the then champion for half a strike. That spirit is too powerful. I don't think $, can win, said Wang Yuhang. Not necessarily. That 6 Paths is certainly powerful, but $, is also exceptional. Besides, we humans actually evolve much more quickly than creatures and spirits. If Dollar has enough resources, and if he reaches super level, it's likely that he can defeat 6 paths, Jing Jiwu said, disagreeing with Wang Yuhang. Han Sen had thought that they had something important to tell him, but they just wanted to gossip about the upcoming fight. It seemed that the impending fight between him and 6 paths had attracted a lot of attention. Old Han, who do you think will win? After talking about it for a while, Tang Zhenliu turned around and asked Han Senator. Of course, I think Dollar will win. After all, he's a human like us, so I want him to win, said Han Senator. When it was meal time, Han Sen left the holographic room. Han Yen and his mother were both there, and Ji Yanran's parents were also there. The dinner conversation turned to Divinity's bout, and they couldn't help bringing up the fight between Dollar and 6 paths. Dollar is definitely the most powerful person within the human race. If he can actually defeat 6 paths, it'll be a good thing for all humans. It'll be a huge motivation for everyone, said Ji Ruozhen. Dollar is indeed impressive, but I think my brother is stronger than him. Are you going to join Divinity's bout, brother? Why didn't I see your name? Han Yen asked, looking at Han Senator. Han Sen shook his head and said, myself Geno Core hasn't reached super level yet, and I have something important to do right now. I didn't sign up for Divinity's bout. Ji Ruozhen nodded his head and said, you're right. You should be careful when it comes to Divinity's bout. You're indeed powerful now, but relying on external power too much is not a good thing. You should improve your power as much as possible first. The humans hadn't even cared about Divinity's bout originally, but their interest had been piqued by Dollar's entrance. Lots of media were going to be reporting the fight between Dollar and 6 paths. This had never happened, even after the news of the 3rd and the 4th sanctuaries were revealed. Dollar was too famous in the alliance. Normal people were not that interested in Divinity's bout in the 4th shelter, but they were still very interested in news about Dollar. Han Sen entered the martial hall to observe the fights on the 2nd day after he went back to the sanctuary. There were still 2 days before the fight between him and 6 paths. Han Sen arrived before the Divinity's bout because he wanted to observe the power of the other competitors. Just as Han Sen expected, he saw many powerful beings joining the Divinity's bout on the 1st day. There were too many powerful beings in the 4th sanctuary, and they obviously stood out among the sacred blood creatures and king spirits. However, the battle that attracted Han Sen the most was the fight of Su Mi's mother, Fire Empress. When Han Sen saw Fire Empress, he took a look at her competitor, and noticed that the name listed was Jade Shura. Han Sen originally thought that it was just a coincidence, but when Fire Empress's adversary walked on the stage, Han Sen was surprised. The contestant was wearing a jade mask, and it was as smooth as an eggshell. The surface was unbroken, without a mouth, nose, or eyes. Though he couldn't see the person's face, the life force coming from her and her pair of purple horns meant that she was definitely a royal Shura. Can the Shura also join the Divinity's bout? Han Sen was very surprised. What was more surprising was that he wasn't sure whether this Jade Shura was actually the Jade Shura. Only the Empress of the Shura could use the name Jade Shura, so if she really was the Empress, it would be very interesting. Han Sen followed the fight very closely. Fire Empress had never met a Shura before, so she treated Jade Shura as an ordinary creature. She waved her hands, and a wave of fire that looked like a dragon tried to swallow Jade Shura. Jade Shura saw the fire dragon, but she didn't seem impressed by it. She let the fire dragon swallow her, but after the fire dragon withered away, Jade Shura was still standing there, unharmed. Fire Empress was kind of intimidated and infuriated. She lifted her arms, and a fire gem floated into her hands. The fire gem was like a sun burning everything around it. It flew toward Jade Shura. That fire was so terrifying that even people who were watching from their own martial halls leaned away from it. Jade Shura finally started to move. She raised her jade hand to her chest, and she waved her hand toward that fire gem like a knife. The invisible power slashed forward like a blade, and in the next second, the fire gem was falling apart in 2 pieces. Everyone was stunned into silence, and many people couldn't help standing up. Falsified sky power. Someone couldn't help screaming. Amongst the human demigods, and even the creature and spirit demigods, the falsified sky sutra was an infamous technique. And furthermore, it was always associated with Godslayer Luo. Of course, alongside Godslayer Luo, the entire Luo family possessed and practiced the falsified sky sutra as well. It was just that none others of the family were as frightening with the skill as he was. If Godslayer Luo was taken out of the picture, the falsified sky sutra would not be as notorious as it was. Now Jade Shura had just popped out of nowhere, wielding enough falsified sky power to break Fire Empress Geno core. It would have been believed to be the work of Godslayer Luo, had it not been a woman. Fire Empress looked glum. Her Geno core had been destroyed, and she herself had ended up injured. Seeing the falsified sky power wielded with such dexterity, she no longer wanted to fight Jade Shura. She simply exited the battleground. Jade Shura left Divinity's bout after winning, too, but many people fervently discussed what they saw. Even the spirits and creatures chattered amongst themselves about it, all wondering who it might have been. It was primarily just the humans who knew about the Shura, though. Most others didn't, and so they didn't know that only the Shura Empress had the name Jade Shura. Nothing ultimately came from their discussions. Han Sen was positive that this contender was from the Jade Shura family, he just wasn't sure if it was the queen herself. Han Sen observed the matching index in order to determine whether or not he could win the next 6 fights. It looked likely he'd go up against Jade Shura in the 7th match. But Jade Shura had to win 6 times, as well. This is good. I would like to see how strong Jade Shura's power has become, in case little Yen winds up at a disadvantage against them, Han Sen thought to himself. If Han Sen wanted to battle Jade Shura, he had to win the next 6 times. Over the course of the next 2 days, Han Sen observed many elites. There were far too many creatures competing, and nothing was as exciting as the fight between Jade Shura and Fire Empress. Finally, on the 3rd day, Han Sen noticed it was almost time for his first fight. He became a Super King Spirit, and then walked into Divinity's bout from the Martial Hall. There were many creatures in the stadium, all focused on the battleground before them. Without a doubt, they were already paying attention to the place where Dollar and 6 Paths would compete. Many creatures were in the martial halls of their shelters watching, as well, via the tablets there. Dollar. It really is Dollar. When the humans saw a shadow enter, they all screamed. It is Dollar. He really has come. This will be a good show. I hope Dollar can beat 6 Paths, he very well might. Dollar killed Destroyer Wolf, so he's not weak. It's the same Dollar as the one that killed Destroyer Wolf. I don't think it'll be easy for 6 Paths to win this one. What are you talking about? No matter who the opponent is, 6 Paths is invincible in combat. I think 6 Paths will win, too. After all, he was an elite in 2nd place long ago. He self-destructed so he could begin his practice all over again and become an emperor that way. He must be even stronger than before. As everyone discussed these matters, another figure appeared on the battleground. He was wearing green clothes with a black piece of wood in his hands. He was approaching quietly and slowly, as people's vision and focus narrowed in on him. It was like he was carrying the spotlight, and the crowd couldn't tear their eyes away from him. People watched him more closely than they did celebrities. Han Sen watched the man walk slowly toward him, and he knew it was 6 Paths. But 6 Paths did not know who his opponent was. 6 Paths had seen Han Sen's true self, but he had never seen him in Super King Spirit mode. He was unable to recognize him. 6 Paths stopped 10 meters away from Han Sen and spoke. You are strong. After 6 Paths said this, the humans felt very happy. For a human to have been approved and complimented by a top-tier demigod was something of a glory. The spirits and creatures that knew about Six Paths were all in shock. They knew of Six Paths' personality. When people complimented their opponent, it wasn't usually truthful. But Six Paths spoke the truth, and that spoke volumes for how extremely strong he knew his opponent to be. "Thanks for the compliment," Han Sen calmly said. He didn't look away from Six Paths for a second. Han Sen knew a lot about Six Paths, and he had even learned his skills. But while Heart Sword was easy to learn, Han Sen had not had any practice with the other 5 techniques. When Six Paths entered the battleground, Heart Sword was already active. Han Sen was not affected by this, and that was what prompted the initial compliment. Han Sen's sword mind was very strong, and he wasn't bothered by Six Paths' Heart Sword. This also made Six Paths think he had been presumptuous. Six Paths shook his head and did not say anything else. He lifted his sword and came striking at Han Senator. There was no more dialogue or gesturing, and his attack was something that shocked quite a lot of people. Normal people wouldn't understand, though, thinking that it looked like any other strike. It seemed like a simple swing, something even a novice could do. But that simple strike was different under Six Paths' control. There was nothing tricky, and there wasn't much raw power either, but that was because it focused on the sword mind. Heart Sword was dependent on the heart. Six Paths' Sky Sword Path used the power of the sky, so when he struck, he combined it with the power of the earth. People assumed it was an ordinary strike, but in the eyes of the elites, it looked like a tremendous force that could crush Han Sen in an instant. The sky and the ground lent power to the sword, and the attack was impossible to dodge. The strike was using the origin sword skill at max capacity. Han Sen had the name Sky Sword, but he knew it was Six Paths with the genuine Sky Sword. He was just a guy who was talented with the sword, but nothing like a proper Sky Sword. Outer Sky Leader saw this and complimented it, saying, "Six Paths Emperor has become scarier than ever. It is difficult to tell who will win." The Sacred Leader from Sacred Shelter saw it and frowned. Six Paths Emperor really is a legend. The people that weren't skilled probably felt nothing when watching the fight. But the faces of all the powerful spectators changed, particularly when they imagined what things would be like if they were facing Six Paths themselves. They were in utter shock, and they had no clue how they'd respond to such a strike. Everyone's eyes moved to Han Sen, wondering how he'd deal with the situation. "Are you sure Dollar is fine?" Tang Zhenliu asked, swallowing hard. He wasn't very good with the sword, but he could feel the pressure of that strike. So, he had to ask. Gu Qingcheng was standing by his side. She said, "Six Paths Emperor is strong, but this strike won't be able to hurt his opponent." "Why?" Tang Zhenliu asked simply. As the Six Paths sword came directly in front of Han Senator, Han Sen's body glowed with holy light. He raised his hand and simply flicked the Six Paths sword. And from that one small move, the sword was knocked off course. It came down near Han Sen, missing him. Outer Sky Leader and the others all looked on in shock. Normal sorts couldn't feel or see how amazing it was that Six Paths strike had failed, but the elites knew. And they knew how difficult it must have been to have flicked the sword off course. Sky Sword used the power of the sky and the power of the ground. The finger meant Han Sen had gone against the sky and the ground. If he could simply defy those powers with a flick, it was a statement of the power he possessed. And if Han Sen used Flick Sword, he had to destroy the sword mind of the sky and ground. If he was unable to destroy the sword mind, he wouldn't have been able to flick the sky and ground. Han Sen's Flick Sword shocked many elites, even Outer Sky King. But truthfully, it wasn't that amazing. Because Han Sen's sword mind received a big boost from the sword mark, he was stronger than Six Paths. Even his sword mind was. So, Six Paths' sword mind did not affect him. The power to gather the forces of the sky and ground was more than anything a borrowing of their strength. Six Paths didn't possess it himself. And momentum attacks did not work on Han Sen when he used Super King's spirit. So, while the elites saw an incredible strike, Han Sen saw a fairly average strike similar to what the ordinary people saw. With the right amount of strength, it wasn't difficult to block. Now that Han Sen had maxed out his Super Geno points, his strength was greater than Six Paths. His ability to flick the sword away was not surprising. In the eyes of the other elites, the flick was far too shocking to witness. Good, Six Paths said. His eyes held a wild excitement, as his interest in his opponent had increased tenfold after the flick. He struck again, but this time it was different. When he unleashed the attack, the audience felt as if they themselves had been hit. Their bodies shook. Han Sen remembered this strike. It was Six Paths' Spirit Sword Path. Its title did not refer to the spirits of the sanctuary, but the spirit of a living being. The skill had a name, but it felt hollow and empty. When it struck, it came to claim your spirit. The person that recognized your greatest flaws was often yourself. The spirit sword attacked a person's spirit, and when it landed on different people felt different things. When people felt the strike, they could feel it target their weaknesses. Even the audience, when trying to block it, became a bit of a mess. Some people, with weak minds, looked pale. It looked as if they themselves had been struck. They opened their mouths and coughed up blood. People with strong minds, like Outer Sky King, simply grimaced a little. Even he had been affected, somewhat, such powerful skills. I can't believe the spirits have a swordsman that talented. Gu Qingcheng expressed a compliment. What is that sword skill? He is attacking Dollar, but it feels like it is attacking me. Wang Yuhang's face looked bad as he spoke. This is a sword skill that can steal a person's soul. You can't even see it being cast. It's not like he is using an ordinary skill, it is like he is controlling something that can seek out and exploit our weaknesses, Gu Qingcheng said. Is such a thing possible? Tang Zhenliu's eyes opened wide. He had never even considered something like this before. Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu were lost in thought for quite a bit, and when the silence between them ended, Jing Jiwu said, "Does this mean Dollar is battling himself? Six Paths' sword is now controlled by Dollar, so he's attacking himself, right?" Yes. It does not matter how strong anyone is, they can all feel fear. It can go unnoticed, like if someone sprained their left hand, but others didn't realize it. The one with the injury can be afraid because he knows he has incurred that injury. And that fear is what can draw in the Six Paths sword. It can bring it to target the weak spot. That means the enemy will begin to reveal their own weak spots. In my time, very few people were able to use something like this, Gu Qingcheng coldly said. Whoa! That's such a horrible technique, Tang Zhenliu balked. Everyone who knew about Spirit Sword now stared at Han Senator. They wanted to see how Han Sen would break the threat. People could dodge when an attack came for their weak spot. Spirit Sword itself wasn't much of a killer, unless the will of its opponent was weak. Dodging it would not be hard if it wasn't. The scary thing about Spirit Sword was that it exposed your flaws and weaknesses to the opponent. It was not something that aimed to kill you, right away. Outer Sky Leader did not think Dollar had a weak mind, so this strike probably wouldn't harm him. They wanted to see what Dollar's flaw might be, though. If Dollar won and became their enemy, they would know his weakness. It'd be a great benefit. Everyone was thinking like this while watching Han Senator. They were eager to see how he'd respond. Han Sen showed no sign of a reaction, though. He didn't even move. He flicked his sword and knocked the Six Paths sword away again. Everyone looked at that in shock. Dollar did not have any reaction, and he revealed no weakness. It was unbelievable. There were two possibilities for this occurring. The first was that Dollar's will was strong enough to be absolutely fearless. Strange, since everyone living had the occasional negative thought. Unless you were God, being fearless sounded impossible. The second possibility was that Dollar's body was perfect, and there were no weak spots. There was nothing to expose. No matter which was correct, the entire scenario was difficult to fathom. It shouldn't have happened to any being that wasn't a god. The truth was, the attack wasn't as annoying as everyone thought. Han Sen's Super King Spirit Mode could suppress and immunize all negative feelings of oneself. This included Heart Sword, Sonic Sword, Sky Sword, and Spirit Sword. None of those would work on Han Sen in Super King Spirit Mode. Others were in fear, seeing all those sword skills fail. To Han Sen, it was nothing spectacular. Han Sen was familiar with Six Paths sword skills. He knew the only skills that could threaten him were Blood Sword and Life Sword. With those conning next, the real fight was only just beginning. Six Paths noticed Han Sen's body change. The three sword skills he used already did not work on Han Sen, but he now looked calm. People who knew Six Paths knew what his calmness suggested. People that had finesse with the sword knew it was best not to wield such a weapon with jittery excitement. And when Six Paths saw an opponent that impressed him, he'd often get excited. But when Six Paths saw an opponent that could be considered his rival, he always became calmer instead. He'd done the look of a proper swordsman. The sword in Six Paths' hand did not move. His face started to look red, as if his blood was boiling on the inside. It made people think he was a volcano that could erupt at a moment's notice. But his eyes were a contrast to that look. They seemed extremely calm, holding neither sadness or happiness. Han Sen looked dim now. He knew the real fight was only just beginning, too. With Six Paths' blood sword coming up, Han Sen knew he could no longer rely on tricks. He had to fight properly. Han Sen took a deep breath and let the energy course through his entire body and run on a cycle. Yin Yang Blast with twice the cycle allowed Han Sen to finally control both Yin and Yang. Han Sen had learned many different skills, and aside from sword skills, Yin Yang Blast was still something he frequently used. It was originally taught to him by Baishan. It was a dangerous hyper-geno art, though. The results could either be heaven or hell. If he used it well, it could prove to be the strongest hyper-geno art one could use. But if it was used poorly, Han Sen could damage himself badly. Yin Yang Blast was banned in the Alliance due to its power and volatility, despite the ease of learning. The sword was like a bird flying low at Han Senator. The violence was coming fast and quiet. It was impressive enough just to watch. Even if you did not know how to use a sword, you could tell how accurate it was. You could tell how fast and steady it was coming. Han Sen did not have a sword, but even if he did, he wouldn't use it against Six Paths. Although Han Sen's sword skills were no weaker than Six Paths' techniques, if they fought sword to sword, Han Sen only had a 40% chance of winning. Han Sen was good with sword skills, but the sword was more of a tool for him. If he used a spear or a knife, it was all very similar to him. But to Six Paths, a sword was a sword. And there was no comparison to anything else. Facing Six Paths and his sword skills, Han Sen did not dodge. He did not have sword heart, but he still had the inherent will to fight. It did not make much of a difference whether he had a sword or not. He wanted to win just as much either way. Han Sen flicked his finger, unleashing a yin-yang blast of power at Six Paths' sword. The sword went 3 inches off course. Six Paths' sword heart remained calm, but his sword skills were like a volcano or a tsunami. Fast, faster. Hard, harder. Accurate, more accurate. Steady, steadier. Six Paths' sword was harder than ever. It was crazier than ever, too. By the end, you couldn't even see Six Paths' sword nor his body. All you could see was a sword light flickering around Han Senator. It left sword marks everywhere. Han Sen was in the arena, but his arms moved blindingly fast with all 10 fingers flicking in different directions. You could hear the sword and fingers colliding against each other repeatedly. It happened so many times, it was impossible to keep an accurate count of how many times they had hit each other. Everyone stopped breathing. It was like if you stopped to blink, you'd miss an insane match. You wouldn't want to waste a single second. So many creatures were in the stadium, watching, but still, it was all deathly quiet. The only thing that could be heard was the sound of the fighters striking. Powerful sword skill meets a powerful plan, Furnace Emperor said with a sigh. Sumi, who was next to him, looked confused. Father, what plan? Sumi could tell Six Paths was strong, but he was not sure why Furnace Emperor said plan. Furnace Emperor sighed again and said, Dollar's skills aren't special. He has calculated his strength, and Six Paths' sword skills are in fact stronger. If I fought against him, I know I'd lose worse. But sword skills require an accurate judgment of strength. Stabbing and slashing can change the entire direction of a fight. Dollar can see through Six Paths' sword skill and the fingers keep flicking to where they need to be. It looks very dangerous, but it isn't. Does that mean Dollar knows the weaknesses of Six Paths' sword skills? Sumi asked. No, it does not. There are no invisible powers or factors here. If you want a sword that is very hard, it will lack flexibility. That is not a flaw, that is just how things are. Dollar uses the right strength for the right situation, Furnace said. Sumi looked as if he understood, but he didn't. Then, he asked, I still don't understand. What's the difference between that and weaknesses? Furnace Emperor, with a wry smile, shook his head. I don't know. I can tell Six Paths' sword skills are strong, but Dollar sees right through them. Many elites discussed the battle between Han Sen and Six Paths. Dollar is straddling the edge of a knife. If he slips up, he'll be killed by Six Paths' sword, the Outer Sky leader said, looking at Battle God. Strange. Dollar seems to know Six Paths' sword skills. Otherwise, how could he make the correct judgment of Six Paths' constantly changing moveset? The sacred leader looked suspicious. Demigod Gu, what is happening now? Wang Yuhang could not see the fight, so he asked Gu Qingcheng. Something dangerous. Gu Qingcheng frowned. Who is in danger? Tang Zhenliu asked. Dollar. He is gambling. Even if you've successfully gambled 100 times, all it takes is one loss. If he loses, he'll be done for, Gu Qingcheng explained. Gambling? Everyone looked at Gu Qingcheng with confusion. The fight between Han Sen and Six Paths was too fast for them to keep track of. Gu Qingcheng, after a moment of thought, said, Six Paths' Emperor's sword skills are incredible. He is a champion with the sword. He won't grant an opponent a moment of reprieve, and he is flawless. He does everything he can to take the advantage and make his opponent lose hope of victory. His sword skills are something you can't overcome. Does that mean Dollar is actually losing? Wang Yuhang opened his eyes wide. Gu Qingcheng shook her head. Maybe not. If it was someone else, they might use strength to break the attack. If the power was sufficient to suppress Six Paths, his sword skill would break. I don't think anyone can possess more strength than Six Paths in the Fourth God's Sanctuary, however. So, Dollar is doing something different. He is gambling a potential victory. Gamble? Wang Yuhang still did not understand. He had no clue what she was talking about. Gu Qingcheng looked at Han Sen and said, yes, he is gambling. The champion sword is using his experience to beat the opponent. He's not supposed to reveal a single flaw he has to his foe. Dollar, on the other hand, is doing things differently. He is not trying to uncover flaws through SKS. He is going with the flow, rather. When the enemy strikes, he falls back. When the enemy falls back, he strikes. It's keeping Six Paths from gaining the advantage and pushing Dollar to the point where his hope begins to wane. That sounds good. Why is it gambling? Tang Zhenliu did not understand either. Gu Qingcheng said quietly, sword skills can be different. You cannot predict where Six Paths Emperor, who is so strong, or an average run-of-the-mill swordsman, will put their strength. Now they knew why Dollar was gambling. It was hard to predict how an opponent would use their sword precisely, especially for a fight as wild as that. Everything was happening at breakneck speed, and it was difficult to determine where the next strike would fall. If Han Sen did this correctly, he could slowly eliminate Six Paths' sword power. But that was just the power of his sword, and there was still no guarantee of victory. If he blocked the wrong direction and failed to beat back the Six Paths' sword, things could go bad. All that time, Han Sen was using his finger to flick Six Paths' blade away. It didn't cost much strength, but it required a lot of unflagging judgment that was much harder than exerting total strength. He couldn't afford to miss once. If this continues, Dollar will miss and Six Paths is going to win. He has gotten so strong. I hope I don't have to meet him until I reach the rankings of the 10 Son of Gods. A powerful elite now realized Han Sen was actually in trouble. It was a gamble that he could not afford to lose. Dollar only had one life, whereas Six Paths had many. Time passed and the fight raged on. The faces of the audience began to change. Weird. Why does he keep succeeding? Does he know Six Paths' skills better than Six Paths himself? No way. How can he always be right and never miss? This Dollar is weird. Does he have falsified sky power, and that means he always moves correctly? This is unbelievable. The match continued, alongside much discussion. No one understood why Dollar was so lucky in his judgment. Interesting. Jade Shura looked at Han Sen with much intrigue. Six Paths looked interested, too. He was keen to see how long his opponent could last. He was pushing Blood Sword to the max, but still, he could not penetrate Han Sen's defense. As everyone looked on, trying to predict how much longer he'd last, the sword light suddenly disappeared. Six Paths withdrew his sword and stopped attacking. That is some incredible power control and foresight. You are undoubtedly the best I have ever seen. Six Paths spoke to Han. Senator Han Sen looked at Six Paths but did not say anything. He knew the next attack would be even scarier. Life Sword was even more frightening than Blood Sword. If Blood Sword was a champion sword, Life Sword was a killer sword. You could predict the champion sword, but not the killer sword. Han Sen was not psychic, he was just excellent when it came to prediction. Six Paths Emperor then turned into a different person. Now, he was like an animal that was full of the wild unknown. He brandished his sword towards Han Sen, prompting Han Sen to flick it again. But this time, he could not send it astray. Six Paths' sword skills had changed. He started to slash without a moment of reprieve in between. Six Paths became a monster that wished to strangle Han. Senator he came out from different directions to attack Han Sen's weak spot, and he took aim at his life door. It wasn't steady, and the chance of calculating the attacks was non-existent. Every slash did not seem connected, and they couldn't be predicted. Han Sen had no choice but to fight. Han Sen's body then glowed with holy light. He could not predict the flight of the Six Paths sword, and he had to react instantly. They were both like a pair of ancient monsters, battling in a primitive arena. These two are too scary. We're only talking about battle skills, and yet they can cause a reaction such as this. Their battle powers must be inside their bones, Furnace Emperor said with a little awe. Dollar is starting to take advantage, the sacred leader spoke to himself. It wasn't just sacred leader thinking this. The entire elite audience had watched Six Paths unleash himself. Yet when he used Life Sword, he was suppressed by Dollar and put at a disadvantage. Powerful Dollar. I wonder where he comes from. Outer Sky looked confused. Six Paths Emperor used Life Sword and got suppressed. This had only happened once before. And at that time, Six Paths hadn't been this strong either. Han Sen believed going up against Six Paths' Life Sword would be difficult. After all, Life Sword resided at the heart of Six Paths. It was his essence. If you took away the limitations of skills, all he had left was primitive drive. Six Paths' sword skills, when cast, were something scary to behold. This would be the sixth sword skill, and it was the only one from the set Han Sen had heard about, but not actually seen in action. It wasn't that Six Paths did not want to show it to Han Sen, it was just that Life Sword was something of a personal achievement to learn. It was pointless to simply see it. But Han Sen knew it was strong. He just didn't know how strong. And now that he could see it, he was getting a feel for its power. It wasn't as threatening as Blood Sword, though. A battle that was based on reactions and strength was something Han Sen was good at. That was what he did before he amassed an array of hyper-geno arts, after all. Six Paths had learned a lot, but Han Sen's combat abilities weren't anything modest. He also had the advantage of the Dongxian aura. It would be an advantage that lent itself to any of his fights. Seeing Dollar suppressing Six Paths, the audience was all in shock. Han Sen kept flicking his fingers until Six Paths inevitably had to fall back. He couldn't fight him. The fingers of his opponent were so sharp. The Six Paths sword was soon delivered a deep scratch. Scary. Too scary. Who is this Dollar? Dollar is good. This is the rhythm to beating Six Paths strong. He is strong. He is my idol. Some of the demigods who weren't as talented hadn't been able to tell what they were seeing before, but this bit was plain for all to understand. Six Paths had been suppressed by his opponent and couldn't fight back. Seeing Six Paths incur more wounds across his body, Sacred Emperor frowned. Is Six Paths Emperor going to lose? Gu Qingqing's expression was complicated. It looks like Six Paths is going to lose. But Han Sen did not think this. Six Paths had used all six of his sword skills and had ended up suppressed, yes, but Han Sen didn't think it was going to be an easy win. Six Paths' eyes were still brimming with clarity and the fire of combat. Han Sen was doing something that was akin to damming a river with mud, or throwing rocks onto a spreading fire. It seemed useful, but there was that constant worry that it was only a matter of time before the containment was rendered useless in a sudden outburst of power that'd been held back and built up. Han Sen knew he couldn't stop. He attacked faster and faster with the desire to kill Six Paths before the sudden frenzy could manifest. Blood was spilling and bones were breaking. Six Paths' wounds were getting worse, but despite all that, his eyes shone brighter. The moment Six Paths relaxed his body, Han Sen felt as if he had just gone eye to eye with a viper. He stumbled back with goosebumps. He looked at Six Paths, who was covered in blood and still standing. Six Paths was still clutching his sword, but the tip was low against the ground. The sword mines were all gone, and he looked like someone who had forgotten how to use the blade. Thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to reach this step. Six Paths looked at Han Sen with excitement. Han Sen just looked back at Six Paths without saying anything. The spirit still looked like an ordinary person, but there was a sudden aura of danger. Han Sen hadn't felt this level of danger before. As a reward, please accept my final sword. Six Paths said this right before lifting Six Paths' sword. When he raised that sword, it felt as if all the power in the world was now coming down on Han Senator. It was as if the sword was at the center of the universe, and everything existed around it. Six Paths in one. Han Sen looked surprised. Heart sword was about wielder's true self. Sky sword was about the sky and the earth. Sonic sword was about the acoustical powers. Spirit was about the spirit. Blood sword was all about living. Life sword was about existence. When they all combined into one, it made six paths become a part of the world itself. Like a true sword master, his sword became the center of the world. Boom! The power he had gathered up was too much, and the unbreakable arena was actually shattered. The sword created a giant crater in the ground, as the previously standing six paths was lifted into the air to float above the ground. The entire power was gathered there. The audience was in shock. They noticed that all their powers had been magnetized towards six paths. It felt as if they themselves were going to be processed into the sword he wielded. Some of the audience quickly cast skills to prevent power leakage, but many of the weaker beings were unable to do this, and they found their energy stolen and pulled into the sword. The strong spirits could stop this from happening naturally. But that had to be possible, otherwise, none would have been able to watch the match. Six Paths is becoming a god. Outer Sky Leader looked at Six Paths like an unrivaled swordmaster. Many of the other elites were shocked, too. After this fight, Six Paths is sure to become a god very soon. I can't believe he is breaking through now. Six Paths is on the verge of becoming a god. Dollar is in trouble. Gu Qingcheng looked glum. Tang Zhenliu looked to be in shock, and he couldn't even find the words to speak. Simply seeing it all through the Marshall Hall's tablet was enough to make him feel suffocated. I am the sword. The sword is me. A sword can traverse six paths and become one. When Six Paths pointed his sword to the sky, his power had reached maximum capacity. The way he spoke made it sound as if he was a god, and it frightened all those who listened. Creatures that had weak minds were already prepared to obey him, as if he truly was a god. Creatures with strong wills could feel the pressure, as well, and they felt as if they wanted to throw up because of it. After that, Six Paths swung his sword. A sword light was cast through the arena, covering it in its entirety. All in its proximity were swallowed. In that moment, Six Paths was like a god that could not be beaten. Everyone believed that it was now the end. Dong! In the sword light that brought ruin to everything, a golden light suddenly cracked the fabric of space. It traveled through the sword light and smacked into Six Paths' sword, then stuck to it. Everyone realized that the golden light was actually a coin. It was a beautiful coin. Boom! The Six Paths sword, which had previously been at the center of existence, had now been wrecked by that coin. The power that was going into the sword then started to travel into the coin. The scariest thing about this was the fact that the super elites, who had previously been able to stop their energy from leaking, were now unable to stop the process. The leaders of Outer Sky and Sacred also suffered under the coin. A portion of their energy was being stolen by the coin. Even the power and energy of the Six Paths sword was being taken by the coin. Eventually, the coin was bigger than the sword itself. Dong! A crunchy noise sounded, and Six Paths Emperor was no longer able to control the sword. He allowed it to fall, and when it came to a stop, it stood erect with its tip dug into the ground. Six Paths Emperor was still clutching the handle, and it was clear he wished to pull it out of the ground, but couldn't. The sword actually got heavier and heavier, and as it sank into the earth, Six Paths Emperor started to go down with it. All the beings in the audience were shocked. Watching was what was happening to the Six Paths sword. The power Six Paths had gathered was nearly godlike, and yet, it had been beaten by what looked like a measly coin. His sword could not take the weight. Six Paths, who had now lost the sword, was frozen. That sword was something he had never lost before. To him, his life was his sword and his sword was his life. Having now lost his sword, he no longer wished to do combat. Even God is afraid of collecting taxes. Collecting taxes is scary. Han Sen sighed, and then he flicked his finger once more. A shower of coins began to rain, and they covered the entire arena. They landed on 6 paths in frightening numbers, until he was buried beneath a mountain of them. A severe weight pressed down on him. 6 paths didn't move. All he could do was turn his head to see the coins that fell. He looked at Han Sen and smiled. I lost, the sword is yours. There will be no other 6 paths sword. When you see me again, all you will see is 6 paths. After that, 6 paths Emperor wiggled his fingers. He was disconnecting himself from the 6 paths sword. And when he did that, the sword released its power and just fell on the floor. 6 paths Emperor's mouth bled, but he still worked up a smile before leaving. He conceded, leaving behind the 6 paths sword that was on the ground. Han Sen did not feel joyous, though. After that fight, 6 paths had decided to abandon his sword. The sword in his heart must have been very scary, and if they fought again, victory would be even harder to achieve. Han Sen picked up the sword and exited the arena, returning to his shelter. Han Sen and 6 paths had left the stage, but the battle had been incredibly exciting. It had shocked the entire 4th God's sanctuary. 6 paths was half a god, but he had lost to the enigmatic dollar. Everyone was curious about his true identity, and everyone thought dollar would win the entire divinities bout. He would surpass the 10 son of gods and become the first son of God. The media in the alliance had reported the news, as well. Champions return, the coin crushes everything, God versus God, the power of dollar. All sorts of articles were released after the fight. They spoke passionately about the battle and dollar's victory there. Dollar is the best. He must be able to reach first place. Don't worry, dollar will never disappoint us. If he wants to, he'll definitely wind up in first place. The 4th God Sanctuary's divinities bout was something that had little to do with the general populace of the alliance, but it was still a popular topic of conversation, nonetheless. Not many people saw the fight either. And journalists were only able to make write-ups through interviews that were held with demigod witnesses. It was the only way for them to learn what happened. Due to their inability to locate dollar, the journalists asked the demigods that watched the fight. Fang Mingchuan's interview was the most popular, and that was because he was famous and knew a lot of people. He had interviewed many demigods in the past, and he was a big fan of dollar. People that liked dollar would often go and read his articles. Demigod Tang, what is your opinion of the fight between dollar and 6 paths? Fang Mingquan interviewed Tang Zhenliu, a person he was quite close with. Tang Zhenliu smiled and said, where do I begin? I mean, 6 paths was strong, but he just wasn't on the same level as dollar. Dollar will be able to get to the top 10 son of gods, for sure, and he might even achieve first place. Most demigods that accepted the interview said many similar things. They all thought dollar could reach the top 10, at the very least. But there were some unpleasant voices amidst the crowds, and some whispered dollar was simply lucky. If he reached the top 10, it'd be through good fortune. There were many powerful spirits and creature ahead, and with them thinking dollar was a cocky person, they didn't think he'd reach the top 100. There were quite a few arguments surrounding this, and the alliance turned its focus to the issue. The elites in the 4th God Sanctuary spent a lot of time researching the fight. They were looking for a way they might be able to disarm the coin and beat dollar if he ever came for them. Right now, dollar had become their biggest, number 1 enemy. He was the likeliest candidate to reach the top 10 thus far. The people felt very lucky when it was confirmed they might not have to face dollar, but for those that had to fight him, they researched and researched. They wanted to find a way they might win. Han Sen didn't think much about any of this, though. He just retired to the practice of Dongxian Sutra. The coin Geno Core had reached super class after the fight, and he was fairly confident he could reach first place. If Han Sen could get all his Geno Cores to super, that would be even easier. Before the next round started, Han Sen practiced constantly with the Dongxian Sutra. When Han Sen entered the arena next, it was 4 days later. He didn't have to fight, though, as every opponent he went up against had to concede. No one dared to do combat with him. The opponents of the next 4 rounds conceded, and all super elites grew fearful of Dollar. Dollar's name was very famous. Humans had also gotten used to referring to him as the Light of Hope. Even so, there were a few unfriendly voices. A widely known professional published an article that presented a number of reasons why Dollar was not actually human, and was in fact a spirit, and it repeatedly reiterated that humans should not be so joyous in celebrating the figure. Words like those incited the ire of Dollar's fanboys, and debates raged between the camps in the virtual community. The professional was earnest in his opinion and supported it, but he had even gone so far as to say that even if Dollar was proven to be a human, there was no chance he could breach the top 10 Son of Gods. He also predicted Dollar would have trouble in his 5th round and that he would get no further than the 7th match. Han Sen looked at who his opponent would be in the 5th round. He had only seen who he was to fight in the 7th round, and that was Jade Shura, the supposed queen of the Shura. He didn't realize he would also have a strong opponent challenge him in the 5th round. Aqua Sun Beast was a berserk super creature. Han Sen didn't realize he would be an opponent. But Han Sen was a man that wanted to come out on top, and he didn't care about who or what got in the way. If Jade Shura did not have a special identity, Han Sen would not have cared too much about her either. The matches Han Sen had watched the most were not Jade Shura's, though. They were the matches of Gu Qingcheng, Outer Sky Leader, and Sacred Leader. They didn't encounter strong opponents. Everyone who faced off against them ended up conceding. Gu Qingcheng had a few matches, but her opponents were all killed with a single hit. She didn't even allow them the berth to draw a weapon. But today was the day for Han Sen to battle Aqua Sun Beast. Many people came to watch it, and there was a far greater turnout than there was last time. Because Han Sen's past 4 opponents had decided to throw in the towel, many more came to watch, as well. They were all keen to see what sort of power Han Sen possessed. That expert who wrote the article, is he a demigod? How did he know Dollar would go up against a berserk super creature on the 5th match? Wang Yuhang looked at the Marshall Hall's tablet. What? You know about this Aqua Sun Beast? Tang Zhenliu asked Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang nodded and said, I asked Cheap Sheep to collect information. Aqua Sun Beast is famous. He claimed 80,000 miles of the Aqua Sea, and he eats emperors. He is powerful, and I certainly don't expect him to concede. What kind of power does it wield? Lin Feng asked. I don't know. Anyone who's dared to enter the Aqua Sea has died inside its belly. No one has seen how it kills people. Wang Yuhang shook his head. Gu Qingcheng coldly approached them and said, the power of the Aqua Sun Beast is not as mighty as the Destroyer Wolf. But with that being said, the elites of the 4th God's Sanctuary would prefer to challenge the Destroyer Wolf than venture near the Aqua Sea. Perhaps that can give you an idea of how scary it is. Do you know what power it wields? Wang Yuhang asked. I don't know. Gu Qingcheng shook her head. That expert is smart. Aqua Sun Beast is so mysterious, it might cause Dollar trouble. Tang Zhenliu frowned. What is there to be afraid of? He defeated 6 paths. After doing that, there is no need for him to fear any monster. Wang Yuhang was confident. While they discussed, it was time for Dollar and Aqua Sun Beast to do battle. Han Sen, wrapped up in the holy light, entered the arena. He didn't see Aqua Sun Beast immediately. When the time for the creature to join was almost up, a door of light was revealed upon the arena. A beast that looked like a jade Kirin came out of it. It stood in front of Han Sen, not saying anything. All it did was spit out a green orb. The orb's size was double that of a basketball, and its color was like green jade. The orb also possessed a strange glowing symbol of some kind. When the orb showed up, a strange green light covered the entire arena. Han Sen used holy light to fend off that green light, but the green light didn't seem to be destructive. He wasn't entirely sure what it did or what it meant. Amidst Han Sen's confusion, he suddenly heard the Aqua Sun Beast roar. Then, the symbol upon the orb began to glow. And then, the same strange symbol appeared on Han Sen's body. It was atop him, stuck. Oh, no. That is the power of a seal. Jing Jiwu was shocked. He has the same power as you do. Lin Feng looked at him glumly. Jing Jiwu nodded and said, "It is the same, yes, but I only have it at gemstone class. Its sealing power will be far stronger than mine. Now that Dollar has been touched by that green light, he will have been sealed. I doubt he'll even be able to move. This power can constrict Dollar just like that." Tang Zhenliu looked to be in disbelief. Jing Jiwu had a wry smile. "I'm only gemstone class. My sealing power is enough to constrict a super creature for 3 seconds, though. They can't move, no matter what. Jade Sun Beast is much stronger than me, and even if Six Paths was the one in the arena, he'd suffer the same fate. No wonder he is so strong. It looks like we should never underestimate the abilities of a single super creature." Tang Zhenliu's face changed. Dollar has been too careless. He shouldn't have allowed himself to be snared right away like that, Wang Yuhang said. It looks like that expert was right. Dollar is in trouble, Tang Zhenliu said. The audience could observe the sealing powers of Aqua Sun Beast, and when they saw it, they were shocked. From what was seen in the match between Han Sen and Six Paths, defeating Han Sen through sheer power was very difficult. No one could be sure. Aqua Sun Beast's sealing power was like the issuing of a warning. Can Dollar get out of that sealing power? Sumi looked at Han Sr. It will be difficult, if it's possible at all. Aqua Sun Beast is probably one of the best when it comes to sealing powers. It is difficult to evade the beast's sealing light, but now that he is sealed. Not even emperors can escape something like that, Furnace Emperor said. Aqua Sun Beast thought Han Sen was now unable to get away. He grabbed Han Sen with the plan of placing the human in his mouth. Seeing that the beast was about to bite his head off, Han Sen pulled out a stone pipe and put it to his lips. He took aim and blew into it. Pang! A red light went right into Aqua Sun Beast's mouth. It blew up the beast's entire head, resulting in a mess of blood. The professional and the virtual community got stomped on. Everyone commented and asked for his opinion on how Dollar effortlessly broke the fifth opponent's head. Your prediction was accurate, and Dollar really was given a lot of trouble. The blood must have taken ages to clean. Blowing up his head in less than a minute must have been really difficult. This is worrisome. It was such a big creature, think of all the meat. I don't know if we should bake, grill, or boil it. Of course, we can actually prepare it in 10 different ways. We can fry it, stir-fry it, steam it, roast it, deep-fry it, slow cook it, put it in sauce, flamethrower it, nuke it, or just barbecue it. The professional said Dollar wouldn't get past the 7th round. This is great. The professional didn't respond, but after a while, he departed and left behind a single note. It said Dollar was guaranteed not to make it past the 7th round. It made everyone go crazy once again. In the 4th God Sanctuary, all the beings were trying to find out what element Dollar was attuned with. The sealing power hadn't worked on him, and he seemed absolutely perfect in every way. He had no known flaw. It gave the others who wanted the title Son of God a headache. Many super elites investigated these events, but they could not find anything. But they were able to confirm that the pipe Han Sen used was the Blow Blood Geno Core from Drink Blood Emperor. That confirmed the sealing power did not work on Dollar. Blow Blood Geno Core had been sealed, and over the years, none had been able to unseal it. Yet, when Dollar had it, he had somehow been able to do just that. Now people were able to confirm that the coin Geno Core they had witnessed was actually the coin Geno Core on the leaderboard, and it belonged to Dollar. Everyone was talking about this, in fervent wonder about who might actually be able to stop Dollar. People investigated Dollar's list of battles painstakingly, and aside from Aqua Sun Beast, Dollar would go up against Jade Shura on the 7th round. Jade Shura's performance was outstanding. She hadn't beat Six Paths and Aqua Sun Beast like Han Sen had, but she was great nonetheless. Especially since she had falsified sky powers. That was something many beings were flat out afraid of. It was a shame Godslayer Luo hadn't decided to join in, but nobody dared to ask him to compete. Still, that meant the connection between him and Jade Shura would to remain a complete mystery. People assumed she was the queen of the Shura, a conclusion drawn from both her body shape and name. Still, people did not know why the queen possessed the falsified sky powers. Because her identity made things mysterious, it heightened the allure of the 7th match. And all wished to find out which of the two would end up stronger. When calculating the odds from a simple power perspective, the results favored Dollar. But falsified sky powers never missed. That power could very well kill Dollar in a second flat. Regardless, all the beings were extremely excited for the upcoming match. The beings that would later go up against the victor of the match paid extra attention to it, as well. It did not matter who won, as long as they could learn a thing or two. Inside the Shura Palace, a young Shura lady stood next to the Shura Queen. If Han Sen saw who this woman was, he'd have been shocked. That was because this Shura lady looked just like Zero. She was obviously older than Zero, but she was practically the same in all other physical aspects. Minger, you need to be careful tomorrow. That Dollar is unusual. The Shura Queen spoke to the young Shura. Mother, do not worry. I will beat him. And I will rise to take first place. I will tell everyone that Jade Shura is the greatest of all creations. Yu Minger spoke with absolute confidence. The Shura Queen laughed. She held her hands and said, "You cannot be careless. Our falsified sky powers still possess flaws. Until we obtain the second half of the falsified sky sutra, it will never be perfect. I know. But do not worry. The deal for the next 10 years will result in me beating Luo Haitang, and then, I will obtain the second half of the falsified sky sutra," Yu Minger said. The Shura Queen shook her head. She knew her daughter well, and she knew the girl wouldn't listen. But the Shura Queen wasn't too worried. Yu Minger was the most talented person in Jade Shura to have learned the falsified sky sutra. She was so strong, and there was no need to be concerned with her safety. Even if she was unable to win, she could still survive whatever came her way. Han Sen, meanwhile, was investigating something he was holding. After killing Aqua Sun Beast, he didn't get the beast's soul. But he did obtain the dead body, Geno Core, and Life Geno Essence. Life Geno Essences were now useless for him, and he gave the meat to Little Silver and the others. He brought the Geno Core with him, though. A green jade orb with a weird symbol of light. It contained a strong sealing power, that much was certain. If other people did not have a sealing power, they could not make use of the orb. And it was at times like this, the benefit of Han Sen's collection of spirit Geno points really showed. Han Sen did not possess the power of sealing, but with the sealing spirit Geno points, he could simulate sealing powers to make use of the orb. The orb was useful, and if monsters were touched by the sealing light, even a superclass little star would end up stunned. This is good stuff. Han Sen played around with the orb and came to like it. It was called the God Orb, but it was not perfect. If Little Star was traveling, the God Orb would not be able to shine on him, for example. The ceiling light could also be blocked by objects, such as shields. But still, even if a shield was deflecting the ceiling light, the shield itself would end up getting sealed. This applied to armor, as well. If the armor was sealed, your body would be locked in place. Han Sen took the God Orb and returned to Divinity's bout. The sixth enemy conceded, a move prompted by witnessing Aqua Sun Beast's merciless execution. So, Han Sen exited the background and waited for the seventh match. He was curious about the Jade Shura. Luo Haitang, who did not show much interest in Divinity's bout, went straight to the martial hall when the seventh match began. He was eager to watch the fight between Dollar and Jade Shura. Luo Li walked over to Luo Haitang, and with a serious look, asked him, "Sir, is that Jade Shura the real Shura Queen?" Luo Haitang sat down and said, "If she isn't the Shura Queen, then things will be much worse." "Why is that?" Luo Li asked, confused. "If she isn't the Shura Queen, then that means the Jade Shura have a second scary person," Luo Haitang said calmly. Luo Li thought that made sense. The Shura Queen was already giving him a headache, but the prospect of a second individual like this would be worse for the Luo family. The Jade Shura family had many elites, whereas the Luo family had no one. Aside from Luo Haitang, none were strong enough to represent them. "I hope Dollar can kill Jade Shura. Even if she is not the Shura Queen, killing her should sort the problem out," Luo Li thought. She didn't dare say it out loud in front of Luo Haitang. Luo Haitang did not say anything. He simply watched the stream displayed upon the martial hall tablet, waiting for Dollar and Jade Shura's match to begin. When it was time for the fight to start, Han Sen strode right into the battleground. Jade Shura hadn't arrived yet, so there was a bit of a wait. When the entry time was almost over, Jade Shura made her appearance. She looked the same as she had before, clad in black armor. She had a pair of purple horns and a mask on. "She's not the Shura Queen." Luo Haitang frowned, as this was bad news for the Luo family. Han Sen checked out Jade Shura carefully. He had never met the Shura Queen, so he could not tell if it was really her before him. The pros love to enter at the last second, don't they? "Does that make you look stronger or something?" Han Sen asked after she walked in. He didn't care whether she entered early or late. He just wanted to find out whether or not she was the Shura Queen, judging from her response. Jade Shura coldly responded, "Isn't it a good thing? It's me being merciful, letting you live a little longer." After hearing her speak, Han Sen was able to guess that it wasn't the Shura Queen. With the Shura Queen's age and manners, she wouldn't have replied like that. Han Sen thought it must have just been some young Shura lady. If she is not the Shura Queen, she must at least be from Jade Shura, Han Sen thought. Then he said, "You are kind." "I am not, but if you are willing to concede, you can walk away with your life," Jade Shura said. Han Sen laughed and said, "You are confident. I wonder what your strength is really like. Try me, and you just might find out." Jade Shura gave a grunt. Then, she raised her hand and began to build up falsified, sky power in the cup of her palm. The crowd felt that they could almost see something there, like she was holding a mirage. Han Sen looked at the left hand she had raised and frowned. Jade Shura only had half of the falsified Sky Sutra, but still, the level of power she possessed seemed nearly perfect to Han. Senator Luo Haitang saw the problem, too, and he frowned. "How is that possible? Her falsified sky power is like you. Did they get the second part of the falsified Sky Sutra?" Luo Li screamed, completely shocked. She couldn't believe it. Luo Haitang shook his head and said, "No, she didn't get it. Then why is her falsified sky power?" Luo Li couldn't speak. Luo Haitang had the complete falsified Sky Sutra. That meant she was accusing him of something. Luo Haitang looked at Jade Shura's left hand and said, "We possess the falsified Sky Sutra, but it was something we stole from a tomb belonging to the Shura. And we need Shura blood to practice it. That means it was originally a skill for the Shura. Jade Shura bred with the Shura for many generations, so their blood is probably completely Shura now. But it still can't be like the absolutely pure Shura that cannot practice the falsified Sky Sutra. Jade Shura's blood is strong enough to almost complete the falsified Sky Sutra, so she is scarier than the Shura Queen herself. If she really did come to own the complete version, there's no telling how strong she might become. Can Dollar beat her? Asking that made Luo Li feel guilty. Luo Haitang shook his head and said, "It'll just be difficult. Her falsified sky power is close to my level. Very few beings can block her attacks. Dollar will have to get rid of her before she strikes. Otherwise, I fear it is already too late." Luo Li heard this and felt very anxious. Jade Shura had already gathered up her falsified sky power while Dollar watched. He didn't even seem interested in attacking her. What is wrong with him? Does he not know the strength of falsified sky power? What is he standing there for? Go kill her. Luo Li felt a need for haste, but no matter how she felt, all she could do was watch. Many creatures shared the same feelings. Those who knew what falsified sky powers could do were confused. They did not know why Dollar was refusing to attack. That Dollar is conceited. He is waiting for Jade Shura to strike first, Furnace Emperor said while observing Dollar. Doesn't he know that falsified sky powers will not miss? If Jade Shura strikes, he's a dead man. Sumi looked on strangely. True, but everything around this Dollar is weird. Perhaps he does have some power that can go against it. Furnace Emperor was not entirely sure. Jade Shura saw Dollar unmoving, waiting for her to strike first. She looked annoyed, and she thought to herself, if you want to die, then fine. After that, she swung her hand. An invisible force came rushing forward to Han's senator and everyone's eyes traced it from her left hand. The strike was nothing beautiful. There was no light or ripple as it came, but people knew what the strike did, and they knew how frightening it truly was. Han Sen looked at Jade Shura's left hand. Still, he did not strike. He just wanted to see how far she had come with her practice of the falsified Sky Sutra. Everyone's focus was on Han's senator. They knew watching Jade Shura was pointless. Falsified sky power was invisible anyway, and if they watched her, they wouldn't see how the attack killed him. Is Dollar playing around? This is falsified sky power he's up against. Tang Zhenliu's hands were getting sweaty. He wasn't related to the Luo family, and it was a Shura using that power. He earnestly hoped Dollar would win. Nobody replied to him, because they didn't know the answer either. Everyone was intensely focused on Dollar. Just as most people were expecting Dollar to start spewing blood, he moved half a step. He did it casually. But after that step, everyone froze. After that step, nothing happened. And the fact that nothing happened was what struck people with disbelief. Falsified sky power had been cast, but nothing became of it. It was strange, and everyone turned to look at Han Sen with surprise, even Jade Shura. No one could believe that the falsified sky powers had missed Dollar completely. Did he dodge the falsified sky power? Luo Li's eyes opened wide. She had seen all that transpired, but she still couldn't make sense of it. Luo Haitang looked just as surprised. But he only looked at Dollar without saying a word, retreating into thought. Jade Shura was wearing a mask, so nobody could see her face. But Jade Shura knew her own face was full of shock. She couldn't accept what had just happened, and she didn't believe her falsified sky power could be avoided. Because Jade Shura only had half of the falsified Sky Sutra, it was not impossible to dodge. But hers was different. Her falsified sky power was almost perfect due to her blood. In recent years, no one had been able to dodge her ability. Jade Shura's eyes looked cold. She didn't say anything and simply cast it again. She swung both hands and kept repeatedly slashing towards Dollar. Han Sen remained still and firm, only moving to casually dodge the strikes. And still, Jade Shura's falsified Sky Sutra did not hit Han Sen, and he managed to dodge each and every attack. Jade Shura's falsified sky powers were almost perfect. Even if she had a variant that was absolutely perfect, Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra would allow him to dodge it. He wouldn't be struck by it. Is it fake, perhaps? It must be a fake falsified sky power. **T. Dollar is too strong. Falsified sky power is useless against him. I must be seeing a fake falsified sky power. Dollar is scary. Not only did the ceiling power not work against him, but neither has falsified sky powers. What power can work against him? Dollar will surely get into the top 10 Son of Gods. None of the beings had expected this. Godslayer Luo killed everything with his falsified sky power, and he had even taken down a super shelter with it, so humans could have a place to call home in the fourth god sanctuary. Spirits and creatures knew how powerful it could be. Even top-rank spirits and creatures would not underestimate falsified sky powers. And yet, Dollar had effortlessly evaded it. It made them wonder if the ability they were witnessing was fake. The falsified sky power is not fake, it's just that Dollar is so strong. He broke 6 paths and is immune to ceiling powers. Not even falsified sky powers can hurt him. Where did he come from, wielding such power? I have never heard of such a thing before. Sacred's leader frowned while looking at Han Senator. Haha, see. This is a strong human. Falsified sky powers are nothing. Dollar is God. In front of God, everything is rubbish. Many human demigods were fans of Dollar, but now they were even more hyped. They all wished they could be like Dollar, making battle with enemies of the different species in divinity's bout and achieving a more widespread human glory. Spirits and creatures did not believe Dollar was human. It's not an elite human, it is a creature. It's not a creature, it is a spirit. The audience argued amongst themselves. Inside the arena, Yu Ming'er was still reeling in shock. The power she was most proud of had proven useless against her opponent. No matter how hard she tried, the falsified sky powers had lost their luster. Han Sen's moving body started to look bigger and bigger in her eyes. Her opponent looked so mysterious, and it knocked her confidence down more than a few pegs. Han Sen now fully understood how proficient she really was with falsified sky powers. Her ability was far from being perfect, and it was much worse than even zero. If Han Yen became superclass, she'd be better than Jade Shura, as well. That Jade Shura is a potential threat. Even half of the falsified Sky Sutra is extremely dangerous. I should kill her to avoid further problems. Han Sen's expression turned murderous, and he suddenly started sprinting towards her. Yu Ming'er's confidence had been trampled, and her attacking momentum was now low, but she was still able to dodge the punch Han Sen threw. But Han Sen turned and revealed his blood Geno core, then he blew it at her. A red light came flying at her face. Yu Ming'er had the best blood out of all the Jade Shura. In a situation like this, she could still remain calm and evade the attack. But she was unable to dodge it completely. The red light went right for her face and broke a part of her mask off. Han Sen teleported in front of her with his fist raised to punch her in the face, but when he saw her image, he stopped. He didn't want to punch her. Why do you look so familiar? Han Sen was in shock. Yu Ming'er looked just like Zero. If she hadn't looked older than Zero, he would have believed that Zero herself was standing before him. Kill me, if that is your desire. Yu Ming'er stood where she was, seeing the fist in front of her. She gritted her teeth in anticipation. Tell me, what is your name? And from which Shura tribe do you hail? Han Sen asked her. Han Sen wanted to find out more about Zero, and although he'd never given up, there hadn't been clues for the longest time. Now that he had seen Yu Ming'er, he was taken aback. Until he could figure out the connection between the two, Han Sen was going to spare her life. Yu Ming'er did not say anything. A door of light appeared behind her, and she ran towards it. In anger, she turned and said, "Dollar, right? I'll remember you. I won't lose next time." Han Sen watched Yu Ming'er concede and did not move to stop her. He had decided not to kill her, so stopping her would be unnecessary. And even though she had said nothing about the fact, Han Sen at least knew she was of the Jade Shura. She couldn't run from him. Dollar had become the most famous person in the fourth god's sanctuary, perhaps even the entire universe. Everyone was curious about the true identity of Dollar. To all the creatures in the fourth sanctuary, it didn't matter who Dollar actually was. They had all concluded that Dollar would definitely make it to the ranks of the 10 Son of Gods, and he might even win the entire divinities bout. Han Sen didn't have the time to care about that. After he went back to the Alliance, he immediately started to observe Zero, and the more he looked at her, the more he found that she looked like Jade Shura. Is Jade Shura Zero's mother or sister? Han Sen was thinking. However, he didn't think it made much sense. Though Zero looked like a little girl, she wasn't young anymore. Jade Shura might not even have been as old as Zero. Han Sen thought about it for a while, and he still went to see what he could find about Jade Shura's identity. She had actually shown her face, and she came from the Shura race. She had to have something to do with the Jade Shura family, so it should be fairly easy to find out who she was. After asking a lot of people, he found the information he wanted. Actually, it wasn't a difficult job at all. The news that Yu Ming'er lost to Dollar was also important news in the Shura race. Soon, Han Sen learned that Yu Ming'er was indeed someone from the Jade Shura bloodline. She was a daughter of the Shura queen. However, before the divinities bout, nobody knew that Yu Ming'er was so powerful. A daughter of the Shura queen. Does that mean Zero might be a daughter of the Shura queen as well? No way. If she was, why would she look like a human being? Han Sen felt that the information he had found wasn't accurate, but he couldn't figure it out himself. I'll have to look for an answer from the Jade Shura bloodline, Han Sen thought. Divinity's bout was still going on, but the competitors Han Sen was about to fight all chose to back out. Nobody dared to fight him. Han Sen went through a very peaceful competition period, but at the same time, another major event happened in the divinities bout. The Outer Sky leader was defeated by a creature nobody knew, and he was crushed. His body was destroyed with one punch, which shocked everyone in the fourth god's sanctuary. It was just as shocking as Han Sen's defeat of Six Paths. The Master of Outer Sky was a spirit, so he didn't actually die. Han Sen felt sorry after hearing that. However, being powerful enough to kill the Outer Sky leader did make Han Sen alert. After he heard more about the fight, Han Sen became concerned. Based on Wang Yuhang's description, the guy who killed the Master of Outer Sky with one punch was mysterious, and Wang Yuhang wasn't even sure whether it was a spirit or a creature. The being was wearing black armor, and his punch had wielded a fire that was powerful, yet icy cold. Outer Sky leader's Geno core was frozen, after which it was crushed. He didn't even have a chance to struggle. The armored man from the Iron Chimenia. A terrifying being popped up in Han Sen's mind after he heard Wang Yuhang's description. Han Sen's stomach felt a little upset at the thought. If it was actually the armored man from the Iron Chimenia, Han Sen couldn't be guaranteed to defeat him. Han Sen still remembered the fight between the Headless Rockman and the Black Armored Man. In Han Sen's memories, the man in black armor was already much more powerful than many of the strongest beings in the fourth god's sanctuary. Han Sen didn't think he could kill Outer Sky's master with only one punch. Han Sen went to see the fight of the man in black armor in the next round. Though the competitor chose to quit the battle, Han Sen still saw the armored man, and it was indeed the one from the iron chimenea. Why did he come to join the divinities' bout instead of enjoying his time in the iron chimenea? Han Sen couldn't understand it. Han Sen studied the bracket of upcoming fights, and he found that he wouldn't meet the man in black armor until he became one of the 10 Son of Gods. That was relieving. If he fought the man in black armor and they both got crushed, others would exploit their weakness, and then it would be a tragedy for both of them. Luckily, he would enter the top 10 before he had to worry about that because of the armored man. Everything was changed now. Everyone thought that Dollar was likely to be the top of the 10 Son of Gods, but now people were discussing who was stronger, Dollar or the armored man. It was bizarre because nobody knew where the armored man came from, so no news was spread. Even other creatures didn't know that the armored man came from the iron chimenea. It's indeed a handful. The headless rockman couldn't even defeat the armored man with Destiny's Tower. Can I actually handle him? Han Sen wasn't sure either. Han Sen didn't run into any trouble in his battles. He went to watch the fights of the armored man several times, but all his competitors conceded as nobody dared to fight him. Everyone knew what had happened to the Master of Outer Sky, so none of them were willing to take the risk. Han Sen took a look at the contestants that the armored man was about to fight. After reading it for a while, he noticed that Gu Qingcheng would run into the armored man before trying to become one of the 10 Son of Gods. Gu Qingcheng is indeed powerful, but that armored man was just wicked. I'll try to convince her not to fight. Han Sen ran back to the shelter to find Gu Qingcheng, and he told her about how he met the armored man and fought him. Sister Gu, that armored man is very dangerous, and his power might not even belong in the 4th God's sanctuary. Don't fight him, otherwise, your beautiful face might get injured, Han Sen said jokingly. What? You think I can't compete with him? Gu Qingcheng looked at Han Sen, smiling. No. I just think he's like a monster, or a beast. You're a beautiful woman, so it's not worth it for you to fight a beast, said Han. Senator Gu Qingcheng stopped smiling. She looked at Han Sen and said, if he's really from that iron chimenea, then there's more reason for me to meet him. Why so? Asked Han. Senator, do you know what that chimenea is? Gu Qingcheng didn't answer Han Sen's question but asked him one in return. How should I know? Han Sen smiled. If he had known what the chimenea was, he wouldn't have messed with it in the first place. Gu Qingcheng's facial expression was veiled as she said, if your description is correct, the iron chimenea should be the alchemy pot of a famous Taoist. Are you saying that the iron chimenea belonged to an ancient human being? Han Sen's eyes popped, and he stared at Gu Qingcheng. I haven't seen it yet, so I can't be sure, said Gu Qingcheng calmly. Was there something like the iron chimenea in ancient times? Han Sen found it hard to believe. Humans had been around for tens of thousands of years, and there was a time when humans didn't keep historical records. But even so, the history of humans was not as long as that of the Shura race, not to mention the ancient races like the crystallizers. If humans had possessed something so powerful in ancient times, they would have risen in the universe a long time ago. They wouldn't have taken so long to gain power, and the Shura wouldn't have maintained dominance for so many years. At that point in history, humans controlled some strange items. Actually, you have one yourself, but it isn't as powerful as it used to be. Gu Qingcheng looked at Han Sen with a smile. You mean Taia's sword? Han Sen thought about it, and that sword was the only thing he had with a rich history, which came from the era of Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng nodded and said, Taia's sword was mighty before it was broken. When I left, Taia's sword was still one of the top 10 sacred swords, but out of nowhere, it got broken. Lots of things were lost or destroyed around that time, and I don't know what happened after that. There's one thing I can be sure of, if the iron chimenea is as you described, it's probably an alchemy pot. Is it used for making medicines? Asked Han. Senator Gu Qingcheng paused for a while and said, in that era, many Taoists wanted to become angels, and making medicines was one of the ways to achieve that. It was very popular among the Taoists, and the most famous alchemy pot was the long, living pot that belonged to the Taoist Su Fu. Su Fu. I've heard that name somewhere before. An emperor in ancient times once went to find medicines that could help him live forever. Was that him? Han Sen asked after a moment of thought. He had heard that story when he was in kindergarten. Gu Qingqing shook her head. He wasn't an emperor. Su Fu was a very famous Taoist, and he was great at making medications. He was using the Chimenia to reshape his own body. Reshape his own body. He wanted to turn himself into a medication. Han Sen was very surprised. Of course not. He was using the Chimenia to train his body, and he absorbed the forces from the medication. He then condensed the medications and tried to become an angel. Unfortunately, modern science has proven that there isn't anything like heaven, and the so-called Taoist technique back then was proven to be just a rumor. Only a few seemed to actually break the space and ascend. Perhaps nobody actually succeeded, and even if one succeeded, nobody knew where they went, but it wouldn't be heaven. Gu Qingqing shrugged her shoulders. Han Sen's interest was piqued. If Dong Xianzi broke through space and entered the sanctuary, then what about the other Taoists who broke through space? Did they reach the sanctuaries as well? However, that didn't seem quite right. Jade Little Lion King once said that his father had seen that iron Chimenia when it was still young, and based on the age of the Little Lion King's father, that iron Chimenia had been around much longer than humans had. If that ancient creature saw the Chimenia when it was young, there was no way that the device once belonged to humans. I think it's just a coincidence that they look alike. The iron Chimenia has been in God's ruin for so long, and it's definitely older than human history. It's not likely that it's some pot that belonged to Su Fu, said Han Sen to Gu Qingqing. We need to see it first, said Gu Qingqing stubbornly. Seeing Gu Qingqing insist on fighting the armored man, Han Sen stopped trying to persuade her to concede. He had already warned her and told her everything he knew, so it wouldn't be his fault that something bad happened to her. The divinities' bout continued. Han Sen and the armored man didn't run into any obstacles. All the creatures and spirits conceded, so they passed round after round of battles without fighting. After half a month, the battle between Gu Qingqing and the armored man came. Gu Qingqing also had great performance in her previous battles, so many creatures and spirits were attracted to her fight with the armored man. Lots of creatures were speculating on whether Gu Qingqing had the courage to fight him. The truth was, Gu Qingqing was a very stubborn person. Even though Han Sen warned her several times, Gu Qingqing still insisted on fighting the armored man. When she showed up on the battlefield, lots of people cheered. They were cheering for Gu Qingqing's courage, but at the same time, they would finally see the armored man strike again. Nobody paid any attention to the armored man until his fight against the Master of Outer Sky. And after that fight, no creatures dared to fight the armored man, so most of the crowd had never seen the armored man strike before, and they didn't know exactly how powerful he was. Gu Qingqing was the first person since Outer Sky who had been willing to fight him, and this was the perfect time to see whether the armored man was indeed as invincible as the rumors said. Han Sen didn't have a battle that day, so he left Shadow Shelter and went to watch the battle with Wang Yuhang and his friends. Han Sen knew that Gu Qingqing was powerful, but that armored man was also terrific. Han Sen wasn't sure whether Gu Qingqing could win or not, so he could only wish Gu Qingqing good luck. Old Han, will Sister Gu be okay? Wang Yuhang was a bit worried. He had watched the armored man kill Outer Sky's leader with one strike, so he knew how terrifying the armored man was. He was very worried. If she thinks she can do it, I don't think she'll have a problem. With her power, even if she can't defeat the armored man, she can still survive long enough to resign the fight. Nobody in the Fourth God's sanctuary can stop her. Han Sen could only hope for the best. Fleeing. It'll be the armored man who'll flee. Elysian Moon sneered and walked toward him. She then sat down on the stone steps. Let's hope so, said Han. Senator Cheap Sheep and Green Cow also came to cheer for Gu Qingcheng. Unfortunately, Gu Qingcheng couldn't hear anything in the battlefield of divinities bout. The battle had begun. Gu Qingcheng walked into the battlefield, and almost at the same time, a door of light showed up in opposition to Gu Qingcheng, and the armored man walked out. Everyone was staring at the armored man, and they were all greatly anticipating his performance. All the creatures were still thrilled by how the armored killed the master of outer sky with one strike, and many people wished to see the same thing happen again. Gu Qingcheng stared at the armored man thoughtfully. It seemed that she might have figured out something. The armored man didn't say anything. He raised his fist, and fire started to burn across his body. But the burning fire wasn't hot at all, instead, it was cold as ice. Gu Qingcheng was more direct. She took out her blade and rushed toward the armored man, summoning a powerful sword light from her sword. The fist and the sword hit each other, and the fire shook and the blade light shattered. The terrifying forces exploded, creating a hole that was larger than a basketball court in the indestructible battlefield. The power of the attacks was already at the same level as Six Paths' trump technique, and all the creatures watching were thrilled. Han Sen frowned. It seemed that Gu Qingcheng's blade technique was better than he thought. However, the armor didn't seem to care at all. The fire on his body got denser, and his power slowly grew. The battlefield became covered in flames, completely surrounding Gu Qingcheng. Then the entire battlefield looked like an exploding volcano, and the tumbling flames rushed to the sky. The flames were the only thing the audience could see. Gu Qingcheng and the armored man were nowhere to be found. Pang! A comet flew out of the flames and hit the wall of the battlefield hard enough to shake the stands. It was Gu Qingcheng's body. She spewed out a mouthful of blood, which splashed everywhere. There was ice covering Gu Qingcheng, and she looked like she had been coated in white powder. In the next second, the fire flashed toward her again. Gu Qingcheng was terrified. She took a step back and went through a door of light. She conceded and exited the battlefield. Everyone watching the battle was completely shocked, and more than a little terrified. Gu Qingcheng had shown such incredible power, but she could barely survive 2 strikes from the armored man. That display of power had shocked everyone into silence. It was absolute power, and it was absolute suppression. Are you okay, Sister Gu? Han Sen walked toward Gu Qingcheng and supported her out of the martial hall. He could feel that her body was very cold, and just touching her made his palms feel like they were about to freeze and fall off. I'm not dying, said Gu Qingcheng with her lips trembling. Come help her, little Silver. Han Sen called. The silver lightning fell on Gu Qingcheng's body, and after half an hour, Gu Qingcheng started to recover. It's okay now. After more than an hour, Gu Qingcheng seemed to be recovering a little. Little Silver then stopped treating her. Is the armored man really that strong, Sister Gu? Asked Wang Yuheng. Gu Qingcheng shook her head without saying anything. After leaving the martial hall, she told Han Sen to come and see her. The armored man is indeed using the skills of a Taoist. So he is actually Su Fu? Asked Han. Senator Gu Qingcheng shook her head and said, no. Though he's using the skills of a Taoist, his power doesn't seem like a human's. He feels more like a creature to me. Han Sen frowned and looked at Gu Qingcheng, as he didn't know what Gu Qingcheng was trying to say. Gu Qingcheng cleared her head and continued, do you think it's possible for a creature to learn the skills of a Taoist? Is that really possible? The powers of both creatures and spirits are inborn, so they can't change them. They might be able to learn some techniques or concepts from humans, but the power itself couldn't be changed, Han Sen said thoughtfully. Gu Qingcheng considered that for a moment. You said that the armored man is staying in the iron chimenea, right? If it's actually an ancient Chimenia, the creature might be training itself in the Chimenia in order to change its body enough to use the techniques of the Taoists. A mutant creature with the power of a Taoist? Han Sen was really disturbed. Though Han Sen knew nothing about that era or how powerful the Taoists were, he could still tell from Gu Qingcheng that the Taoists were exceptional. A powerful creature with the abilities of a Taoist was indeed a nightmare. The armored man won again, and the news shocked everyone in the Fourth God's sanctuary. They originally thought that Dollar might be able to fight that armored man, but after the fight with Gu Qingcheng, they all thought that Dollar would most likely be defeated by the armored man. Even a random attack from the armored man could rival the most powerful strike from 6 paths. The power gap was obvious. How can there be such a powerful being in the Fourth Sanctuary? The fact that he still hasn't broken space and become a god doesn't make any sense. Perhaps he's a god fallen to the Fourth Sanctuary. I don't think there'll be any suspense in the divinities bout this time. The armored man will be ranked first, and Dollar will come second. Indeed, no suspense. That armored man is just too powerful. Even great beings like the Master of Sacred Shelter had given up. He just hoped that he could get into the top 10, and he didn't count on getting first place anymore. The power of the armored man was making people desperate. As for Han Sen, he didn't think that way. The armored man was indeed incredible, but he wasn't invincible. Gu Qingcheng survived 2 strikes from him, at least. As long as he wasn't invincible, Han Sen still had a chance. Han Sen asked Gu Qingcheng about the details of her fight with the armored man, and about the kind of skills the armored man actually used. According to Gu Qingcheng, the power the armored man used was the Dan Sha technique, which was very famous in her era. He condensed power into a medication, and when that medication exploded, the power it yielded was much superior to what the armored man possessed himself. Gu Qingcheng told Han Sen that the armored man's body wasn't much stronger than hers. The first strike of the armored man was the power of the armored man himself, and Gu Qingcheng was strong enough to rival it. However, the power contained in the armored man's medication was much stronger than Gu Qingcheng, and the second punch contained that sort of power. Gu Qingcheng couldn't resist it, which was why she lost. The divinities' bout continued. Han Sen got into the 10 Son of Gods. As for the armored man, nobody dared to fight him anymore, so he became one of the 10 Son of Gods too. After all 10 Son of Gods were chosen, the divinities' bout was over, and the final matches were the ranking competition for the top 10. Each Son of God needed to fight the other 9 Son of Gods, thus giving the final ranking. Everyone thought that the armored man would reach first place. Even some of the Son of God said that they wouldn't fight the armored man. After all, the creatures treasured their lives. Even the spirits who had the power of resurrection didn't want to be killed for nothing. Han Sen had been studying ways to defeat the armored man before the ranking competition of the Son of God started. Han Sen wasn't sure how powerful the armored man could be when he fully triggered his medication. If the armored man had shown the full extent of his power in the fight with Gu Qingcheng, then Han Sen's own physical power when combined with Little Angel and his blood pulse technique could defeat the armored man. Han Sen found somewhere silent to combine with the Little Angel. The power infused his entire body, and his strength immediately surpassed the Emperor level. There wasn't any downside to combining with the Little Angel, so Han Sen had been fighting in this mode. However, Han Sen wasn't sure if he could defeat the armored man or not. Han Sen tried the Blood Legion technique while under this status. Han Sen's blood slipped out of his veins and suffused his flesh, which made some strange changes in Han Sen's body. Suddenly, in Han Sen's Sea of Soul, Destiny's Tower started to shake as if it were responding to the changes in Han Senator. It was no longer peaceful like it had been. Han Sen summoned Destiny's Tower and held it in his hands. He tried to control the Geno Core to make attacks. He didn't actually fight, because he just wanted to see how long he could last under this status. The results beyond his best expectations. After combining with the little angel, using the Blood Legion technique didn't place a huge burden on his body. He lasted for a whole day before he gradually felt kind of tired. I think I should have enough time, and I don't think it's going to take that long to end the fight. After separating himself from the little angel, Hansen felt that his body was much weaker than before. It seemed that the Blood Legion technique still had a significant impact on his body, but merging with the little angel significantly weakened that influence. When he returned to the Alliance, he found Little Flower and Bauer playing in the yard. Zero was drinking tea on the stone chair beside them as she watched the two play. Zero, are you bored here? If you are, you can go to the sanctuary. Hansen felt a bit sorry for Zero. To ensure that his family would be safe, he asked Zero to stay in the Alliance to look after Little Flower and Ji Yenran. It had been very unfair to Zero. Zero gave a very calm smile, and she poured a cup of tea and put it in front of Han Senator. She also filled her own cup, held the tea close to her face, and breathed in the steam as she sipped it. Looking at Zero, Hansen suddenly felt relaxed, as if nothing else actually mattered. No matter who she is, I won't let anyone hurt her, Hansen promised himself. He then took the cup, took a sip, and enjoyed the moment. Instructor, I still can't find Chinya. Perhaps he's already dead. Inside a palace, a man in a cape saluted a man sitting on the throne. Who killed Chinya? The man sitting on the throne looked very young, and he didn't look like a human being. He had silver hair and a bloody scar between his eyebrows. There was a spiral horn on his head that made him look like a unicorn, and at his back were a pair of golden dragon wings. With that golden crystal armor, he looked exceptionally powerful. We haven't found out yet, but with Chinya's power, I can't think of anyone who could have killed him. Even the disciples from Blood Legion, while they might be able to defeat Chinya, I can't imagine that they could actually manage to kill him. Chinya. The only one I can think of who could kill Chinya that easily is the chairman of the new community, said the caped man. Why him? Does he really have that kind of power? The instructor said, looking at the caped man. The man in the cape lowered his head. That chairman of the new community is too mysterious. We still aren't sure where he came from, and we aren't sure if he is like us. We don't even know if he is from Blood Legion. Chinya joined the new community to study him, so he's the greatest suspect. But we can't say for sure that he is the one who killed Chinya, said the instructor. If we want to know if he killed Chinya, just let me go and test him. Then we'll know whether he has the ability to do so, said the man in the cape. The new community is a part of our organization, and I have a pact with the previous chairman that I won't interfere with their issues. If we can't be sure that the new chairman is indeed someone like us, we'll just leave him alone for now, said the instructor calmly. Then what about Chinya? Asked the man in the cape, raising his head. Put it out of your mind for now. If the chairman of the new community really did it, we'll figure it out sooner or later. There's something more important for you to do now, said the instructor. Please, do tell, said the man in a cape with his head lowered. You've heard about the two creatures in the divinities bout in the 4th sanctuary, right? Asked the instructor. I did. Instructor, do you think that they might belong to Blood Legion? Asked the man in the cape. The instructor shook his head. That's not possible, but something is indeed strange. Have some people in the sanctuary inspect them and find out who they are. Instructor, they are almost invincible in the 4th sanctuary, which we cannot enter. The creatures we have in the 4th sanctuary might not be able to deal with them, said the man in the cape. No need to deal with them. Just send our forces to see if they are really human beings or not. That is enough, said the instructor calmly. Okay, I will go do it now. Eye of God is still in the 4th sanctuary, and with its power, it should be able to tell whether they are humans or not, said the man in the cape. Have you figured out who the masters of the other 3 Geno cores are? Asked the instructor. I haven't identified the masters of True Blood or Bulwark Umbrella yet, but the master of that crystal core might be Han Senator. I'm still trying to confirm it, the man in the cape said after some thought. The Hans again. D***mn it. Just go and confirm his identity, the instructor said with a complicated facial expression. After a few days, the ranking contest of the 10 Son of Gods began, and Han Sen's first opponent was the Master of Sacred. Han Sen wasn't afraid of Sacred's master now, and if the divinity's bout hadn't been taking up his time lately, he would have already rushed into Sacred's shelter and killed Goddess. He now hoped that Sacred's master wouldn't concede, as it would be a good opportunity for him to kill Sacred Shelter's leader. He just needed to engage in one-on-one combat in Divinity's bout, but if he went to Sacred Shelter, he would be forced to deal with lots of super beings, which would be much more difficult. After entering the battlefield, Han Sen saw that Sacred's master was already on the battlefield, and he wasn't backing out. Han Sen was very pleased. Goddess was in the martial hall of Sacred Shelter, watching the divinities bout. A man covered in holy light walked onto the battlefield. Almost everyone in the fourth sanctuary knew about Dollar now. However, as Goddess looked at Dollar, she felt that he seemed familiar. It wasn't because she had seen his fights like everyone else, she felt that she had met Dollar before, but she couldn't recall when or where. It was natural that Goddess couldn't recall. She couldn't link this peerless being with someone who was defeated by her dog in a single strike. And also, Goddess hadn't given Han Sen a second look. Before she actually saw Han Sen clearly, her black dog had already smacked him into a wall. Goddess thought Han Sen had already died, which was why she could kind of remember his shape, but she couldn't remember where she actually met him. Sacred's master entered the battlefield and summoned a golden scepter into his hands. There was a pair of wings on his back, and he was wearing a beautiful armor. The golden scepter in his hands was gleaming, and he looked fabulous in the outfit. He really looked like some god from a religious legend. Han Sen looked at the master of Sacred Shelter, and he was considering how he could kill his well-dressed opponent without giving him a chance to concede the battle. Everyone in Sacred Shelter was a super creature, and Sacred's master was a berserk super creature. Even if Han Sen's super geno points were already maxed, he was still very interested in the beast soul and geno core of a berserk super creature. Before Han Sen moved, Sacred's master started to strike. He raised the scepter in his hand, and the golden crystal started to release a gleaming halo, covering the entire battlefield with golden light. Han Sen was completely invincible under his Super King Spirit mode, so he wasn't afraid of that golden light at all. However, when the golden light fell on Han Sen's body, it felt strange. It was as if the golden light wasn't giving out any forces, and it didn't affect Han Sen's body. Although he couldn't be sealed or dampened as a Super King Spirit, he would still feel something. Even if it wasn't destructive, Han Sen would at least feel something. However, Han Sen didn't feel anything, which meant the golden light wasn't trying to attack at all. Han Sen couldn't tell what the golden light was used for, but he didn't have time to think about it. Sacred's master raised the scepter in his hands and rushed toward Han Senator. Han Sen stood still, and when the scepter was about to hit his body, he raised blood to his mouth and blew it toward the master of Sacred Shelter. Pang! Even a great being like Sacred's master couldn't handle the destructive power of blood. The bloody light went through the face of Sacred's master, and his entire head exploded. In the next second, the creature's head recovered as if nothing had happened. The scepter moved toward Han Senator. Han Sen frowned a bit, and he hit the scepter with his fist. The giant force from his fist bounced the scepter away, but it didn't injure Sacred's master. Sacred's master noticed that his own power hadn't been reduced much, and he was exhilarated. He dashed toward Han Sen with the scepter in his hands again, with that terrifying golden light. Han Sen defended himself against the crazy attacks from Sacred's master while shooting streams of bloody light with blood. The bloody light hit Sacred's master and exploded on his body again and again, but Sacred's master seemed to be a true immortal, like some kind of god. No matter how injured he got, he could recover in less than a second. It was recovering instead of healing. When his flesh and blood exploded, his body didn't knit itself back together, it was just instantly restored to its previous state. Han Sen realized that Sacred's master was recovering so quickly because that golden light was helping. Inside the golden sacred light, the master of Sacred could endlessly store his body, and injuries meant nothing to him. They couldn't even weaken his power. No wonder the golden light didn't have any attacking power. He's using the power on himself. Han Sen was a bit surprised in his heart. Dollar isn't that strong after all. He's just a little bit stronger than Sacred's master. Dollar is indeed inferior to the armored man. The master of outer sky, who is just as powerful as Sacred's master, was killed instantly by the armored man, yet Dollar can't even break Sacred's golden light. If he loses this battle, he might not even get the second place of the Son of Gods. No wonder Sacred's master is a top-tier demigod. Dollar is st too young. Dollar seems to be much weaker than I expected. He isn't as tyrannical as that armored man at all. I think Dollar just relied on his Geno core. Without his Geno core, he is just barely a top-tier being. You can't say that. Dollar hasn't used his self-Geno core yet, so it's difficult to say who will win and who will lose. It doesn't matter, really. Even if he wins, do you really think he is now qualified to fight the armored man for first place? Fight for first place. The armored man will definitely be the first place, and Dollar is likely to be the second place. Sacred's master was indeed a top-tier being, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all against Han Sen in Super King Spirit mode. Within his golden light, he was like an undying god, and the fight became quite heated. Han Sen was quite interested in the golden light of Sacred's master. He didn't care what the onlookers were talking about. He put away the blood Geno core and summoned the Six Paths sword that Six Paths had left behind. Though Han Sen couldn't use the Six Paths sword as well as Six Paths Emperor, Han Sen didn't intend to practice the entirety of Six Paths sword technique. He only simulated the last technique, Six Paths as one. Though it was only around 60% alike, the power was still terrific. The power in the sky and earth flooded toward the Six Paths sword, and the power in the sword grew stronger and stronger. Everyone was pretty surprised. Other people couldn't tell Han Sen's power, but they were all very surprised that Han Sen was able to perform the blade technique Six Paths as one. It was conceptualized and created by Six Paths himself, and it couldn't be used simply by wielding a Six Paths sword. When Han Sen performed it, it looked very much like the real Six Paths, so everyone was amazed. When the power in the swords condensed, Han Sen slashed toward the scepter instead toward Sacred's master himself. Sacred's master was scared. He didn't dare resist the Six Paths sword directly, so he dodged it. Six Paths as one could be used several times, and that was what Han Sen did. Though the power wasn't as strong as what Six Paths himself wielded, it was still incredible. Sacred's master didn't dare to let the Six Paths sword hit the crystal on his scepter, so he conceded and quit the battlefield. Though Han Sen won the battle, many people lost confidence in him. Nobody thought that he could beat the armored man anymore. The fight between Han Sen and the armored man was Han Sen's fourth fight aside from Sacred's master. Han Sen also defeated two other Son of Gods. Though he defeated them, his performance seemed to pale in comparison to the armored man. The armored man didn't have to fight at all, as all his opponents immediately conceded. Han Sen wasn't as frightening as he was. All the creatures were speculating on whether Dollar would actually dare to fight the armored man. Han Sen didn't think about it that much. He was still practicing the Dongxian Sutra like usual, hoping that he could advance Bulwark Umbrella to super level. Ji Yanran went to the company. Han Sen, Little Flower, and Bauer were at home. Little Flower and Bauer were playing in the garden, while Han Sen was practicing the Dongxian Sutra. In the afternoon, Ji Yanran still hadn't come back yet. She was very busy in the company, and she needed to do overtime in the afternoon. Han Sen thought about it, and then he took Little Flower and Bower to the street for some food. "Father, I want ice cream," Bower said happily, holding Han Sen's neck. "Okay, since your mom is not here, let's get wild today. You can eat whatever you want until you are full," said Han Sen, smiling. "Yeah." Bower cheered. Han Sen didn't want to drive them to the shops himself. It was much easier to just ride there. They arrived at the street, and they stepped onto the automatic portal, arriving at the business center. The three ate happily, and they toured all the restaurants and food stands. Han Sen wasn't afraid that Bower and Little Flower would get food poisoning. Their bodies were strong enough to resist even real poison, not to mention ordinary food. Little Flower was only 1 year old, but he could already eat a lot more than ordinary adults. However, he was very polite and quiet, and he was very elegant even when eating food. After eating, Han Sen went to the bathroom, and he put Bower and Little Flower in the children's entertainment area. Bower and Little Flower sat on small chairs as they played. Suddenly, a lady walked toward the children's entertainment zone, and she arrived at the doors. She was stopped by the owl. "Lady, you didn't put a child here. Is there anything I can help you with?" said the owl to the woman. "Of course." The lady put her hands on the owl, and the machine exploded. Nobody panicked because of the explosion. The entire children's entertainment area seemed to have been cut off from the building. Everything happening here seemed to have nothing to do with the building anymore, and everyone overlooked the area. Other kids were still playing, but Bower suddenly jumped off the seesaw. She walked to Little Flower, and she stared at the woman walking toward her with her large eyes. "You can actually sense me coming. It seems that you're not just a pet for companionship," said the lady as she looked at Bower, smiling. "Please leave now, sister. My dad is very ferocious. He doesn't like women. If he sees you here when he comes back, he'll be angry and kill you." Bower stood in front of Little Flower and looked at the lady. "Then I'll leave soon. I don't like men who are very ferocious either. I only like boys who are cute and beautiful," the woman said while she moved her body. She teleported beside Little Flower and reached toward his collar. Bower immediately grabbed Little Flower and jumped up. She dodged the woman's palms and rushed toward the exit of the children's entertainment zone. The woman was surprised. "Those people are idiots. Their intelligence is completely wrong. A pet for companionship. Even ordinary top-tier demigods are not this fast." Pang! As Bower tried to run out of the children's entertainment zone with Little Flower, they seemed to hit an invisible wall, and they bounced back immediately. The woman smiled and walked toward them. "Even if you're a pet at the demigod level, it's still useless. If you don't want to be killed, stand there and don't move. Sister Bower doesn't want to die, but if I lose my brother, my father will beat me to death. You're so beautiful, so you must be a very good person. Help me, okay? Don't take my brother away," Bower begged, looking at the woman. "What a cute pet. I just want to take you back. And eat you." The woman licked her lips. Her tongue was long and thin like a snake's, and it looked absolutely bizarre. "Bower is still very young, so I don't have that much flesh for you to eat. How about you wait for a few years, and when I grow up, you can come to eat me," Bower said with her eyes wide open. Little Flower looked at the woman curiously. "You're so smart, but there's no use in stalling for time. Even if you are one of Han Sen's beast souls, you can't get through my Senluo illusion to contact him. Don't even think about it," the woman said while moved her body again, teleporting over to grab Little Flower. Bower grabbed Little Flower, and she was extremely quick. The woman teleported several times, but she still couldn't touch Little Flower, so she was upset. She looked at Bower for a second. The woman then said, "Those people are all useless. They actually think a powerful pet like this is only for companionship. I'll have to ask the instructor to punish them when I go back. And then, black and purple smoke started coming out of her body, filling the entire children's zone. The smoke looked like threads, and they moved toward Bauer and Little Flower. There was black and purple smoke everywhere, so Bauer and Little Flower didn't even have a place to move anymore. The black smoke touched other children, and it bound them like ropes. The kids were all falling down on the ground. Some kids were terrified and wanted to cry, but they found that after they were bound by the black and purple smoke, they couldn't even cry out loud because their mouths seemed to be sealed shut. They could only cry silently with their eyes wide open. The black and purple smoke that looked like hands sealed all avenues of escape for Bauer and Little Flower, and then it started to attack them. Bauer slapped her palm, and then a small gourd showed up in her hands. She held it toward the black and purple smoke, and then the smoke was quickly sucked into the gourd. What is that? Is that a genocore? How can a beast soul have a genocore? The woman looked at Bauer in fear as all the black and purple smoke was sucked into the gourd. After Bauer sucked up all the black and purple smoke, she grabbed Little Flower and hit the wall behind them. However, when they broke through the wall, there was another invisible wall blocking them, and Bauer and Little Flower bounced back again. Bauer's eyes spun, and she stomped on the ground, kicking a large hole in the floor. Suddenly, the supermarket on the first floor was visible. However, they didn't fall through the hole in the floor as there seemed to be an invisible screen holding Bauer and Little Flower back. There were people walking down there in the supermarket, and nobody noticed the large hole above them. They were still walking and buying stuff as nobody noticed what was happening. As I've told you, it's useless. You can't get out of my Senluo illusion. The woman looked at Bauer with interest. You're indeed a fascinating pet, but sadly, I don't have time now. If Han-sen comes back, things will get more complicated. So back off. Otherwise, I'll kill you now. You're really cute, and it'll be a shame to kill you now. Even if I'm gonna kill you, it should be on the dining table. Sister, why do you want Little Flower? He doesn't even have as much flesh as I do. If you want to eat flesh, you can just take me, said Bauer, blinking her eyes. The woman sneered without saying anything more. Black and purple smoke began to waft from her again, and this time, it didn't attack Bauer and Little Flower. Instead, it rolled down her own body. The smoke quickly covered the lady's body, then twisted and condensed. Gradually, it formed a heavy purple and black crystal armor, making the woman look like a robot. Hong! After donning that black and purple crystal armor, the woman stepped out again. Her body tore apart the space around her, and she ran toward Bauer and Little Flower. Bauer was dazed. She dragged Little Flower backwards, but they couldn't dodge the woman's palm. Bauer saw that the woman's hand was about to grab Little Flower's shoulder. Bauer grabbed Little Flower abruptly, clenched her fist, and punched the woman's palm. Pang! Bauer bounced away immediately, and she hit the invisible boundary. There was blood coming out of her mouth. The woman didn't give a d*mn about Bauer, instead, she reached toward Little Flower again. Bauer clenched her teeth and climbed up from the ground. She rushed toward Little Flower again and defended against the woman's palm with the gourd. I'll kill you if you want to die. The woman was kind of infuriated. Her hand that was covered by her purple and black crystal armor clenched into a fist, and she hit the gourd. Pang! Bauer bounced away and hit the boundary again. There was still blood coming out of her mouth, but with the gourd as a buffer, she wasn't injured like last time. Bauer climbed up quickly again, and she stood in front of Little Flower, glaring at the woman. The woman didn't hesitate at all. She kept punching, and Bauer kept using her gourd to ward off the attacks. Her small body kept bouncing away, yet every time, she rushed back. Gotcha! After being hit several times, cracks appeared on Bauer's gourd. Bauer clenched her teeth and went back to Little Flower, and facing the woman's fist, she grabbed her gourd and rushed toward. Then the gourd was smashed. Bauer spewed blood out everywhere, and her face turned pale immediately. The smashing of the gourd seemed to be a huge blow to her. She climbed up from the ground again, and there was blood everywhere on her body, and she couldn't even walk straight anymore. However, she still went back to Little Flower and opened her arms, standing in front of her little brother. Impressive. A demigod pet can take so many of my punches. However, this is your last chance, because I'll kill you this time. The woman raised her fist, and there was still smoke all around the black and purple armor. It looked like the hand of a devil, emanating terrifying force. Bauer stared at the woman's fist and said coldly, "He's my father's son, and he's my brother. Nobody can harm him in front of me." Really? The woman sneered, and the terrifying fist tore the space apart. It hit Bauer, and the force seemed to be able to destroy the entire world. Bauer was waving her fist, and she rushed toward the woman's attack again. Pang! Bauer flew out like a star again, and her body hit the invisible boundary. There was the sound of bone cracking, and the blood in her mouth opened like a flower, and her body fell on the ground. Bauer tried to stand up again, and after struggling several times, she wasn't able to do so. One of her arms had been broken and twisted into a weird shape. She couldn't use her power. The woman looked at Bauer, who was half dead already. She didn't want to waste any time. She reached toward Little Flower beside her. "I've told you. Don't touch Little Flower." A sound came from beside her, and it was Bauer. The woman turned around and saw Bauer kneeling on the ground, struggling to hold herself there. She was trying to stand up, but she just couldn't do it. "Then come and stop me," said the woman disdainfully. She didn't give a d*mn about Bauer, and she tried to grab Little Flower. Little Flower looked at the shadow of the hand that was reaching toward his head, cloaked with that black and purple armor that looked like a devil. He then cried, and there were tears dropping from his eyes. Hong! The woman had almost grabbed Little Flower when a terrifying force rose beside her. She suddenly felt that she was in extreme danger. She reacted quickly and backed off a little bit. She looked around, and she saw Bauer standing up from the ground. However, the space around her was already twisted, so the woman couldn't see her body straight. Inexcusable. Inexcusable. You made Little Flower cry. Inexcusable. Bauer raised her head and glared at the woman. Her eyes were gleaming with terrifying light as if she were a ghost from hell. The woman was intimidated. She couldn't help taking some steps back, and then she realized what she was doing. She said to herself with contempt, "It's just a demigod-level pet. I was actually intimidated by that. I've been comfortable for too long." She turned to Bauer. "I thought you were interesting, so I wanted to spare your life so that you could tell Han-sen what happened. Since you really want to die, I'll satisfy your wish." The woman then condensed the power in her fist, and she threw it toward Bauer. "Only I can bully him, yet you made him cry. You deserve to die." Bauer glared at that woman as if she didn't see the fist with the terrifying force. She became more and more belligerent, and anyone who saw those ghostly eyes would have been scared. The woman's fist hit Bauer. Bauer didn't even try to dodge or block it. She just glared at the woman. Dang! The woman's pupils suddenly shrank as her fist was about to touch Bauer's body. A strange light emanated from Bauer, and a soft leaf extended out of her ragged shirt. It grabbed the woman's fist. The terrifying force of the woman's punch hit the soft golden leaf, but the leaf wasn't knocked away or damaged. Instead, the leaf only trembled a bit. How is that possible? The woman stared at Bauer in horror. Even a top-tier demigod couldn't resist the power she had after she put on a Geno armor. She didn't know where that leaf came from that it could resist her fist. She took a few steps back and stared at Bauer in horror. The gold leaves extended from Bauer's body and covered her like scales. They formed a unique leaf armor and cloaked Bauer as if she was a child wearing golden dragon scales. However, they weren't dragon scales, they were just golden leaves that looked like they belonged on a maple tree. Geno armor. How is it possible? Why can a pet have a Geno armor? Impossible. The woman finally saw what it really was, but she couldn't believe her eyes. What are you? Bauer didn't hear what the woman said. She stared at the woman with her terrifying eyes and walked toward the woman step by step. I'll use your blood to pay for the tears of little flower. She hissed. Impossible. Impossible. It's impossible that they can use their self-Geno armors here. Impossible. The woman screamed, and the black and purple light surged again like a volcano exploding. She dashed toward Bauer, as if she had gone completely mad. Previously, the woman had still been controlling her power, but now, she didn't have any concerns anymore. She just wanted to kill Bauer, and as her power exploded out from her, even the residual waves of her strength could crush the entire children's entertainment zone. Even if Little Flower could survive, the other children wouldn't. However, just when the woman threw her punch, Bauer's body appeared right in front of the woman, and the small hand covered by golden leaves pressed against the woman's fist. The raging power of the devil flames withered away under the Bauer's palm. Suddenly, the entire world became peaceful again. The woman felt her eyes popping as if she had seen a ghost. She tried to pull her fist back, but she found that her hand was being held as firmly as if it was in a vice. Seeing Bauer's eyes, which were filled with bloodlust, the woman was terrified. You deserve to die. Bauer squeezed the words out of her mouth as if each word was tainted by blood. After finishing the last word, Bauer clenched the woman's fist harder, and threw the woman up into the air. Pang! 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 Bauer teleported in front of the woman instantly, and she punched the woman with fists that were like hammers. Each punch left a giant hole in the woman's armor, and they cracked the flesh and blood and bones inside the woman's body. The Geno armor is being crushed. Ah! The woman couldn't help screaming as she couldn't think of anything else now. Bauer's fists kept crushing the armor and hitting her body directly, rolling her in the sky and forcing her to scream. Blood dropped like rain, and the fragments of her Geno armor also flew everywhere. Her entire body was twisted, and finally, she couldn't even make a sound anymore. Hong! With the last punch, Bauer completely smashed the woman's rugged Geno armor and her body, and blood fell like rain. Right after the woman died, the Senluo illusion disappeared, and the golden leaf armor on Bauer's body also disappeared. She was still holding a gourd, and she sucked all the blood and fragments into her gourd. Aside from some broken grounds and facilities, no evidence of the fight was visible anymore. Don't be scared, Little Flower. I'm here. I won't let anyone hurt you. Bauer walked to Little Flower and touched his head, giving him a smile. However, in the next second, Bauer fell down beside Little Flower. Sister Bauer. Little Flower held Bauer, and he looked very worried. Children who had gotten free suddenly started to cry, and the owl of the supermarket found that the children's section was damaged. The owl gave a warning, and all the security people rushed to the children's entertainment zone immediately. Everyone nearby rushed toward the entertainment zone regardless of whether they had left their children there or not. They wanted to see what was happening and whether they could help. It was a chaotic scene, and when Hansen arrived, he found Bauer lying beside Little Flower. He was terrified. He immediately checked Bauer's body. Fortunately, Bauer was still alive, although she was very fragile and weak. Hansen took Bauer and Little Flower and rushed home as fast as he could. He took Bauer into the sanctuary and asked Little Silver to help her. Only Little Silver could save Bauer now. Little Silver used the power of silver lightning to cure Bauer. Though it took a very long time, Bauer began to recover, and Han Sen was relieved. Bauer was safe now. However, she had been gravely injured, so she needed a long time to recover. Han Sen asked Little Silver to keep curing Bauer. As for him, he went back to the Alliance to ask Little Flower what had happened and why Bauer was so injured. Little Flower was only about a year old, but he was already able to talk a lot. Although he couldn't describe much, Han Sen still understood what had happened. That woman. Is that woman from the Gods organization? She dared to attack Little Flower. Fortunately, Bauer was there. Otherwise, she might have actually gotten what she wanted. D***it. Han Sen couldn't be more furious. After more than 10 hours of healing from Little Silver, Bauer finally woke up. However, her body was still very weak, so she wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. After waking up, Bauer grabbed Han Sen and asked, "Is Little Flower okay?" "Little Flower is very safe, and he didn't get injured. You protected him, and he's safe because of you. You're an excellent sister. No, you're the best sister." Han Sen suddenly felt terrible. "Humph, Little Flower is one of my toys. Only I can bully him." "Nobody else can bully him," said Bauer, pouting. Han Sen learned everything that had happened from Bauer, and he became more and more sure that the woman was a member of God. Han Sen was silently enraged the whole time. After listening to what she said, he asked a few more questions and did not lose his temper. He did not say anything further. He let Bauer continue to rest, and he went to the Martial Hall. The God organization was very strong, and its core members had already risen to the 5th God Sanctuary. Obviously, they possessed even more Geno armors. Han Sen knew that if he wanted to really eradicate the threat, he had to stand at the same height. Strength, I need more strength. Han Sen stepped toward the Martial Hall, and there was pure rage burning in his heart. He hadn't had this feeling of powerlessness for a long time. He hadn't even noticed when the God organization attacked Little Flower and Bauer. If it wasn't for Bauer, he couldn't imagine what the consequences would have been. Strong, I have to be stronger. Han Sen's body gradually turned into the Super King spirit when he entered the Martial Hall. He was completely transformed into a Super King spirit. Today was the time of his battle with the armored man. He had been hesitant about this fight. He wasn't sure he could win the battle, and he didn't want the two of them to injure each other. But now Han Sen realized that he could never back down or return to what he had been. He must get stronger and stronger to be able to cope with unknown and powerful enemies. Divinity's bout had already been packed with various creatures. Even the martial halls of the major shelters had already been packed to max capacity. All creatures wanted to know if Dollar would fight the armored man. He's really coming. It seems that Dollar isn't willing to quit. It doesn't matter. He is too much weaker than the armored man. Watching such a battle will still be worthwhile. Fighting Dollar will let the armored man show more strength. Seeing the image of the blazing white light appearing on the battlefield, all the creatures watching the battle were excited. Most of the spectators didn't care whether Dollar won or lost. They would get to see an exciting battle either way. Will Dollar be okay? Even Tang Zhenliu couldn't help but worry that the armored man was too strong. People couldn't see any hope of Dollar defeating him. Gu Qingqing's injury was almost recovered. She also came to the Martial Hall to watch this matchup, but she had not spoken. She just looked at Dollar in the light and shadow, and the armored man who had just entered the battlefield. Luo Haitang was also watching this game, looking very dignified. Almost all the strongest beings of the 4th Sanctuary were watching this battle, and among them, there was a very special existence. It was a dragon-like creature, but it had 4 pairs of eyes on its head. The 8 eyes were divided into 2 rows, and they almost reached the top of its head. The 8 eyes were different from normal eyes. Each eye seemed to be a Tai Chi. They were black and white, with white pupils in the black eyes and black pupils in the white eyes. It looked very strange. The eye of the gods. The god commanded that you see clearly what kind of creatures they are. You have to look carefully and be sure not to miss anything. Next to the eight-eyed dragon, a strange squirrel-like creature called. You can rest assured that with my god's eye, I will see who they are, the eye of the god said with full confidence. Its 8 yin and yang eyes looked at the light and shadows in the martial hall. The continual rotation of the yin and yang eyes seemed to pull the light and shadow into its eyes. Gradually, a figure emerged in its eyes. However, it was a bit strange that the figure reflected in the eyes was neither Han Sen nor the armored man, but a white jade. The jade took the form of a dragonfly skeleton with fire burning beneath its eyelids, and the gaps between its bones also burned the ice flames. It looked strange and gorgeous. After watching for a while, the eye of the god smiled and said, "The armored man is a creature of the shackles, not a human being. Let the gods be relieved, this is too simple for my eyes." The other one, what kind of creature is the one who calls himself Dollar? The squirrel was not happy because of this and pointed to Han Sen's figure. Wait, I will see. The light and shadow of the 8 yin and yang eyes disappeared, and then started running again. Slowly, a figure appeared in his 8 eyes. This time, the figure that emerged was the Super King spirit body that Han Sen had turned into, with its long, white hair of the body. Light surrounded the body like a flame. The squirrel kept looking at the eye of the gods. After seeing Han Sen's figure being reflected, he immediately shouted, "Is there a problem with your god's eye?" The eye of the gods frowned and said, "My god's eye will never go wrong. If the reflection remains the same, that means this is his original body." "Does that mean he isn't human?" asked the squirrel. "Should not be." The eye of the god said hesitantly, looking at Han Sen on the field. On the battlefield, after the armored man entered, his body ignited with horror. He walked toward Han Sen step by step like some god of ice and fire. With every step, the flames on his body grew stronger, but they did not go to Han Senator in front of him. The flames shrouded most of the battlefield. The flames followed the armored man, and the whole heaven and the earth were turned into flames around Han Senator. Everyone held their breath. The momentum was too repressive, so they stopped breathing unconsciously, and their eyes were staring at Han Senator. Han Sen summoned the little angel to merge with himself. The spectators couldn't see the little angel, they could only see Han Sen's holy light, rising like a volcano, and a pair of white wings spread out behind his back. A halo appeared over his head and a transparent sword in his hand, exuding a sense of purity and brilliance in the light. After combining with the little angel, Han Sen began to run the blood legion technique, causing his body to change again. The blood slipped out of his blood vessels, suffusing his organs, flesh, and bones. It made his body completely different from an ordinary human's, or even from a creature. Feeling the incredible power generated by his body, Han Sen did not hesitate to summon his Destiny's Tower immediately. He wanted to win this fight. The moment that Destiny's Tower appeared, the armored man's eyes got colder. They stared at the Geno core in Han Sen's hands, and the flames on the armored man's body became even more terrifying. To the spectating creatures, it was strange to see Dollar summon a tower-shaped Geno core instead of his coin or blow blood Geno cores. Destiny's Tower had been gone for too long, and most of the creatures had only heard of it. No one had ever seen what it actually looked like. It was also impossible to think that Han Sen was holding the legendary Destiny's Tower. The armored man stared at Destiny Tower, and the flame of the body erupted like a volcano, and the aura he exuded became unimaginable. The armored man is trying to kill Dollar directly. His power is so horrible when he gathers it like this. It seems that he's gathering more power than he used to defeat Gu Qingcheng. The fact that the armored man has gathered such terrifying power only shows that Dollar is stronger than Gu Qingcheng, so the armored man has to be serious. Dollar. Cheers. Beat him. That kind of power can kill with a single strike. If Dollar insists on fighting, then there will be no chance to concede. Boom! The armored man slammed into Han Sen, and the flames were as bright as the sun. The entire battlefield was covered by intense ice, and the spectators could not see anything at all. Han Sen felt the incredible power of the approaching attack, but he didn't panic. He moved his hand and lifted Destiny's Tower. The blaze that was so strong, yet frighteningly, it disappeared completely in a flash. The sudden transition left the spectators temporarily blind. After they recovered their vision and saw the situation on the battlefield, they were all stunned and their mouths gaped open. The flames on the battlefield had disappeared completely. Both the flames and the armored man had disappeared. Only a huge octagonal metal tower was standing on the battlefield. No way. The armored man was suppressed by a metal tower. It's not that simple. With the power of the armor, even if the tower is a super Geno core that uses sealing power, I think it will be broken by a punch. I can't even imagine what kind of Geno core could suppress such a strong force. Let's wait to see if the metal tower will be broken. Everyone felt that a tower could not trap the armored man, so they were waiting for the metal tower to be broken. No one believed that the armored man would be so easily suppressed. In fact, Han Sen did feel the pressure in the Destiny's Tower, and a horrible force was confronting the power of the Geno core, as if the tower would be broken at any time. Destiny's Tower was not Han Sen's self-Geno core. According to the theory, Han Sen's power should not affect Destiny's Tower. However, after running the Blood Legion technique, Han Sen felt that the tower was reacting strangely. The strength of the Geno core was affected by Han Sen's blood and flesh and the Blood Legion techniques. Han Sen's own power surged and rushed into Destiny's Tower, increasing the tower's strength more and more. However, the armored man's power was still slowly expanding inside the tower, and Han Sen still couldn't suppress it with all his force. Now Han Sen had a tough choice. He had to suppress the armored man in the tower. If he let go now, Destiny's Tower would be destroyed, and Han Sen would also be injured. Han Sen was still running the Blood Legion techniques, transforming his own power into the same fatal power as Destiny's Tower. The strength of the armored man continued to grow, and it was definitely stronger than Han Sen's own power. Han Sen couldn't help but frown. When Han Sen hesitated to deal with it, the real blood Geno core automatically flew out of Han Sen's Sea of Soul. This time it was not flying toward another Geno core or anything else, but it integrated into Han Sen's body instead. Real blood gradually merged into Han Sen's blood. Suddenly, the power of Han Sen's blood and nerves increased sharply. Destiny's Tower filled with light, suppressing the power inside the tower. Han Sen was ecstatic. He hadn't even known that real blood had such an ability, but it made perfect sense. The real blood Geno core had been condensed by the blood vessels, and its compatibility with the Blood Legion techniques was undoubtedly the highest. It was also reasonable that it could enhance the Blood Legion techniques. As Han Sen's blood flowed, it was assimilated into real blood. At the same time, Han Sen's blood, nerves, and Blood Legion techniques became stronger and stronger. The infinite power passed through Destiny's Tower to suppress the power inside the tower. The two forces collided fiercely in the tower, and Han Sen finally gained an advantage. The real blood Geno core also began to evolve in Han Sen's blood. After it merged with Han Sen, the blood flow in his body helped the Geno core break through its bottleneck and achieve super level. Everyone was waiting for the moment when the metal tower got broken, but time passed by, and nothing happened to the tower. No cracks appeared on its surface. What? Can the armored man not break the tower? I don't know, it looks like the tower is very solid. What is that Geno core? How can it suppress the armored man? Even if it is a super Geno core, isn't it impossible to suppress the armored man? The creatures watching the battle gradually began to discuss, and no one believed that a mighty existence like the armored man could be suppressed by a tower. That tower, it seems. The master of sacred shelter looked at the tower, but his eyes were filled with confusion. Could that be Destiny's tower? Many ancient beings, like Sacred's master, began to speculate. Dollar is too good. He just suppressed the armored like. That was King amazing. Tang Zhenliu could not help but scream excitedly. Gu Qingcheng was slightly amazed. Although she didn't think that Dollar would lose easily, she hadn't expected anything like this to happen. He didn't even do a thing, and the tower just suppressed the armored man. The armored man roared angrily in Destiny's tower, and the ice flames exploded like a volcano, trying to break the tower. However, the blood light emitted from the metal tower formed a bloody ring. It slowly began to contract outside the armored man, pressing the ice flame down a little. No matter how the armored man roared, the blood ring kept shrinking. Pang! The flames were shattered under the blood ring, and the blood ring made physical contact with the armored man, still shrinking. Surprisingly, the body of the armored man became smaller as the blood ring shrank, and finally disappeared with the blood ring. At the same time, on the 7th floor of Destiny's tower, a stone platform appeared. The figure of the armored man appeared on the stone platform, but now he couldn't move, just like a prisoner locked on a stone platform. Han Sen finally felt that the resistance in the tower was completely gone. When he reached out, Destiny's tower gradually shrank and flew back into his palm. The battlefield and all the martial halls were dead silent. Before this battle, they had debated many possibilities, but no one had thought that this would happen. The powerful armored man had been suppressed so easily, and everyone was staring at Han Sen, who stood on the battlefield and did not say a word for a long time. When Han Sen left the arena, much of the audience had yet to react. Everything had occurred so quickly, their minds were having trouble processing it. They had expected a shocking battle, but not like that. And it ended very abruptly. People did not know about the changes that had taken place in Han Sen's body in Destiny's tower. They had only seen Han Sen summon a metal tower to crush the armored man, then absorb him. That was scary. Dollar is the scariest. An elite-like armored man was completely suppressed. Who said Geno cores couldn't beat strength? It does not matter how strong you are, you can get absorbed. Dollar is too strong. He is invincible. What was that tower Geno core? It was so strong. The battle had ended a while ago by this point, but everyone was still discussing the fight between Dollar and the armored man. The tower Geno core was the center of many discussions, as well. Many super elites thought the tower was Destiny's tower, but according to the legend, it should have gone along with its master in ascension to the 5th sanctuary. Humans didn't care about where the tower came from, though. Everyone simply concerned themselves with the fight between Dollar and armored man. It had led to Dollar being titled the strongest human to ever exist. Han Sen did not have time to dwell on these matters, though. He was currently standing inside Destiny's tower and looking at armored man, who was now trapped on one of the pedestals. Armored man yelled at him, but no matter how much he tried, he could not escape the space shield. Hissing and cursing were all he could accomplish. "I'm going to kill you." Armored man repeated that more than a few times. "Answer my questions and I might let you go." Han Sen looked at him, and then asked, "Who are you? What is your relation to the master of Destiny's tower?" Armored man simply ignored Han Senator. He kept repeating the same few words over and over, as if he was a loon. Han Sen asked a few more questions, but there was no change in response. So Han Sen decided to let him be until he calmed down. He could return to ask him questions another time. Han Sen was very curious about the armored man and the headless rockman in the tower. Since armored man disappeared after his fight with Han Sen and did not finish any other matches, people believed he had been killed. It made them all fear Dollar even more. So, no one dared fight Han Sen in the next few matches. They were afraid of his tower. Even spirits that were able to respawn did not want to take a risk. It was okay being killed, but finding themselves trapped inside the tower would be the most terrifying situation they could think of. After advancing through the top 10 Son of Gods, Dollar ended up at the lofty number 1 position. Furthermore, it was Han Sen's very first number 1 Son of God position achieved in a divinities bout. He had joined a couple divinities bouts before, but for various reasons, he was always unable to reach first place. Everyone was in agreement that Dollar was the most powerful being to exist in the 4th God's sanctuary. When Han Sen finished the divinities bout, he entered the martial hall to receive his reward. The 10th Son of God had one randomized chance of a random item. It might have been a beast soul, a Geno weapon, or a Geno core. What they received was all down to pure luck. Han Sen was interested in what other rewards he might now be fortunate enough to receive. He was interested in the god's baptism. Han Sen placed his hand on the martial hall's tablet. It began to glow, and then an item was revealed. It then began to flash through different items, making Han Sen's eyes go all funny. What reward should I accept? Han Sen wanted to borrow some luck off God, but there was nothing there he truly wanted. In the 4th God's sanctuary, he was practically invincible. There was no point in getting a super beast soul, as all he could do with that was sell it off or give it to a friend. The same applied to Geno cores and Geno armors. What Han Sen wanted to do was ascend to the 5th sanctuary and see if he could go back to the Alliance. Received one pet beast soul Geno core. When the light stopped, Han Sen froze. Pet beast soul Geno core. What is that? Han Sen was surprised, seeing what his reward had been. Beast souls were beast souls, and Geno cores were Geno cores. A pet beast soul was a pet beast soul, by this logic. On the tablet, Han Sen could now see a glowing orb. It became a shining light that entered Han Sen's sea of soul. Little Angel saw it and flew right over to it. She grabbed the orb and swallowed it. Little Angel's holy light began to show unsteadiness, but it calmed down after a while. And when it did, Little Angel looked different. Han Sen reviewed her information, though, and he couldn't see any changes. She seemed the same. But now was not the time to investigate Little Angel. He needed to receive his second reward, something Han Sen believed to be rather important. Han Sen put his hand on the martial hall's tablet again. The tablet then revealed a slit, which Han Sen's hand fell into. Han Sen was familiar with this, as it was what led him to the arena. He wasn't afraid of this process, and so he immediately went inside. After he traveled through the tablet this time, though, he was not taken to the arena. He was taken to a tunnel. The path was tubular, as if he was traversing a pipe. It was 3 meters long, and it appeared to have been made of flawless, seamless crystal. Han Sen, seeing the way ahead, was shocked. The crystal looked like that of the crystallizer's main control room. Is the sanctuary related to the crystallizers? Han Sen frowned and walked forward. There were glowing lights residing within the crystal walls. The lights were like tangible feathers, bathing Han Sen, and melting into him like snowflakes. Han Sen felt a surge of electricity course through him and get discharged. He did not feel stronger, and he didn't feel as if he had been purified. He wasn't quite sure what the purpose of those lights was. The passage was long, at least 10,000 meters from one end to the other. At the very end of it, Han Sen found a large door. Before he could open it, though, it opened itself automatically. There was a room beyond it. Han Sen looked into the room, and when he did, his eyes opened wide. Published at 12th of August 2019 8:45 and 16 seconds AM Chapter 1646 Chapter 1646 Man in the Ken. The room looked just like the crystallizer's main control room. There were many active crystallizer machines. He had already expected such sights, so Han Sen wasn't surprised by their presence. But this crystallizer-like room was inhabited. Han Sen saw a person inside. Han Sen did not know if the person was dead or alive, as he was standing inside a tank made of crystal. The tank was full of liquid, which surrounded and supported the man. The man had short black hair, and he was clad in a set of crystal armor. It looked similar to the one Han Sen had taken from Tina. Aside from that, there was nothing outstanding about the man. By all accounts, he looked like an ordinary human. There were no extra physical abnormalities that would have suggested him to be a creature or spirit. Is that a human? Han Sen was not sure. He used his Dongxian aura to scan the tank. Strangely, his senses could not penetrate the surface. He was unable to get a reading of the man's energy and determine if he was alive. But when Han Sen approached the tank, he heard a voice. It said, "The machine has an error. God's baptism cannot be completed. Please wait or turn back." Han Sen looked around, unsure of where the voice had come from. But Han Sen could definitely tell it was an owl of sorts. It wasn't the voice of something living. Han Sen chose not to leave just yet, though. This place surprised him, and the wait could give him a chance to understand the place some more. Something must have happened there, which had resulted in the crystallizer equipment breaking. If I am correct, this crystal tank is the equipment used for God's baptism. Han Sen walked around the room, thinking. After a brief examination, he turned his attention back to the tank. Han Sen was confused. He wasn't sure if the man in the tank was a person supposedly undergoing the baptism, or if he was the operator of the room. What happened here? Why is this place broken? Is it living or dead? Han Sen had a lot of questions. The room did not look damaged, and there was nothing special there aside from the man in the tank. Connection to control room has been successfully established. Would you like to open the door? The beetle symbol on Han Sen's hand began to glow, and then the voice of the owl sounded again. Open. Han Sen was happy about this. He was now sure that place belonged to the crystallizers. It looks like the sanctuary has a connection to the crystallizers. I just don't know if they discovered the sanctuary like humans did, or if they actually created it. Han Sen looked at the light from the beetle, lost in thought. A crystal wall parted silently. Han Sen looked towards it and was surprised. There were many crystallizer buildings beyond the wall, but many had been brought to ruin. The place was crumbled and broken. Han Sen commanded the beetle to walk him around, as there were no perfect machines or buildings there. All the structures there were large, and they were similar to what could be found in the Forbidden City. The further Han Sen ventured through that place, the more ruins and destruction there was to witness. Han Sen eventually came to a ruin that was in better condition than the others. After Han Sen came to the edge of the building, he looked out and saw something very strange. There was a sky out there. It wasn't strange to see the sky, as the sanctuary had a sky. But the sanctuary's sky was different from the sky of a normal planet. There were many planets in space, but no one knew what was above the sky in the sanctuary. Han Sen stood where he was, looking out into space. It looked just like the space he could see from any planet in the Alliance, but the stars he could see from there seemed closer than usual. It made him feel suppressed, somewhat. Han Sen flew up into the sky and took a look at the crystallizer buildings from above. He noticed the place had been built atop a meteor, and it was actually floating through space. Han Sen did not know if he was in the Alliance, though, as there were no constellations he could see that were familiar to him. Han Sen summoned his beetle. After entering, he brought out his map of the galaxy. He only wanted to give it a go and see if it worked, and it did. The map displayed his location without issue. Han Sen was in a system called the Yichuan system. There were 7 or 8 areas there that had been taken by the Alliance. Han Sen determined the specific place he was in, a barren stretch of space that the Alliance hadn't yet claimed. But at least he knew now that he was back in the Alliance. It would take a long time to get to familiar territory from where he was. It would be annoying to go back, so Han Sen remained on the meteor. The beetle scanned the meteor, and Han Sen learned that the meteor was once part of a planet that had shattered. The crystallizer buildings were part of a big control room, and this was all that was now left of it. Han Sen couldn't learn anything more amidst those ruins, so he returned to the room. He checked out the man in the tank. The armor the man wore was a Geno armor, and that meant he was not in the top 10 Son of Gods. He hadn't come there for a baptism. Then who is he? Was he one of the people that once controlled this place? Or was he perhaps an invader? Han Sen looked at the man. Han Sen did not know if he was living or not, so he didn't dare open the tank. To be able to own Geno armor, you had to be very powerful. Han Sen wasn't confident. He wasn't in the 5th sanctuary, and he could not make use of his own Geno armor. Han Sen had a set of crystal armor, but his body could not harness a sufficient amount of power to make use of it efficiently. As Han Sen mulled what to do, he heard the sound of Kacha. Something broke, and then he witnessed the crystal tank open. The crystal tank, that was as tall as a tree, started to open up from the upper regions. When the tank opened, the liquid didn't splash out as Han Sen had expected. Instead, it hovered in the air, remaining inside the now open tank. Han Sen looked at the man with caution. As he was thinking about whether or not to leave, the man opened his eyes. A pair of black eyes stared at Han Sen, and it made his heart jump. Published at 12th of August 2019, 8:45 and 9 seconds AM. Chapter 1647, 1647 Misunderstanding Splash. The man collapsed in front of Han Sen. Before Han Sen could react, the man was picking himself back up off the floor. The liquid inside the tank had been an almost jelly-like substance. It remained in the open tank, just wobbling in place. None of it actually came spilling out. Who are you? You have walked into the main control room. You know you will die for this, don't you? The man spoke to Han Sen with the human language. Before Han Sen could respond, the man saw the open door. Outside, he saw that the exterior had become a total ruin. When he noticed that, the expression on his face changed. Betrayer! You must die. The man was enraged. His armor emanated with a scary power, and he tried throwing a punch at Han Sen. Betrayer! Han Sen wanted to explain, but he could feel that the power headed for him was far too strong. If he stood and spoke, he'd most likely end up dead. Han Sen summoned his white crystal armor and threw a punch to intercept the man's fist. He felt as if he had hit a train, and the sheer force sent him flying away. His body hit a crystal wall, and he ricocheted off into an open plane of space. He flew so far away, and when he finally came to a stop, he heaved blood. The blood floated in the empty air around him. There was no gravity, so it didn't fall. It looked rather strange. The man came right before Han Sen and threw another punch. Han Sen thought the man was 2D*MN strong. He was far stronger than Han Sen, and he had Geno armor. It looked as if he was the one who could utilize the full strength of such a set of armor. Han Sen had yet to learn how to do this. Han Sen transformed into Super King Spirit mode and combined with Little Angel. Then, he used the Blood Pulse Sutra. Even with all that, he was still at a disadvantage. He was punched another 2 times, and more blood came out with each hit. Stop it. I'm not a betrayer of any kind. I came here for a baptism. Han Sen exclaimed. It was okay to have an enemy, but it wasn't okay for him to be framed for something he hadn't done. He wasn't who the man thought he was. Pa! You are trying to find an excuse now. How can a creature from the sanctuary possess a Geno armor? You are not a creature from the sanctuary. The man did not believe Han Sen, and he continued throwing punches. The man's skill was average, and he wasn't particularly dexterous. It was his strength that was incredible, and his speed, too. Han Sen had to use his Dongxian Sutra and Phoenix techniques to keep up with the man. Han Sen knew he couldn't win, though. And the best he could do was kite the maniac. When Han Sen actually did try to punch his enemy, his fist couldn't make a dent. Someone else gave me this armor. It isn't mine. If this was my own armor, shouldn't I be able to use its power? Why aren't I? Han Sen tried his best to explain, despite the blood oozing from his aching mouth. The man froze and came to a total stop. He looked at Han Sen and asked, "You really are a creature from the fourth god sanctuary?" "Yes. Follow me, if you don't believe me. I won first place in Divinity's bout. I took the passage that opened for me to get here." As Han Sen spoke, he wiped the blood away. The man heard what he was told, but he ignored Han Sen after that. He raced back into a room amidst the ruins and came back shortly after. "I am sorry. You really did become the first son of God. It is my mistake." The man rubbed his nose and felt rather sorry for what he'd done. "What is going on?" Han Sen asked the man. The man frowned. "I don't know either. I was in charge, overlooking the C3 control room. While I was soaking in the Geno fluid, the control room vibrated. Some power went inside me, and I must have fainted. When I woke up, I saw you. The place was like this. What is your identity?" Han Sen noticed the guy wasn't fully awake, but he still wanted to ask the man questions. Han Sen still treated him with suspicion, but he listened. The man said, "I am a soldier from the 3rd Division Special Forces." "Which are you from?" "3rd Division." "Which one is that?" Han Sen was in the Special Forces, but there were many 3rd Divisions. He didn't know which one was being referred to. He had never heard of a regiment named so simply in the Alliance. "How many 3rd Divisions do the crystallizers have?" The man looked confused. "Crystallizer." Han Sen was shocked, but he didn't shout it out and make his astonishment look obvious. He looked at the man and said, "You are of the crystallizer's 3rd Division. Are you not a crystallizer?" The man looked annoyed, but he went on to say, "What happened here? Why is the main control room in such a state?" Han Sen was shocked. The man before him was a living crystallizer. Han Sen had guessed they might look like humans, but he never expected them to look identical. Han Sen even thought the man might have been tricking him. He did look exactly like a human, after all. "Brother, I'm going to tell you something. But don't get mad when I do," Han Sen said, looking at the man. "Go on." The man nodded and looked serious. Han Sen thought even if he didn't try to explain how things were, the man would find out eventually. There was no need for him to lie. So, Han Sen told him about the galaxy. The man listened to every word spoken, but his face turned green and pale like a light show. After Han Sen explained, the man said, "It looks like we lost, then." "Lost? To who?" Han Sen asked. He didn't reply to Han Sen, he just stared at him. After a while, Han Sen's skin flared up with goosebumps. "I'm certainly handsome, but you still shouldn't look at me like that," Han Sen thought. "Can you help me with one thing?" the man asked. "It depends, but if I can help you, I will," Han Sen said. "If it is possible, can you take me with you? I want to integrate with modern society." When the man asked this, he looked very embarrassed. Chapter 1648, Kindergarten Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, 12-Winged Dark Seraphim. Han Sen almost choked. He thought there was something wrong with his ears. The man sounded like a school kid that had just graduated from school. He was a crystallizer with Geno armor, and Han Sen thought it was strange that the man was making such a simple request. Don't worry. I won't live there for free. When I have grown accustomed to things, I will pay you back, the man said. Han Sen heard him and coughed. He then said, Brother, that is not the issue. You can stay with us as long as you want, I have plenty of money, so that's okay. But I have a question, this place is far away from the Alliance, and there is no easy way home. Can you go through the sanctuary and come back with me that way? The man shook his head. I can't go there. But you can tell me where to head. If you do that, I can fly there with my Geno armor. Okay, but might you get into trouble? Han Sen sounded worried. He was an elite that could destroy planets. The barons wouldn't kill him, but if he started a fight in the Alliance, who knew what terrible things might occur in the fallout? The man smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm a soldier. I have principles. And due to humans being quite close to crystallizers, I wouldn't think of harming you guys. That isn't what I meant. I mean, why don't you wait here so I can get you an identity? I can come and pick you up, too. How does that sound? Han Sen told him. Okay. The man nodded, and he seemed to be in a pleasant mood. What is your name? Han Sen asked. My name is Stay Up Late, the man said naturally. Stay up late? Han Sen was rather confused by this. He couldn't tell if the man was joking or not. Stay Up Late's temper was still okay, so Han Sen wished to ask more of him. He asked, Did the crystallizers create the sanctuary? And what is its purpose? Stay Up Late shook his head. Half and half. The sanctuary already existed. We just made use of it. It was supposed to be a place we could fall back to, but now it is our last hope. What does that mean? Han Sen asked, not understanding. Stay Up Late said, The galaxy is a lot more complicated than you think. The galaxy is a part of the sanctuary, so we're still inside it. If you exit the actual sanctuary, the man stopped talking, and this tease made Han Sen's heart jump in his chest. He asked, What will happen? You can see the result. Look at what happened to us, the crystallizers. Stay Up Late looked glum. Han Sen's face went slack. You mean, there are even stronger races in existence? Something beyond the capabilities of the crystallizers? Stay Up Late had a wry smile, and he said, Did you ever think about why the sanctuary is called sanctuary? Han Sen's face pow. Someone had researched this question before, but the answer was inconclusive. It could have been anything. The theory that was most agreed upon said that the sanctuary worked to contain the most powerful creatures, and in doing so, ensured the safety of the galaxy. But now, it seemed as if the creatures inside the sanctuary were actually being protected from something outside of it. And that applied to humans, too. Han Sen asked a few more questions, but the man got annoyed. He said to Han Sen, Think of it like this, the sanctuaries are kindergarten. Han Sen froze. It took him a while to understand what he meant, but when Han Sen asked something further, the man claimed he did not know. But Han Sen thought there'd be plenty of time to ask him questions in the future, and he'd learn all there was to know from him eventually. I soaked inside the Geno fluid for far too long, but it doesn't seem as if it is working anymore. If it was working, it could purify your body through a process known as God's baptism. Stay Up Late sighed, looking at the tank. You said humans are a small tribe of crystallizers. What does that mean? Han Sen was not interested in Geno fluid, so he asked this instead. Stay Up Late shook his head and did not answer. He just pointed at the path and said, You go back now and come pick me up. Han Sen knew he wouldn't get the answers he wanted right now, so he did as the man said and returned to the martial hall. After going back, Han Sen had no time to do anything else. He purchased an alliance citizenship forgery and bought a house on another planet for the man. He didn't dare stay up late near him, since Han Sen knew that he wouldn't be able to beat the man until he reached the fifth sanctuary. The thought of having him stay in Han Sen's house was like sleeping with a ticking time bomb by his side. Han Sen didn't think stay up late was a bad person, but he knew he should take precautions. He didn't buy a house on his own planet for the man. When everything was prepared, Han Sen flew the beetle to pick him up. The beetle had a built-in map, which was good, because he might not have been able to find the man if he had to rely upon the navigation capabilities of an alliance ship. Han Sen flew the beetle to stay up late, picked him up, and returned to the alliance's inhabited space. Han placed the man in his new house and stayed with him for a few days to get him settled and show him how to live an ordinary life. When Han Sen found an excuse to leave the planet and return to Han Manor, stay up late was there waiting for him. "Why are you here?" Han Sen looked at him coldly. "Don't worry, I'm not hostile. If I wanted to murder, no human in existence could stop me, right?" Stay up late smiled. "What is that supposed to mean?" Han Sen asked, putting out his hand. "My mission is to protect the main control room and the first son of God. I have to observe you, so allow me to live with you," Stay up late said. "Why do you have to watch me?" Han Sen asked. "I am looking for a qualifier," Stay up late answered. "What qualifier?" Han Sen's heart jumped. The diary he had found mentioned something similar to that. The diary must have been written by a crystallizer also in search of a qualifier. It seemed like this qualifier was something important to the crystallizers. "It means what it means," Stay up late said nonchalantly. There was nothing Han Sen could do, though. He couldn't beat the man, so he had no choice but to take the man home with him. Chapter 1649, Summoning an Ingredient Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor, 12-winged Dark Seraphim. With Stay up late around, Han Sen didn't dare go anywhere. He was afraid that if he left, Stay up late might harm his family. Fortunately, though, there was no explicit need for Han Sen to return to the sanctuary, due to the fact he had already maxed out his Geno points. He could practice with hyper-Geno arts from the comfort of his own home. Stay up late did not do anything outstanding. And while he was living with Han Sen, he actually helped out with the housework. Not long after, the man had gotten used to the livelihoods of humans. He even found employment for himself at a high-class hotel, where he could be a waiter. A waiter's profession was not to be underestimated either, particularly in those days. Waiters were a luxury, and had very high-paying wages. But Stay up late still wished to live with Han Sen, something that made Han Sen feel perpetually odd. "Han Sen, is there a place I might be able to test my power without leaving a result or record?" Stay up late asked Han Sen out of the blue one day. "If you'd like to go, there is a place I can take you to perform a private test. The data won't be recorded and won't be known by anyone in the Alliance. No one will see your numbers." Han Sen himself was quite curious about the man's power. "If it isn't too much trouble, please take me there," Stay up late said. "Of course." Han Sen agreed. He took an aircraft to a training room owned by Fang Jingqi. The Fang family had a lot of different business ventures, but Fang Jingqi was not there, currently. Fang Xueshi worked in the training room, though, and that saved Han Sen some trouble. Fang Xueshi took the pair to an enclosed, private testing place. Then, the recording devices were turned off. "Brother Sen, I am leaving now. Call me with this if there is anything else you require." Fang Xueshi then gave Han Sen a communication device. "Okay, but do you have time later? Let's call Danfeng and get something to eat. We haven't had a get-together in a long time," Han Sen said. "Okay. Let me give Brother Fang a shout." "We will leave once you are done," Fang Xueshi said with a smile. After he left, Han Sen pointed to the machines and explained their functions. They were professional, state-of-the-art technologies. They could accurately gauge high levels of force, up to 100,000. That being said, Han Sen knew the strength test would be useless. Stay up late gave the power tester a good hit. Then, the machine immediately hit the max number. The other tests displayed similar ridiculousness. Most of them were maxed out, and so there was no way for Han Sen to tell what the exact number of his power was. But that was because he was making use of his Geno armor. If he did not use it, his body would only be a bit stronger than a top-tier demigod. But when he wore the Geno armor, his power really was nuts. Since you are here, why don't you give it a test? Stay up late asked Han Sen after his own tests were concluded. Okay. Han Sen knew Stay Up Late wished to see his results, and it wasn't as if Han Sen was going to keep his abilities a secret. Han Sen actually fancied knowing how high his fitness level was, anyway. Han Sen walked in front of the power tester. He gathered up his power and punched it hard. Stay Up Late looked at Han Sen's data. He didn't allow his expression to change at all, but he was absolutely shocked on the inside. A body with these statistics can qualify him to be a new soldier. And all the data is really WH distributed. It is very rare to see someone's fitness be so well balanced. He is most certainly qualified. If he could gather Geno armor, he might be able to go out. Stay Up Late retreated into thought after viewing Han Sen's statistics. Stay Up Late watched Han Sen finish his tests, and as he did, his eyes sparkled. After the test was done, Han Sen, Fang Xueshi, and Zhang Danfeng went to meet with each other. Stay Up Late, in the meantime, went home. He wasn't going to follow them. When Han Sen entered the sanctuary next, a month had passed. Crystal Core, Real Blood, and Coin had all reached superclass. Bulwark Umbrella had yet to hit that prestige, though. Han Sen thought he could go and accept challenges in the Fourth God Sanctuary to level up the Umbrella and the Dongxian Sutra, but Dragon Lady asked him for help first. That was why he had come. Dragon Lady brought Han Sen to Starcloud Field. That was far away from Han Sen's own shelter. There were no powerful creatures or spirits there. Han Sen was there because Dragon Lady fancied being Emperor class now. The only thing she was missing was a certain key ingredient to leveling up. Dragon Lady thought she could summon her ingredient to level up, but she did not know how well the summoning would go. She knew that it'd be a berserk super creature once it was summoned correctly, though, and for that, she'd require Han Sen's help. She was not confident she had the ability to kill one by herself. To avoid the creature causing harm to the shelter, they had gone all that way to Starcloud Field. It was in the middle of nowhere. Are you ready? I am going to summon it. Dragon Lady, out on the field, asked Han Sr. Yes. Han Sen nodded. After receiving her answer, Dragon Lady summoned the ingredient. Han Sen had seen Dragon Lady summon ingredients many times. Even before he met her, Serpent Throne simulated her and did the same thing to summon ingredients as she did. As a result, he wasn't surprised. But this one was special. When she began the summoning ritual, the bright afternoon suddenly turned into night. The sky was cloaked in blood-red clouds, like a crimson sea of thrashing waves. They blotted the sun and covered the entire sky. The whole region was dyed red. Han Sen looked up into the sky, and from the bloody waves, a crack formed in the atmosphere. A scary energy came out from that tear, and it sent a chill running down his spine. Dragon Lady's face looked morbid. She had known that she'd end up summoning something powerful, but seeing all that was still a shock for her. A blood-red talon came swinging through the rip, and then, the rest of a red body. When it came out in its entirety, it roared into the sky. Roar! Han Sen and Dragon Lady, after seeing it, were both surprised. This was far different than what they were expecting. The creature was actually like a wolf, and its size was no larger than an ordinary dog. But despite that, it was very red, so red, it looked as if it had been painted. After the blood dog roared, it leaped towards Dragon Lady. She was the one who had summoned the beast, so naturally, it made her its first target. It was Dragon Lady's ingredient, and thus, Dragon Lady was its ingredient. Blood Dog looked very angry and very murderous. It was like a red beam of light when it jumped at Dragon Lady. Dragon Lady made a call, lifted her fork, and thrust it towards the enemy. It became a light of its own, and it pierced right through the dog's body. She then lifted the dog's body into the air. Chapter 1650, Killing Blood Dog. Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, 12-winged dark seraphim. It happened in a millisecond. The blood dog's body suddenly split up into multiple parts, and they all became smaller blood bats. They then flew towards Dragon Lady. Dragon Lady was not weak, she was a king spirit, after all. She was also one of the strongest king spirits there was. Seeing the blood bats come towards her, though, she couldn't help but scream. She summoned a big pot out of the sky and used it to trap the blood bats inside. In the next second, Dragon Lady flipped the palms of her hands over. A fire began to blaze at the bottom of the pot, with the intent of cooking the bats that were trapped inside. The bats inside all gathered up together, becoming a blood dog once more. With canine strength, it leaped up and knocked the lid open. Then the beast leaped towards Dragon Lady once more. Dragon Lady summoned a cleaver and a frying pan. With both of them held akimbo, she did battle with the dog as if she was using a sword and shield. Han Sen was surprised by what he was seeing. It was rare to see a spirit with so many different genocores. It was almost as if she had more than Han Senator. That being said, she had told Han Sen that her genocore was a set. While it did look as if she had many genocores, all her summoned cooking utensils were from the same genocore. Because of that, she could only take one rank on the leaderboards. Unlike Han Senator with that magical genocore and the power she possessed, the king-class Dragon Lady was able to do combat with Blood Dog. The field they were on was an unfortunate place for them to be, though. When volatile powers were cast, the ground was churned inside out and destroyed. Scars were left everywhere across the landscape, and it was difficult to find an open space with decent footing. Dragon Lady's fork could not stop the dog for long, so she tried slashing it, but when she did, Blood Dog again became a swarm of bats. They raced towards her and bit her. When that was done, they reverted to the shape of a dog again. Blood Dog looked immortal, and Dragon Lady's methods left her unable to do anything significant. If that were to continue, it was only a matter of time before she lost. Han Sen was in no rush to fight, though. That was because Blood Dog had immortal powers. Even if he did strike, it did not seem as if it would help. He knew he'd have to find a weak spot first. Physical power did not seem to work. Dragon Lady's cleaver had whacked the beast a few times, and she had even brought it down on the monster's neck, but none of that seemed to do a speck of damage. Any blood that was sprayed would turn into bats, and they'd fly back to the dog and heal. After watching the beast for a while, Han Sen could not determine its weak spot. Dragon Lady was also starting to struggle. So, Han Sen decided to summon Golden Growler and see how capable he was at fighting. Normally, Mount Beast souls could not fight. But Golden Growler was different. When it was summoned, Golden Growler roared. It ran towards Blood Dog with insane speed. It was a far faster creature than Blood Dog was. Blood Dog wished to dodge Golden Growler, but Golden Growler already had its mouth open. While its body was the same size as an ordinary lion, its maw opened to the size of a house. Blood Dog was unable to dodge, and it was scooped up by Golden Growler's mouth in a flash. Then, it was chewed up. There was a wretched, crunching sound, as if the bones were all being broken. "Don't eat it. It's my ingredient." Dragon Lady quickly said. She was worried Golden Growler would swallow the dog and she'd lose her precious ingredient. It didn't happen, though. Golden Growler was only able to chew it for a while, before a swarm of bats came flying out of its mouth. When the bats reformed to the shape of a hound again, Blood Dog looked at Golden Growler with obvious fear. It wanted to fly and escape. Blood Dog was incredibly fast, and it far outpaced Dragon Lady, who was left unable to keep up. Get up. Han Sen mounted Golden Growler and spoke to Dragon Lady. Dragon Lady jumped up behind Han Sen, and Golden Growler carried them both in the pursuit of Blood Dog. It was much faster than the summoned creature. But the dog was very devious. It kept changing direction, and the lumbering Golden Growler was unable to keep up with that. When Dragon Lady got close to Blood Dog, she slashed towards it, but attacks such as that would not work on the fiend. Do you have a way to kill it? Dragon Lady asked with a rush. She was obviously unable to kill it, and she had no choice but to ask Han Sr., I don't know how to kill it either. Blood Dog is invincible, it would seem. It'll be very hard to kill. Han Sen shook his head, as he hadn't had any promising ideas yet. Dragon Lady kept trying to kill Blood Dog. None of her attempts worked. Golden Growler chased the creature for 10,000 miles. Blood Dog kept running and running, until it suddenly came to an abrupt stop. It turned around and smiled at them. Han Sen and Dragon Lady were given a spooky shock by that smile. It wasn't really a smile, it was more of a cruel, menacing grin. It was an evil display that only looked like a smile. It was, in fact, very scary. Golden Growler was not afraid, though. It continued after Blood Dog. The Blood Dog jumped toward the mountain in front of it, and when the Blood Dog hit the cliffside, it fell inside. The wall did not break, it was like the dog could just fall through the walls. Golden Growler was unable to do this, and when he came against the wall, he came crashing into it. Han Sen had a blackout. But he opened his bulwark umbrella to prevent any follow-up sneak attacks. When Han Sen's consciousness returned, he discovered that he had not been attacked. But what he saw surprised him and Dragon Lady both. Behind the wall was not an underground labyrinth, it was just a field. There were lots of fallen buildings there. There was half a tower scattered across the ground, and a palace comprised of slopes. There were many stone constructs there, but they were all in ruin. It did not look as if they had been built there, though. It was more as if someone had just thrown them all away, and dropped them there upon the field. Han Sen didn't see where Blood Dog went to. He looked around and eventually found a human that was half buried in the soil. It was actually the effigy of a woman. She was adorned with a crown that was reminiscent of the sun. One of her hands held a book, and the other held a torch above her head. There were a few more statues about, but they were all destroyed. Han Sen looked at the buildings and the statues, and he frowned. The style of the rock was similar to that which he found in the Valley of Time. The stone was very similar. Chapter 1651, Guardian Spirit Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, 12-winged Dark Seraphim. Golden Growler went sniffing around the ground. It seemed to be tracking Blood Dog's scent, and after a while, it began running forward. Broken stone buildings were everywhere, and their presence there made Han Sen frown. Golden Growler kept moving, and after 100 miles, there was a large number of stone tablets scattered across a clearing. The stone tablets weren't tidily placed, and many of them were even upside down. But they were the only objects in that place that featured text. Han Sen made Golden Growler slow down. Due to the fact that Golden Growler had to follow a scent to stay on track, he reeled him in a little. If he continued, it'd be hard to find Blood Dog. Han Sen observed the tablets that featured ancient text, the sorts of languages Han Sen had learned long ago. Some parts of the tablets were missing, but many were still readable. Emir defeated. Han Sen thought that was strange. There was only the name of someone and the word defeated. The tablet didn't look like a gravestone, but it didn't look like a memorial plaque either. Han Sen found it odd. He didn't know who the supposed Emir character was. Han Sen checked out a few of the other tablets that were nearby. One of them said, Velis defeated. Aside from the change in name, all the others were the same, as well. Han Sen frowned and continued checking out the other tablets. They all seemed to contain a name, and the word defeated after. Ji defeated, Gautama defeated, Merrily defeated, Ginger defeated, Brahma defeated, Zeus defeated. All of those names were on the tattered tablets, but there was nothing distinguishing about them. They did give him a cold feeling, though, and it made him feel as if he had stepped back in time. It felt like a certain sadness permeated the atmosphere of that place. Han Sen did not know who or what those names belonged to, and he did not know how those folks might have been defeated. Aside from their names, nothing else was left behind. After going through all the tablets, there was a bronze palace. It wasn't as broken as the rest of the place, but it was still worn around the edges. There were the scrapes of a battle all across it, but it hadn't been hewn or broken. The palace seemed to be in good condition, all things considered. It was in the middle of the plain, but one half seemed to have sunken into the earth. One wall was stuck in the soil. Golden Growler followed the scent, which led them straight to the bronze palace. He gave a quiet rumble to Han Sen, as if to indicate Blood Dog was inside. Han Sen checked the exterior of the bronze palace first. There was a big title above the door which said, Hero Spirit Hall. For some reason, I have a bad feeling about this, Dragon Lady said, observing the palace ahead. Han Sen nodded. He felt rather unsafe, as well. The Dongxian aura had difficulty scanning inside the palace, so he was unable to determine whether or not Blood Dog was on the inside. The creature you summoned, where did it come from? Han Sen asked Dragon Lady. Dragon Lady gave a wry smile. I don't know, my ingredients are random. I never know exactly what I will summon, and I don't know where they come from. After that, Dragon Lady looked towards the Hero Spirit Hall. I think something is amiss. This place is too weird, it'd be best if we just left. We can try again another time. Han Sen wished to say something, but before he spoke, he heard a sound. The tightly shut door suddenly started opening up. Han Sen and Dragon Lady stared at the gap of the opening gate. Golden Growler growled at the sight ahead. Tap! One hand suddenly appeared, pushing the door open. Han Sen looked at the hand that was holding the bronze door and noticed that it was rather skeletal in its appearance. Although it had kept the shape of a hand, the skin was thin and dried up against the bone. It was like birch bark, and it looked creepy. It looked dead. The hand grabbed the bronze door and slowly opened it. As the door opened toward them, Han Sen saw beyond it. He couldn't see much, but a massive support pillar with visible, holding up the roof. The bronze door opened halfway, and when it did, Han Sen could see the master of the hand. It was a being that was garbed with a black cloak. Aside from the hand, Han Sen couldn't discern anything more about its body. The entire being was wrapped up by that same cloak. All Han Sen could truly notice was the rough outline of its body, which looked rather human. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura again, but he was unable to feel anything. The man in the black cloak looked dead, it was as if he had no life force. Since you are here, come on in. The cloaked man opened the bronze gate fully now, and he stood at the entrance as he spoke. He looked toward Han Sen and the others before making a clanging, metallic sound. It was quite spooky. What is your name? Han Sen asked the cloaked man, very alert. I am already dead, so what would be the purpose of having a name? If you require one, refer to me as the guardian spirit. The creepiness of the cloaked man's voice would strike so much fear into a person, their teeth would chatter. He lowered his head as he spoke, too. His face was fully concealed by the hood, like a spirit haunting a graveyard. Guardian spirit, who are you protecting? When Han Sen heard the name, he didn't feel any better. He wasn't quite willing to step forward, either. I am not guarding anyone now, Guardian Spirit said coldly. Han Sen frowned and gave the man another look. Then, he pointed to the tablets and asked, are you guarding them? Guardian Spirit suddenly laughed quite strangely and said, yes and no. I guard them, but I don't guard them. What does that mean? Han Sen asked with a frown. You'll know if you come and see. Guardian Spirit was still laughing quite strangely. Whatever you're guarding, I can't say I'm interested, Han Sen said, and then patted his golden growler as an indication it was time to leave. It turned around and started to. The place was weird. Han Sen thought he was invincible in the fourth god's sanctuary, but there were still many strange and creepy things occupying that realm. And so, Han Sen did not think he could kill everything. After he saw Stay Up Late, he knew he was not as immortal as he fancied himself. Even though you are here, you do not want to take a look? Guardian Spirit asked quietly. Han Sen ignored him and hurried Golden Growler away. But he walked so slow now, like some phantom force of power was them back. Golden Growler began to slide backward. He slid all the way back until they were pulled right inside the Bronze Palace. Chapter 1652 Failure. Han Sen summoned his overbearing shield and split blade, then transformed into Fallen Slaughter. Split blade was sent thrusting at Guardian Spirit. Split blade went right into Guardian Spirit's body, but his body was actually like a genuine spirit's. The body faded away with the attack of that blade. Immediately, Han Sen looked around. He was surprised at what he saw next. On the walls of the palace, there were many sets of crystal armor. The armors were all tarnished with damage. It made them seem as if they had all experienced a great deal of fighting. Upon those crystal sets of armor, Han Sen could suddenly feel his battle mode begin to burn. It was like the crystal armors still possessed the urge to fight, and it began to burn him. That hall felt like the site of a great battle. Han Sen, standing in the hall, felt as if he was surrounded by an army of foes. And he felt that the master of the army had been slaughtered in battle. What surprised Han Sen the most was that the armors looked like the one he had procured off Tina. They might have possessed different powers, but they sure looked similar. Are they all Geno armors? Han Sen was in shock. Guardian Spirit's body appeared again, directly in front of a blue set of armor. He was wreathed in lightning. He looked at the armor and said, "This is Zeus armor." He was out there for 15 days before he fell. After that, Guardian Spirit walked towards a red set of armor. And he said, "This is Ginger's armor." He was out there for 19 days before he died. Guardian Spirit walked to each set of armor that could be seen, and told them who the armor belonged to. They were all the names of the tablets Han Sen had seen earlier. Guardian Spirit told Han Sen that they were indeed Geno armors, and it came as quite the surprise to him. After introducing the last armor, Guardian Spirit looked at Han Sen and laughed. They were heroes as much as they were failures. They weren't able to get out. They were humiliated, and made to live here. What do you mean they were unable to get out? Han Sen asked Guardian Spirit. Get out of the sanctuary, of course. Guardian Spirit said coldly. He turned to look back at the armor and went on to say, their master died, but their armor still resides here. If you gain their approval, you may make use of them. They may have failed, but they did not want to lose. And they'd want nothing more than to fight again. You are giving them to us. Han Sen looked at Guardian Spirit in shock. He thought he'd have to conduct a big fight, but it didn't seem as if there would be. It sounded as if he was going to be given the armor for nothing. If you can take them with you, they're yours. Having them here is useless, anyway. Guardian Spirit's voice made people's teeth chatter. Thanks a lot, then. Han Sen did not feel guilty, so he waltzed up to the nearest set of armor and tried to lift it. Most people did not know about the power of Geno armors, but Han Sen did. The Bronze Palace was like a trove of treasure for Han Sen, and it was worth more than anything the Alliance could provide him. Han Sen picked up the red armor that once belonged to Ginger. There were 70 punctures and scrapes across it, and they all appeared to have been dealt by a sword. There were some piercings and dents across it, too. Pang! Han Sen, after gripping the armor and trying to lift it, was blasted away after it suddenly started glowing red. Han Sen felt a strong power crash into him, one he was unable to block. It was like he had been hit by a train, and he went barreling back into the stone. His ears rang and he was left seeing stars. Are you okay? Dragon Lady ran over to Han Sen and picked him up. I'm fine, Han Sen said. He shook his head to clear his vision. Trying to maintain conscious after that vicious blast, he directed his attention back to Guardian Spirit. It's fine if you don't want to give them to me, but why do that? Guardian Spirit laughed. They have a will of their own. I can't orchestrate their feelings. I told you that you'll need their approval, if you are to take them. Han Sen frowned and stared at Guardian Spirit. He did not believe what he was being told. After he took Tina's Geno armor, none of this happened. He was able to just take it. Believe it or not, but I am who you see. I am Guardian Spirit. Lying to you would not gain me anything, Guardian Spirit said. I don't believe you. Han Sen gritted his teeth and tried taking another set of armor. The set of armor reacted the same way, and it blasted Han Sen away. The battle mood it possessed burned, and it clearly didn't want to be touched by Han Senator, but Han Sen wasn't going to give up so easily. He tried taking every single one. There were many of them, too, he was sure one of them had to suit him. But reality never aligned with Han Sen's ideals. After trying each and every armor, none were willing to accept him. His body had ended up all swollen, all for the gain of naught. As Han Sen's heart began to sink, Golden Growler walked forward and touched one of the armors. The armor was rather gold, but it was caked in green rust. Han Sen had tried grabbing it before, but it had blasted him away with gold light. Golden Growler's claws were grabbing the Geno core armor now. Han Sen thought Golden Growler would end up getting blasted away, but he didn't. The Geno armor was actually crushed beneath the might of his paws, like a simple golden snowflake. It blended into the skin of his body. Roar! When the entirety of that snowflake was absorbed by Golden Growler, he roared to the sky. The gold light appeared, and it manifested as a set of armor that would protect him. And then, Golden Growler did indeed look like a lion clad in armor. That's not real, is it? It's weaker than little gold. Han Sen's eyes were open wide in astonishment, unable to believe what Golden Growler had managed to do. He couldn't believe it. He himself had tried so hard to procure the armors, but he had failed every time. Golden Growler randomly touched one, and it submitted to his ownership. That wasn't very fair. Chapter 1653 Message Guardian Spirit looked at Golden Growler in shock, and it was obvious he was thinking about something. Dragon Lady, you try as well, Han Sen said to her. He didn't have much hope she'd be successful, but he did hope he'd be able to take a few of the armors back with him. As he spoke, he also summoned Little Angel. If Golden Growler had been able to catalyze that reaction with the armor, there was a chance Little Angel could do the same. Golden, try to fetch the others, Han Sen asked Golden Growler, feeling greedy. Golden Growler, though, was unable to gain the approval of the others. Perhaps he was only able to forge a connection with the golden armor, or perhaps it was only possible for him to take one away with him. Before Little Angel moved to claim an armor, though, a Geno armor came to her. It went flying off the wall, carried by a holy light. The holy light was immediately absorbed by little angel's body. That's not fair. How does that happen? Han Sen looked at little angel's holy light. It had become entwined with the Geno armor she was now wearing. With the increased volume of holy light all around her, she looked even more angelic. Dragon Lady was just as unfortunate as Han Senator. She tried many of the Geno armors, but failed each and every time. But just as it looked as if she was going to fail as many times as he had, Dragon Lady touched one armor in specific. It burst into flames and blended into her body. D*MN. This sucks. Why can't I have them? This is impossible. Han Sen wanted to try touching the Geno armor again. The results were the same, though. No matter how hard Han Sen tried, he could not get the approval necessary to take the armor. Guardian Spirit looked at Golden Growler, Little Angel, and Dragon Lady, and spoke. Roar's Geno armor, Marilee's armor, and Emir's armor. Not bad. Han Sen just looked depressed. He comforted himself by saying, these armors must have belonged to the losers of the crew. That's okay, I wouldn't want them anyway. Go. This is a hopeless place. Do not come back. Guardian Spirit began speaking again with his creepy voice. Are you a crystallizer? Han Sen asked Guardian Spirit. I am dead. It does not matter who I was. After he said that, the gates of the hero's spirit hall suddenly opened. Then, a strong force of suction pulled them all the way out of there. Crash! Han Sen and the others were dropped to the ground. When they stood back up, they were on the plane they had reached before smashing through the wall that led to the hidden place. Han Sen stood up and touched the wall again. It was a cold rock, and nothing more. They could no longer get back. Han Sen flew up and over the mountain. He realized with shock that the mountain was situated right atop the plain. There was only grass beyond it, and there were no ruins, tablets, or a hero's spirit hall. If it wasn't for Golden Growler still wearing his Geno armor, Han Sen would have believed that entire sequence to be some bizarre dream. They were now unable to locate Blood Dog and the ruins, which meant leveling up Dragon Lady had been a failed venture. Fortunately, she'd get another chance in the near future, and there was no need to rush it too much. And the fact she had obtained a Geno armor made up for that. It may have been a little weary looking, but it was a great find all the same. But after leaving the ruins, the glow of the Geno armors vanished. It seemed as if they had lost their powers. They couldn't be summoned in the general areas of the fourth god sanctuary. Han Sen tried to clear his mind and think about these matters seriously. That ruin must not have originated in the fourth god's sanctuary, and Han Sen believed it must have belonged to the fifth sanctuary that existed in the Alliance's universe. Something must have occurred in the Alliance's universe, in which many things were destroyed. Similar to whatever had made a mess of Stay Up Late's control room. The same fate must have befallen the stone tablets and Hero's Spirit Hall. They must have been scattered across the sanctuaries. The Valley of Time might very well have been one of those places, too. What happened there? Han Sen did not have much information to go off of, though, so an absolute solution was not obtainable. Back in the shelter, Han Sen now wished to return to the Alliance. But he overheard Cheap Sheep and Green Cow in the midst of a discussion. I really want to take a look. It must be scary and exciting at the same time. The sheepish character sounded rather hyped. Brother Sheep, where did Death Goddess come from? She killed one of the 10 Son of Gods, Illusion Emperor. If she had joined Divinity's bout, perhaps she could have fought against Dollar. Green Cow mooed. She couldn't fight against Dollar, win, and obtain first place. Second place, sure. But I really can't believe she managed to kill Illusion Emperor with just one arrow. Her power must have been greater than Armored Man's, Sheep said. It does not matter how strong she is alone. Her killing Illusion Emperor prompted the folk of Illusion to rally all sorts of elites to unify and kill her. I have heard they hired 2 super elite alphas, Green Cow said. Cheap Sheep nodded. Illusion knows a lot of people. Their alpha is begging other alphas for help, and they will get it. But even if they didn't get the assistance of the other alphas, they'd be sent some sort of help. And I actually heard Illusion Elder found a way to kill her. If she doesn't relent, she is going to die. If she knew to relent, she wouldn't have been so bold as to tackle Illusion the way she did. She provoked the Emperor and killed him. She is strong to be able to kill him, but the Alpha did not come out to fight her. And now, after all this time, he has found a way to do it and has thus asked so many elites to rally so that they can all kill her together, Green Cow sighed. It is a shame we are too weak to participate. She could probably kill us with a mean stare. Still, I'd like to go and watch. It'll take 10,000 years to witness another event like this unfold. Cheap Sheep sighed. They followed Han Sen, and while they did have good stuff to eat, they were simply born too weak. They only had gold geno cores, and they had yet to reach gemstone class. Cheap Sheep, where will the Illusion Alpha plan to kill Death Goddess? Han Sen walked out and asked the sheep. He thought this entire thing sounded slightly weird. After Death Goddess was born, she did not know she was the Sacred Alpha's heir. But the people in Sacred should have recognized her. She had been out and about for a long time, and yet, strangely, the folk from Sacred had not gone out in search of her. That was strange. Boss, it'll be happening near Sunset Valley. The whole Fourth God Sanctuary should know, as many elites were invited by Illusion to go there, Cheap Sheep quickly answered. Green Cow said, that Death Goddess is way too cocky. She knows they are going to surround her there, and yet she hasn't changed course. She is going to die. Chapter 1654 Ancient Sky, are people from Sacred joining the hunt? Han Sen asked. Cheap Sheep thought for a moment and then said, I think so. Someone saw Goddess and other Sacred elites heading for Sunset Valley. If you want to go and take a look, please take us with you. This shelter needs you guys. Who else could manage it if you are away? Han Sen smiled. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow smiled. They patted their chests and said, don't worry, then. With us here, this shelter will be taken care of with the utmost diligence. There is no need for you to worry. Yep, it's down to you too. Han Sen patted Cheap Sheep and Green Cow on their shoulders. He complimented them again, then returned to the Alliance. Sacred is sending people to kill Death Goddess. It looks like they don't know she was the god egg that was stolen by Destroyer Wolf. Judging from her appearance and power, though, the Sacred leader should have recognized who she was. I wonder why he couldn't. Han Sen thought about this for a while. The next day, he collected Bower, Little Silver, and Little Star, and took them with him to Sunset Valley. Han Sen wanted to find out what was up with Death Goddess, and he fancied a bit of revenge. Han Sen felt more relaxed on his travel this time, and there was no rush or need to kill creatures along the way. He went straight for Sunset Valley uninterrupted. The title Sky Sword was not something without weight. Many creatures and spirits that might have thought to bother him, ran away when they realized who was coming. When he neared the valley, many other elites had already shown up. Again, they did not provoke Han Sen, for they knew all about Sky Sword. Death Goddess would take an extra few days to reach Sunset Valley, but the reason for her delay wasn't explained. She was supposed to be traveling in a straight line to get there, so no one was really sure what was going on with her sluggishness. The super elites that were invited by Illusion had all gathered there. When Han Sen arrived, he was initially stopped. Sky Sword, what are you doing here? Illusion did not invite you. A beast belonging to Illusion had stopped Han Sen to question him. I go wherever I want. This isn't your territory, so you have no authority to control who comes and goes, Han Sen said coldly. The beast was maddened by that, but before he made a move, many scary life forces began to approach. One of them was the Illusion Elder. There were 3 elites that were of the same strength standing next to him. They must have been the other alphas. There were super elites like Goddess and elites from Sacred, too. Alpha-class elites did not participate in Divinity's bout, but they were incredibly powerful, and they definitely had the abilities to match a son of God. But their numbers there meant Han Sen couldn't do anything. Sky Sword, Illusion has no quarrel with you. If you are here to help, we appreciate it. And your contributions will be rewarded. If not, please do us a favor and return to whence you came. The Illusion Elder spoke to Han Sen with a frown. You do your thing. I'll watch and not interfere. We won't bother each other. After Han Sen said that, he set up an airbed and took out a bunch of snacks to munch on. Bower and Little Silver dug right in, chowing down as if they were there for a proper picnic. Those of Illusion were enraged, and the other elites frowned sternly. The elder stopped the members from doing anything, though. And he said, focus on your mission. If he doesn't enter the valley, just leave him be. After that, Illusion Elder looked at Han Sen one last time, and then returned deeper into the valley. Han Sen stayed outside the valley, waiting for Death Goddess to arrive. There were many elites waiting in Sunset Valley to kill Death Goddess, and there was no need to risk having them all as enemies. When the target appeared, he'd also have a chance to sneak in. But Han Sen was not being lazy there. When night fell, he used his Dongxian aura to hide himself. Then, he snuck into Sunset Valley in the hopes of seeing what they were all up to. They could surely take Death Goddess down anywhere, if they had a plan. So, there had to be a reason for them choosing Sunset Valley for a showdown. After Han Sen snuck inside, he noticed there was a surprising number of elites. There were far more than what he had seen from the outside. There had to be at least 100. And there were a few alphas amongst them, too. A formation like this was something even Han Sen would think twice about attacking. Even if Han Sen was not afraid of fighting against large numbers, he didn't know what geno cores the alphas possessed. If they had special powers, not being able to use Super King's spirit would put him at a major disadvantage. After sneaking across a distance of a few hundred miles, Han Sen saw an ancient mirror in the valley. That mirror was around 100 meters tall. It was gleaming brightly, reflecting the activity of everyone before it. But due to its size, its length partitioned the valley. What are they doing with such a big mirror here? What kind of genocore is that? Han Sen thought about it for a while, but he had no idea what the giant mirror might have been used for. Not far away from the mirror, the elders rested. A few of the alphas were in deep discussion. They were all holding a big flag that was caked in dust. Due to the sound of the flag rippling in the breeze, Han Sen could not discern what they were talking about. Han Sen hugged the wall and did not move. He cast the Dongxian Sutra to see if he could listen through the noise generated by the flag and hear what they were saying. The flag was powerful, and Han Sen's Dongxian aura could not work on it. Just as he was disappointed about this, he overheard another two from Illusion having a discussion. This time, we have 4 alphas and the ancient mirror. I really think we can kill Death Goddess and achieve vengeance. Oh yeah, so what is this ancient sky mirror? Can it suppress Death Goddess arrows? If they can't be stopped, we will be injured even if we can't kill her. Don't worry, it'll work. Ancient Sky Mirror is Ancient Sky Emperor's Geno Core. With the mirror here, we don't have to be afraid of Death Goddess. Why is that? The Alpha said it was a secret, but we'll find out soon enough. Han Sen listened to a bit more but learned nothing useful. Then, he decided to leave Sunset Valley. But Han Sen had already figured out that the ancient sky mirror was for the Alphas to restrict her. Chapter 1655 Death Goddess. In the next 2 days, more and more powerful creatures entered Sunset Valley, and from time to time members of Illusion sent messages back and forth. The activity in the valley continued to increase, and it seemed that the Death Goddess should be very close to here. Han Sen did not enter the valley. The people on both sides had nothing to do with him. When the fighting started, Han Sen would kill his enemies and leave. He didn't care much about anything else. On the third day, Han Sen saw the Illusion Elder and 3 other alphas take their people out of the valley. The expressions of all the creatures were very dignified, and they looked like they were facing a major enemy. It seems that Death Goddess is coming soon. Han Sen's gaze also followed them to the distant mountains, and a dark spot gradually appeared on the horizon. Because she wasn't moving very fast, it was a long time before Han Sen could see the true appearance of the black spot. Her black hair was like a waterfall. She wore black armor with a pair of crow-like black wings behind her. Holding a black bow and arrow in her hand, she looked like an archer from hell. However, Han Sen's focus wasn't on her weapons. The delicate facial features looked exactly the same as when Han Sen first saw them, but the eyes were not as hollow as before. The black eyes were bright and pure, and Han Sen could not see through them. If a person only looked at her eyes, she would never remind anyone of the Death Goddess that terrified everyone in the 4th God Sanctuary. Seeing Death Goddess, even the Illusion Elder was intimidated. Despite their preparations, Death Goddess's face still made the gathered elites feel a little uneasy. The Illusion Elder waved slightly, and all the elites moved to their assigned positions and turned toward the entrance of Sunset Valley. The ancient mirror was the only thing that gave the Illusion Elder the confidence to attempt to kill Death Goddess. Otherwise, Death Goddess arrows might wipe out their forces before they even got close enough to kill her. That would be too much of a risk. But with this mirror, they didn't have to be afraid of her. When the Emperor of Heaven used this mirror to roam the 4th Sanctuary in ancient times, no one could hurt him. If the Emperor of Heaven hadn't failed to advance to the 5th Sanctuary, the ancient sky mirror wouldn't have been left behind. However, because the attributes of the ancient sky mirror were so special, only elites with the same attributes could use it. That was why the Illusion Elder chose Sunset Valley. There was a moon spring in Sunset Valley, and the power contained in the moon spring was the same as that of the ancient sky mirror. The Illusion Elder used the power of the moon spring to operate the mirror. The elites invited by the Illusion Elder knew the power of the ancient sky mirror, so even if it was a powerful being like Death Goddess, they were not afraid. All of them summoned their courage and prepared for the battle. They were keen to fight Death Goddess. Han Sen saw those great beings with full confidence. He had some doubts. It was reasonable to expect that some of the elders might escape the conning battle with their lives, but it seemed like even the less powerful creatures were quite confident. That was slightly surprising. Death Goddess had killed one of the 10 Son of Gods with a single arrow. They wouldn't have much time to deal with Death Goddess, as they might be killed instantly. What is the role of the ancient sky mirror? How will it let them face Death Goddess? Han Sen blinked and looked into the depths of Sunset Valley. There were several groups of people nearby. Apparently, they had been sent by the Illusion Elder to monitor him. Han Sen now had no chance to sneak into Sunset Valley. Seeing that Death Goddess was coming closer, many creatures held their breath, and their hearts were slightly uneasy. It was one thing to have confidence, but Death Goddess's previous kills were too scary. It was normal to be anxious when facing her. No one had retreated, and each one summoned a Geno core as they waited. It seemed that they had made up their minds to fight Death Goddess. Seeing that Death Goddess had entered the vicinity of Sunset Valley, the Illusion Elder screamed, "Death Goddess, if you swear to follow me now, I can still let you live today. Otherwise, today you will die." Everyone looked at Death Goddess and waited for her response. While everyone was keen to see Death Goddess, Han Sen was actually the most curious. He was the only one who knew the true origin of Death Goddess, but the current Death Goddess was somewhat strange to Han. Senator Death Goddess was the descendant of Sacred's master and destroyer Empress, and so the power in her body had been inherited from them. However, Han Sen used the Dongxian aura to examine Death Goddess for a long time, and he didn't feel both God power and death power in her body. Death Goddess wasn't hiding her power. Han Sen could clearly feel her strong life force, but her life force didn't seem to be tinged by sacred power or death. Instead, Han Sen felt that the power was familiar. No wonder the sacred elites can't tell where she came from. This power doesn't seem to be related to Sacred's master or destroyer Empress at all. Han Sen looked at her, frowning. He knew that she was the one who had hatched from the egg, but why would her power look like this? Han Sen had no clue. His sense of familiarity was just a feeling, as Death Goddess's power was something he had never seen before. It was understandable that Han Sen didn't immediately recognize the traces of his own power in Death Goddess. Death Goddess had the abilities of destruction and death, but because of the unexpected introduction of Han Sen's blood, the two forces had merged into a new force. Some of this new power belonged to Han Sen, so it felt familiar, but nothing more. The combination of the three forces kept this power from feeling like any of the original ones, so Han Sen couldn't sense it in detail. All the creatures were staring at Death Goddess, waiting for her answer, and waiting for her to enter a certain range. Since they had to use the moon spring to operate the ancient sky mirror, there was no way to change the location at which they would spring the attack. The scope of the mirror was limited, and they had to be within this range to attack Death Goddess, otherwise, they wouldn't be protected by the ancient sky mirror. Death Goddess did not give a d*mn about the Illusion Elder, and she completely ignored the alphas and elites as if they did not exist. Han Sen saw that Death Goddess had flown straight toward him. He couldn't help but sigh. Will this one remember me and want to take some sort of revenge? Before Han Sen could act, Death Goddess had already flown over to him and gathered her wings to land. She looked at Han Sen with a pair of pure eyes and shouted, "Father." For a time, all the creatures in Sunset Valley had their eyes wide open, including Han Sen himself. Chapter 1656 Black Po. Wait, this is not right. I'm only here to get the goodies. What's happening now? Han Sen felt rather awkward. He turned and looked at Illusion Elder, but Illusion Elder and the others were staring back at him. Their eyes, however, looked murderous. Pretty lady, although you look cute and sweet, and you look as if you have my genes, don't just randomly announce that. Han Sen wanted to explain he had nothing to do with Death Goddess. He didn't want to be a scapegoat. Death Goddess had slain so many spirits and creatures, she had a vast number of enemies. If he admitted that she was his daughter, the entire world would be against him. Han Sen was not afraid to face off against the fourth god's sanctuary, but she wasn't his daughter. He didn't want to become a scapegoat before Han Sen could finish. Illusion Elder said angrily, "No wonder we were unable to learn anything about her, she is your heir. You made her kill creatures all across the fourth god's sanctuary. Tell us why you are doing this. Otherwise, there is no need for talk. We should just kill them both now, before they bring permanent harm to the fourth god's sanctuary." Yeah, kill them. Many elites stepped forward with their genocores, each possessing a frightening power. They wanted to kill Han Sen and Death Goddess both. Han Sen felt terrible. This had nothing to do with him, after all. Even though he wasn't afraid of being Illusion Elder's enemy, he didn't want to start a war for no reason. As Han Sen tried to further explain, Death Goddess was already drawing her black bow. A black arrow was knocked. Death Goddess pulled back the string as far as it could go and loosed it. The raging arrow flew through the sky, driving itself into a super creature's body. The creature had to be larger than an elephant, but when the arrow pierced the beast, it exploded and died. Don't disturb me and my father's reunion. Death Goddess fired another arrow as she glared at the elites. Han Sen wished to say something more, but he stopped. people wouldn't believe anything he said now. He could see the anger burning in the crowd below, and he knew their minds couldn't be changed. Die! Illusion Elder roared. He lifted an illusion disc, which was filled with holy light, as he charged towards Han Sen and Death Goddess. The other 3 elders and elites were headed straight for them, too. As the monsters roared, their scary powers landed. Their combined power was more intimidating than the attacks of the armored man. There was nothing Han Sen could do. He let Bauer, Little Silver, and Little Star chip in with the fight, as well. But Death Goddess flapped her wings and flew up high. The black bow in her hands was flashing. Every time it flashed, an arrow was fired, and another creature or spirit was killed. Death Goddess was aiming at the powerful illusion elder next, but he used the disc to block it. That powerful disc Geno core was shattered by the force of the arrow. But Death Goddess did not relent, as the flashes of arrows came thick and fast. She shot down all the creatures and spirits as she arced between them. Han Sen was frozen as he watched the spectacle. She's that strong. She is going to be as powerful as Armored Man. Han Sen was shocked. After all, Death Goddess never missed a shot. Aside from the 4 elders, the other super creatures were killed with a single arrow. Even the 4 elders had to sacrifice their Geno cores to avoid being killed. Death Goddess arrows were not like falsified sky powers, though. It wasn't as if the skill could never miss, and so it was her proficiency that shocked Han. Senator Death Goddess arrows had a strong sense of prediction. Just like when Han Sen fired his arrows, she was able to predict every possibility before letting a shot fly. Many times she appeared to be firing at nothing, but when the arrow reached the end of its flight, a creature would appear and get skewered by it. This is too much of a coincidence. Han Sen's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. If Han Sen wasn't sure he had never been unfaithful and hadn't watched her come out of an egg, he would have been convinced that she really was his daughter. But Han Sen didn't have time to think much. There were 2 elders coming straight for him. Not even they had expected that they'd have to deal with Han Sr., whatever. If you guys have a death wish, don't take it out on me. Han Sen combined with Fallen Slaughter and summoned his overbearing shield and split blade. Then, he started his attack. With overbearing shield and split blade put to work, Han Sen was practically invincible. He killed a few super creatures in a moment's notice. But the confusing thing was that after Han Sen cut a super creature in half, he didn't receive an announcement. Then, he saw the creatures and spirits that were killed returning from deeper within Sunset Valley. Both Han Sen and Death Goddess kills were returning to the fight. What is this? The spirits can respawn, yes, but why the creatures? How can creatures do that? Is that the power of ancient sky mirror? The thought crossed Han Sen's mind. Seeing Death Goddess keep fighting in the sky, the creatures and elders did not change their perspective of the ordeal. They all continued to attack as hard as they could, without being dismayed. Before long, Han Sen was able to confirm his hypothesis. Death Goddess could not keep fighting the tide of strong elites, and those 4 elders were brutally powerful, too. Death Goddess could be destructive, but her body wasn't invincible. 4 elders could definitely destroy her body. Han Sen heard the sound of flesh being torn. Death Goddess armor was cut by an elder. It was a strike that led to the flow of blood. Death Goddess turned and fired at the elder's head. The elder disappeared, but not long after, he was conning back from Sunset Valley. Han Sen used his overbearing shield to break a super creature's skull. He held Split Blade tight and took off running into the valley. He had to get rid of the mirror. Not even God could save them if he didn't. Seeing Han Sen run into Sunset Valley, the elders tried to surround him. The super elites came to circle Han Sen, too. He suddenly became the focus of the battle, and not as many super elites were going for Death Goddess now. Chapter 1657. Endless killings surrounding Han Sen never worked. With his Dongxian movement, he could easily escape any possible entrapment. And in this way, he slipped away and proceeded onwards into Sunset Valley. Many super elites were going after him, but two of the elders just laughed coldly at Han's senator. They didn't chase him, and instead, they went after Death Goddess. Death Goddess' armor was broken. Her arrows might have been indestructible, but her body wasn't. She looked to be in terrible condition. Has he breached Sunset Valley? Illusion Elder asked the two elders who were coming toward him. He has, one elder answered. Illusion Elder smiled grimly. Good, this is the perfect setup for Death Goddess. Using it on him will work just as well. I will kill Death Goddess and Sky Sword today. I will shock the entire Fourth God's sanctuary, one elder happily proclaimed. The three elders invited there by Illusion Elder were all from smaller groups. They were weaker than Illusion Elder, and they were excited to kill someone that strong. The really important elders, like Dark Spirit, were not as easy to invite along. Ignore that thought. Let's just focus on actually killing Death Goddess first. Illusion Elder rallied the other three elders to attack Death Goddess. Han Sen was on his way into Sunset Valley. Little Star carried Bower and Little Silver through the canyon walls, following after their master. They were deep into the mountains soon enough, and eventually, the elites could not keep track of them. Due to the numbers that Death Goddess was killing, the super elites kept on coming out of Sunset Valley. Han Sen looked at Ancient Sky Mirror and saw a super creature come out of it. Han Sen had killed the creature once before, but there it was, coming out of that mirror. Han Sen now knew for certain that the mirror could revive the dead. But Han Sen had no idea how such a thing would work. Han Sen also knew that Death Goddess was doing poorly. She wasn't related to him, but he'd still prefer it if she didn't die. He moved his split blade in a strike at the mirror. Han Sen's slash was obscenely powerful. It was something no creature in the Fourth God's sanctuary would underestimate. Split blade could tear through the fabric of space, and even break geno cores. The unleashed sword light hit the mirror and spread out across it. Unfortunately, it brought no harm to the mirror. This gave Han Sen quite the shock. Han Sen kept on slashing, and as he did, he noticed something rather weird. Ancient Sky Mirror was a mirror. When Han Sen hit it, it would reflect the image of Han Sen hitting it. The sword light would connect inside the mirror and outside the mirror. The strange thing was that the sword light inside the mirror wasn't merely a visual reflection. Two powers met inside the mirror and extinguished themselves. And that meant the power Han Sen unleashed would deal no actual damage to the mirror he sought to destroy. Han Sen changed tactics and attacked the mirror directly with split blade. Sword lights could be a reflection, but the world inside the mirror was not real. Now that the blade was hitting the mirror, Han Sen thought he could damage it. But when he struck it, his face changed. His split blade and the mirror split blade reached toward each other. When they struck each other, Han Sen was sent staggering back. The strike hadn't hit the mirror, it hit the split blade inside the mirror, and the split blade that came against him possessed the same power he himself had unleashed. The mirror was undamaged, and Han Sen was sent reeling backward. Han Sen frowned, this was far too weird. No power could deal any damage to the mirror. It didn't seem likely that he could damage it. Han Sen used a few different elements to attack, but the results were the same. No matter what power he used, it was reflected. It's no wonder the elders didn't follow me. They knew I'd be unable to break the mirror, Han Sen thought to himself. If I can't break the mirror, there is only one thing left for me to do. Han Sen looked murderous. He summoned his god Geno Core and overbearing shield. He brought out the Bloodlust Ant King glyph and transformed into Fallen Slaughter. Then Han Sen used all that power to hit the monsters trying to come out of the mirror. There was a loud noise, and a monster that was bigger than 2 elephants broke under the attack. It bled profusely as it got crushed. Han Sen looked cold, but Split Blade did not stop there. He used it against the lance of an incoming spirit and cut through his entire body. Blood was everywhere, with screaming, too. All the creatures and spirits that were trying to come through the mirror were now getting stuck inside it. Han Sen killed them, and they respawned. And those creatures and spirits just kept on respawning, without any of them being able to kill Han Sen before fully exiting the mirror. More and more beings were becoming trapped in the mirror now. Fewer and fewer enemies attacked Death Goddess, freeing her up. When she killed 2 of the elders, they respawned at the mirror and ended up trapped. They were unable to rejoin the fray. Now that they were trapped by Han Sen, they couldn't leave. Han Sen used his Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go in tandem with his blade and shield. He trapped 2 elders and all the other beings in the valley. Illusion Elder noticed that no one was returning to the fight, and he was confused about what was happening. At that moment, he was killed by Death Goddess. He realized as he died that Han Sen must have blocked the mirror. The idea of one person holding off 100 elites was stunning. It is no wonder he made it out of Outer Sky Shelter. He is so powerful, not even elders are as good as him. Illusion Elder and the other elders were all in shock. They wanted to leave, but they became more and more hopeless. The mirror was too crowded, and there was nothing they could do to fight Han Senator. They kept on getting killed by him. Chapter 1658. An item with no master. All the elites outside the valley were now dead. Death Goddess, who had been wholly stained with blood, now raced into the valley. She joined in, helping Han Sen endlessly slay the elites with her arrows. The elders hadn't expected a situation like this, and they all sounded furious over what was happening. Sky Sword, I will eat you. And you will never come back, Illusion Elder roared. Save your threats until you escape the mirror, Han Sen said coldly as he killed another spirit. The overbearing shield effortlessly blocked Illusion Elder's Geno Core attacks. Ancient Sky Mirror was good. It could respawn them and their Geno Cores, so death did not mean much to them. That seemed very strange to Han Senator. No Geno Core had endless power. Not even Emperor-class Geno Cores could keep respawning indefinitely, like the mirror was currently doing. But there it was, not getting any weaker. Han Sen wanted to keep on killing and see if he could exhaust the mirror's power, anyway. But no matter how long he fought, it did not seem to work. The mirror really did seem to have an endless supply of power. Illusion Elder said, no matter how strong you and that be *TCHR, it's useless. We are immortal. You will spend all your power eventually. When the time comes, we will eat you alive. Many super elites roared and surged out of the mirror. They all looked so angry, wanting to consume Han Sen and Death Goddess. They had the power of the mirror, so they weren't afraid of dying. It sure gave Han Sen a headache. And just as Illusion Elder said, Han Sen's power really was limited. The fight had already cost him a lot of energy, and he had used beast souls. Han Sen didn't think he could last much more than 10 hours, and when he reached the point of exhaustion, he wouldn't be able to fend them all off anymore. Death Goddess was in poorer shape, too. She could constantly replenish her arrows, but her wounds kept bleeding. Her recovery speed was most certainly not as good as her attacks. Little Silver, heal her wounds. Han Sen shouted. Little Star brought Little Silver and Bower out from a wall. Little Silver sat on Little Star, showering Death Goddess with his silver lightning. Death Goddess' body shook, and she stopped firing the bow. The lightning caused her excruciating pain, but her wounds healed swiftly. Little Silver's healing abilities were effective. What sucked was how much it hurt. It wasn't like ordinary healing powers that only provided relief. Death Goddess knew Little Silver was healing her, though. She endured the pain and started drawing back her bow again. The power was just as strong, she was just a little slower. Now that he had healed Death Goddess wounds, Han Sen still had to sort out the energy problem. Little Silver was not a pure healer, so he couldn't replenish a person's vigor and energy. Han Sen kept on thinking as he fought. He thought that if he was unable to break the mirror, they could all very well die. But the ancient sky mirror was far too creepy. Han Sen had looked behind the mirror, and there was nothing strange back there. It was just a silver surface, and there was no power pack or control panel. Up until today, the mirror was left unused in this abandoned valley. There must be a reason, Han Sen thought to himself. Obviously, Illusion Elder could not control ancient sky mirror. Otherwise, he wouldn't have placed it there. If no one can control the mirror, does that mean it is a Geno core owned by no one? Han Sen's eyes brightened when that thought crossed his mind. Han Sen looked around, but he was unable to see anyone actually controlling it. This was something he was very sure about. Illusion Elder, do you really think a simple mirror will keep you all alive? Han Sen directed his speech to Illusion Elder, who was still shouting. Ha! Long enough for me to kill you, yes. Illusion Elder gnashed his teeth as he spoke. It is a shame you are unable to control the Geno core. I'm sure if you could kill me, Han Sen went on to say. It's still enough to kill you, another elder roared. Han Sen was now certain that they were unable to control the mirror. That fact made him very happy. If it had been a self-Geno core, Han Sen didn't think he could fight it. But it wasn't, and so that meant Han Sen stood a chance. Han Sen ignored the screams of the elites and elders, and he found a spot. With his finger, he pointed at the mirror. A drop of blood came out of his finger and landed on the mirror. Illusion Elder thought Han Sen was trying to break it, so he sneered. Nothing can hurt the mirror. You're wasting your time. Han Sen ignored him, though. He looked at the drop of blood that planted itself on the mirror as the reflective version of the drop of blood also came against the surface. When the two drops hit each other, they began to spread across the mirror. Han Sen was very happy about this. He had used his real blood Geno core into his own blood, then put one drop onto the mirror. That blood now had real blood's power. If it was not simply cancelled by the mirror, it would be absorbed by the item. The mirror would be gifted Han Sen's power and be wholly controlled by him. If a Geno core like this had a current owner, it would be hard to take. But this one did not have an owner, and so it would be easily taken. Real blood wasn't super obvious, but it was now around the size of a man's hand. But that soon spread larger and larger, wider and wider. Illusion Elder was very angry with Han Sen and Death Goddess. In his blind rage, he had not noticed the changes occurring to the mirror. By the time the elites realized that something was happening, the blood had already taken over half of the mirror. The top part was dyed red. When Illusion Elder noticed the changes in the mirror, he was very shocked. The super elites started to shout, "What's happening to the mirror? What did he do to the mirror?" Chapter 1659. Suppressing all of the tribe, even Illusion Elder and the other three elders were in shock. They had used the ancient sky mirror because it was a safe haven, but now they found themselves unable to escape from their refuge. Some super elites began to wish that they had never used the mirror at all. "You've only just now noticed," Han Sen said with dark amusement. The red color continued to spread across the mirror. It was a real blood invasion. Real blood's takeover always started out slow, but the more of the Geno core real blood gained control over, the faster the process would go. Pang! The super elites wanted to escape, but they could only hit the bloody reflective surface. They couldn't exit like they had earlier. All the creatures and spirits kept pounding the mirror, like a swarm of imprisoned monsters. They were terrified as they struck the glass wall that stood between them and freedom. They couldn't get out. Asterisk Shoal. What did you do? The few elders looked surprised. When the super creatures were killed, they'd end up locked inside the mirror. And as Han Sen watched them try to escape, it felt like he was watching a horde of rabid demons from hell. Han Sen was delighted that he had managed to take control of ancient sky mirror, though. Not only could the object revive fallen comrades, but it could also trap others inside. Han Sen hadn't expected the mirror to have such versatility. Real blood gained full control of the mirror, and a connection was established directly between the captive mirror and Han Sen's brain. The creatures and spirits all crowded to the front of the mirror in a frightened and angry mob. They kept pounding the bloody surface. Han Sen thought they looked like a horde of zombies trapped inside a container. Han Sen and Death Goddess proceeded to kill the remaining spirits and creatures that were outside the mirror. Once that was done, all their enemies were trapped inside the mirror. Han Sen then took control of the mirror, forcing it to rise up slowly into the sky. Rocks broke and tumbled away from the base of the mirror as it rose, and cracks shot across the length of the valley. Impossible. How can the mirror be controlled? Impossible. The beings in the mirror were all so shocked. The mirror's power was special, so finding someone else of the same element to control it was thought to be impossible. They had been happy to add their reflections to the mirror. It did not matter if they were injured or killed, they could come back. In many ways, they were invincible. But they knew the implications of the mirror being under someone's control. If someone gained possession of the mirror, that person would control all the reflections that the mirror held. They really didn't want to believe that Han Sen had asserted control over the thing. Unfortunately, it was an undeniable truth. Catcha! Ancient sky mirror tore its way up out of the ground. The place where the mirror had rested was now seeping blood like a red fountain. It was like a spring of infinite power. Han Sen realized now that the mirror was using that as a source of constant energy. It was how it kept on reviving the elites who had died. Sky Sword. This grudge seems to reside between you and illusion only, let us go. If you touch the rest of us, that means you will be going up against the rest of the fourth god's sanctuary, one of the elites yelled. Yeah. This has nothing to do with us. Let us go or Een Demon will come after you. The Manlong are heroes. If you kill me, they'll kill you. Long Mei, goddess was inside there, as well. She was in shock, and she shouted, Han Sen, if you let us go, Sacred will forgive the grudge it has with you. Han Sen did not care, though. All he did was stare at them, letting them yell in anger, sadness, and desperation. Whatever their expression, Han Sen did not care. The mirror slowly flew to Han Sen, and as it did, it became smaller. When it reached his hand, it was only around the size of his palm. He was easily able to grab it. Sky Sword, if you touch us, you will die. Illusion Elder roared, but he was obviously trying to suppress his fear. Die. Han Sen used his mind to blow up Illusion Elder's body. The mirror was dyed red once more. Berserk super creature Illusion Beast killed. No beast soul gained. Geno core destroyed. The flesh has been destroyed. The life Geno essence is missing. Han Sen was surprised. This was the first he had never received a life Geno essence. After watching Illusion Elder's sudden demise, everyone became angry and shocked. The rest of Illusion went mad. Han Sen used his mind to kill all the yelling monsters. And seeing that, none of the others dared to speak now. They were all in shock. But the creatures that were killed inside the mirror did not leave anything behind. He noticed there really weren't any life Geno essences being made available. They had life Geno essences, but the mirror absorbed them. They made the mirror stronger. Han Sen took the mirror and went to sit on Little Star's back. He wanted to leave the valley. Death Goddess came to sit down on it, too. She did so naturally, as if it was something she was used to doing. Han Sen felt as if he had a bit of a headache. But since Han Sen couldn't undo what had happened, and she seemed to consider him family, he was willing to take her back. News of the fight spread across all of the fourth god's sanctuary. The stories of the fight seemed impossible, but many spirits and creatures had come to watch the attack on Death Goddess. There were too many witnesses for the stories to all be lies. Han Sen and Death Goddess killed the elites of many tribes, and he had even taken the mirror. News of this was everywhere, on the tip of every tongue in the fourth god's sanctuary. The most shocking news was that Death Goddess was Skysword's daughter. It was difficult to believe, but Death Goddess had said it herself. It was rather surprising. And as they were all shocked, many were also angry. A storm was brewing. Han Sen knew things wouldn't be resolved quickly if he was willing to let the creatures and spirits he had collected go. And of course, Han Sen was not going to do that, so, when he returned, he prepared for a fight. Before, Han Sen might have been scared at the prospect of taking on the whole sanctuary. After all, it was hard to fight with fists. No matter how strong he was, people would be affected. But with Ancient Sky Mirror, things were now very different. Han Sen did not have to be afraid. Chapter 1660 The Coming Storm. Have you heard? Death Goddess is Han Sen's daughter. That can't be true. There is no way a human can have a daughter like that. And even if it was true, she could not enter the sanctuaries at her age. And she definitely couldn't have already reached the fourth god's sanctuary and achieved that much strength. Death Goddess admitted it herself. She called Han Sen her father. And she didn't just say it once. How can this not be true, then? I would say he's more of a daddy figure. It doesn't matter, either way. Han Sen is going to be famous this time. For elders and over 100 elites were trapped by those two. I don't know if the beings he trapped can get out alive, even if he let them. I am afraid Han Sen is the strongest human there is, dollar aside. Strong is strong, but he's in trouble. He has bit off way more than he can chew by going after that many shelters. No tribe's elder has a fancy for him. They all want a piece of him. I hope he can hold it together. I don't want to see those creatures kill him. Han Sen gained a lot of territory for humanity in the third god's sanctuary. Perhaps in the fourth god's sanctuary, he can do the same. That is difficult to say. It is not difficult to say. Let's just see if he can survive this next attack first. He is currently the #1 enemy of everyone in the fourth god's sanctuary. That's true. Fairly annoying, if you ask me. Han Sen was in the sanctuary each day after that, but no elite or elder had shown up. But the shelter did seem to keep getting attacked, strangely. Groups of toxic bugs, monsters, and flying creatures occasionally swarmed toward them. And after Han Sen came back, the shelter's connections with the rest of the sanctuary went silent. Their connection to the outside world was cut off, and Shadow Shelter became like an isolated island. Any creature that ventured too far from the shelter would go missing. Luckily, Han Sen was prepared. The mirror was securely inside the shelter now, and the creatures in the shelter all made a copy of themselves inside it. Queen, Lin Feng, and Jing Jiwu were each very excited. They reflected themselves so they could go fight without the worry of death. They could keep having deadly, risky fights with creatures to level up. But they had maxed out their sacred Geno points and were unable to absorb life Geno essences. This made them unable to level up. The life Geno essences of the fourth god's sanctuary were difficult to absorb, and the Geno fluid the Alliance had produced did not work there. Even if Han Sen gave them a bunch of life Geno essences, there was nothing he could to make them work. Han Sen was not a scientist either. So, it was a problem he could not solve. But the spirits and creatures had become target practice. Aside from Gu Qingcheng and Little Pony, all the creatures had been doing some manner of fighting. The mirror might be here, but you should still be careful. The really powerful elders haven't shown themselves yet. And when they do show up, they will be able to deal with ancient sky mirror. Gu Qingqing warned Han Sr., don't worry about me. I have a way to deal with them. Han Sen smiled. Gu Qingqing shook her head. Don't underestimate the elders of the tribes. There is one scary guy in particular, who might come. Who? Han Sen was surprised to hear this. If Gu Qingqing feared this person, then they must have been wretchedly strong. In the divinities bout 100 years ago, one person was able to beat 6 paths and obtain first place. He received God's baptism. So, after all these years, I can't imagine how strong he might have gotten. What is his name? Han Sen was still not worried. He knew the truth about God's baptism, and it seemed unlikely that this person had received it. When people won first rank, all they'd see was a sealed-up crystal container. None were able to open it, and they could only go back. The reward for reaching first rank was unavailable. Stay up late had been there for many years, so it was useless. It's Ancient Devil, Gu Qingqing said. Ancient Devil? Han Sen was shocked to hear this. He knew the name well. He was the master of Dragon King, Xiang Yin, and Sky King. He was betrayed by Azura. Han Sen knew Ancient Devil had ascended to reach the fourth god's sanctuary, but he never suspected he'd become so strong he was able to defeat 6 paths. You saw Ancient Devil? Gu Qingqing saw Han Sen's reaction and looked surprised. I have. Han Sen hadn't actually seen Ancient Devil, though, he was just very familiar with him. Thinking of Ancient Devil, Han Sen thought about Xiang Yin. He had never heard much about her, and he hadn't a clue where she might have gone. If she hadn't fallen, she might have learned that Han Sen was in the fourth god's sanctuary and sought him out. Han Sen just hoped she hadn't been killed. If a lady like her had died, it would have been a sad thing. Why are you saying Ancient Devil might come anyway? Han Sen asked. Ancient Devil had no grudge against him. He was not an elder, either. He was just a creature that came to the fourth god's sanctuary. Gu Qingqing sighed and said, I have seen Ancient Devil. He seems to have a deep relationship with Sacred's leader. If Sacred's leader comes, then Ancient Devil might come, too. Han Sen nodded and asked about Ancient Devil. Gu Qingqing thought about her answer, and said, Ancient Devil is strange. He's like a human, but I don't think he is. His power is odd, as well. How so? Han Sen asked. I have seen him 4 times. Each time, he wielded a different power. A completely different one. Time and space elements included. Every time he strikes, it is hard. He has enough power to go against any demigod. It's just difficult to believe he has so many elements. It is hard for humans to have multiple, and they usually stick to focusing on just one. When I saw him, all his powers were on the same level. There was no bias, Gu Qingqing said thoughtfully. Han Sen frowned. That really was weird. Aside from Han Sen, no others could use multiple elements. Not even spirits or creatures could. While it was beneficial for Han Sen to have so many elements, he didn't have the same proficiency with any particular element as someone who explicitly trained with just the one. Gu Qingqing said Ancient Devil had many elements and they were all incredibly good. That was scary.